Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The Moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing back to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have Alex from Wi-Fi Gospel, Jeff K, Mark Reed, and Corinth bringing to you the topic of Is God Real? We're going to go ahead and kick off with you, Wi-Fi Gospel, with the affirmative position and your opening statement, please.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah, for putting this together. Thank you, Corinth and Mark, for being here. Jeff, for being my partner. Appreciate you guys. Basically, we rely on reason, logical inference, deduction, and meaningful discourse to explore reality. But why is reason trustworthy in the first place? Some argue that reason is simply a product of human autonomy, an accidental byproduct of a purposeless universe. Yet, if reason arises from mere accident, there is no ultimate basis for its validity. Instead, we must acknowledge that reason requires an unshakable foundation. This leads us to a choice. Either everything is accidental, unplanned, and chaotic, or there is a purposeful creator who designed and sustains the rational order we experience. If you choose the accidental option, the possibility of knowledge collapses. Meaningful statements and logical inferences cannot be grounded in a random, purposeless universe. Yet, the very act of making an argument, defending or rejecting God's existence, already assumes that knowledge is possible and reason is reliable. This undercuts the accidentalist view, because they rely on the intelligibility of reality to argue against the worldview that makes reality intelligible in the first place. Thus, by the impossibility of the contrary, only a purposeful framework, revelatory theism, can justify knowledge. Why revelatory theism? Because the God in question must communicate truth and ground reason, not merely exist in the abstract. If our rational faculties are to be valid, we need a God who designed them and reveals himself in a consistent, intelligible way. A purely material or accidental process can never truly vouch for the certainty of reason. It simply lacks the resources to do so. It is not that we must prove God using autonomous human standards. That would treat human reason as though it existed independently of God. In reality, God is prior to all proof. God's existence provides the very preconditions for rational discourse. As has been said, there is no purely rational case for God. There is only a theistic account of rationality itself. Arguments do not stand above God to measure his reality. Rather, God's revelation makes arguments possible at all. In short, if we assume a world of pure accident, our statements, this debate included, become nonsensical. We can't ground reason, logic, or any form of valid knowledge. But the moment we use reason, we affirm a framework in which reason makes sense, a purposeful world created and sustained by God. This is why I maintain that God is real, by the impossibility of the contrary, and by the necessity of a rational foundation. The only coherent grounding for reason and knowledge lies in a revelatory, theistic God. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Jeff, to you.
This might sound like a copy and paste, just a little different. I think all transcendental categories that underlie any possible act of perception need a specific type of metaphysic, a specific type of world, and a specific type of logic, epistemology, reasoning, ethics, and a specific structure to the world. So it's not like we can just stick any God in the tag argument. We can't just say it's Mickey Mouse or something like that. It's not just an abstract concept or some mental deity. It's an entire paradigm, entire worldview that is structured on how man is made in the image of God. So he has the ability to reason, the ability to use logic, and he also has the image bearer status to make ought claims for morality, and how he has ability for knowledge to do science. The only way that these are coherent and make sense is in the Christian paradigm. And I'll just end it there.
Thank you, Jeff. Mark, to you.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare anything, but I will talk about why there's a few reasons for thinking that no God exists, just to be fair. It seems to me, and Karl Popper did a lot of work on this unfalsifiability criteria. So really, when we look at things that we want to prove are true, we look at how do we falsify them. We try to prove them false, and then not being able to do so, we consider them true. For instance, if I say there's an imaginary, a ephemeral, and there's an invisible and intangible genie in my room, and you have no way to disprove that, you cannot actually show that it is true. If you believed everything that you could not show is true, then you would have to believe everything. You would have to believe that there's an intangible genie in my room, because you cannot prove you cannot prove it false. But that's not how we live our lives. Another good point is that we have the examples of a trillion things with minds. They're animals, they're us, they're all kinds of things that have minds. But what we're expected to believe is that some people have a mind without any kind of physical structure. This goes in opposition to every single mind we have seen so far. So if I use induction, I think it's reasonable to believe that a mind does require some kind of physical storage medium to it, whether that be a computer, even if it's AI, or whether that be a brain of any of these things, or even some kind of neural structure. I think all the burden of proof is on the opposition here, who has to demonstrate that a mind without a brain is in fact possible, much less plausible. As I have never seen such a thing. I think it is only with that demonstration that I would believe that there is a God. And I just, as my third point, and I'll just sort of keep it to these three, I think that there are posited gods, because we're saying, is God real? But there's a lot of posited gods out there. And even though they're posited and would have all the same properties that would make them real that my opposition is claiming, they say they're not real. They will point out thousands upon thousands of gods that are not real, that posits the same claims. So why is their God real and the others not real is a good question. If they're being intellectually consistent, a God that cannot be falsified, they should be able to believe those are real as well, yet they do not. And I think I will leave my time there.
Thank you, Mark. Corinth, to you.
So to run a transcendental argument for God at first assumes a bunch of prior things. One of those is a form of transcendental idealism. The degree you take it to is up to you. But if we say that transcendental idealism is true, we first need a reason to believe that this is the case. To run things like the impossibility to the contrary, we need to go through all the possible things. We can't just go through all the things that the opponent can bring up. That would be an argument from ignorance, a fallacious argument. If we say that rationality cannot be derived from a random universe, then that would be either a genetic fallacy. The source of this thing is what's causing it to be false, or it's going to be a composition fallacy. The thing that makes this up is what's causing it to have that same trait. If all the arguments that were being brought here are in and of themselves fallacious, we run out of reason to affirm the statement, God is real. Now, I agree with Mark. There are different ways we can define gods that would affect these statements. I can define God as my thumb right here. And that would mean, well, God's real. Look, my thumb's here. I think we should adopt both Jeff and Alex's idea of God for this to be the case. And that idea is this purposeful, mindful creator of the Christian framework. If we stick on this, if we show this, we can actually see, is this actually true or not? I think I'll save the rest for going into open dialogue.
Wonderful. Thank you, gentlemen. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we will do about a 2-hour debate, go into reading and responding to super chats. Then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Outside of that, gentlemen, the floor is open to you.
I think we finished. So yeah, go.
I was just going to ask Corinth what he means by transcendental idealism.
Transcendental idealism is the broad framework that allows for transcendental arguments to succeed, saying that some of these things are in and of themselves real. We go past pure physicalism. There are things that exist beyond that. We can't directly access that real world. We have the noumena phenomena distinction to some degree.
Because what I understood transcendental idealism to be was that we can only believe things that are inside of our head.
No, that's
right. No, that's idealism.
That's pure idealism.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up.
Transcendentalism is basically saying that there are properties of the universe that transcend physical or some kind of limitation to them. So you're talking, when you sort of say transcendental, you're sort of saying, hey, morality is transcendental of human experience. And when you're talking about whether the knowledge and reason, that's transcendental of human experience or human cognition. I kind of feel sorry to sort of bring this point up, but I kind of feel it weird that you're sort of talking about either there is a, as you sort of said, a designer or some sort of God, or it's accidental. I don't think anybody would say that the universe operates in an accidental way. It's largely deterministic, which means that there is causal relations coming from one thing to another. In fact, that's how I would define whether something is real, whether there is a causal relationship between it and something else that we know to be real. It's sort of a relative thing. So why would you say that the universe is accidental?
Well, I would first cause.
I'm sorry?
You said it's determined. Does it have a first cause?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
So that's what we're saying here is it seems like a coward's way out of saying, I'm not sure how the universe started. I just know it's not random. But what would be the Big Bang other than a random smashing of molecules?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that I know it's not random. I'm saying I'm pushing back on your claim that it is either a God or it is random. That was the two. That is a false dichotomy, because I can give another explanation that it is determined by prior physics. So I sort of push back on your claim. I'm not saying that I know that for a fact.
Okay,
well,
so you go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeff. I was going to say determinism in itself creates a whole boatload of problems, but I wouldn't say that determinism is free from accidentalism.
Well, it's not free from it, but it's not pure accident, is it?
No, but it falls in the same category. It's not created by a personal being with intention.
Yes.
So another way you can look at the dichotomy is theonomous epistemology and autonomous epistemology. If you don't like the accidentalism.
Okay, so but the problem is that you've sort of said, well, it can't, so autonomous doesn't necessarily mean accidental, correct?
Sure. That's why I said you could use
Yes.
those two
So
if you don't like
you
the
have
example.
done a false dichotomy. You've done either a God or completely by accident, and then you've overruled saying
you
it's
tell me-
impossible. Well, hang on a second. You've given the impossibility of this.
But you're
Sorry?
gonna have to.
Let
Before
Mark
you-
finish that way.
Okay.
That way.
So
you
a
can-
No, it's-
dichotomy is. Would you like me to explain? A dichotomy is
I
basically.
know what a
into-
dichotomy is. I'm
Okay.
just saying before you. I don't want you to diatribe too long here. Before you say it's a false dichotomy, what's the other dichotomy? What other possibility
What's
could
the other option?
Yeah,
That
what's
it's deterministic. Between God and accidental, determinism is not a accident and it's not a God.
Okay,
What do you mean it's not by accident? Did something start it purposefully?
So if I drop a ball, right, and it bounces in a certain way, is that accidental or is that a determined product of physics?
You dropping it could be accidental, but no, the
way it
physical,
bounces, right?
You
Right.
actually dropping it could be, which is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the process. I'm talking about how the process started.
Okay, but I don't know how the process started, and you've claimed that it's got to be either God
So-
or accidental, and I've said that it is completely possible for it to be a determined process, a deterministic process.
Theistically,
What do you mean?
I'm
theistically?
not a determinist, but there are, like, I'm pretty sure Muslims are determinists, or say Calvinists. So theistically on determinism, it started purposefully with intent. Without a God, atheistically or agnostically, I would say determinism is started accidentally. There is no purpose and intent behind the creation.
And if it's started that way, at what point does it make it so there's not a patterned following afterwards? That's what will be required for knowledge to be there, is just that patterning.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking. Could you rephrase it?
When we're just talking about the start of the thing, that can be accidental. To say that the property of the later thing would be a fallacy of composition or a genetic fallacy.
Yeah,
however
no,
you
and
that.
and
Or
correct,
how
and
are
I'm
you
not saying
determining
that. Well, I'm not saying
Oh.
that. If we did live in a deterministic world that was started by accident, what I'm saying is the accident that started it couldn't have been God.
Well, yeah, but the problem is that you've hinged all of this on reasoning being impossible in an accidental universe. So all reasoning
Yeah.
is impossible, is what
The
you've
grounding
said.
of it.
But the problem is that even if there was an accident at the very beginning, right, it doesn't make a deterministic universe comprehensive and intelligible and able to be understood. So it does not follow. It's a non sequitur. It does not follow
So
that the universe cannot be understood if the first cause, even if there was a first cause, because the other option is that the universe has always been here.
in a accidental deterministic framework, how would you ground reason itself?
How would I ground reason?
Yeah.
Probably with the laws of logic, and that would describe the logical properties of the universe.
And where do those laws come from in a deterministic universe?
I don't know.
So then it's unjustified, not grounded.
What do you mean it's unjustified?
Well, you have to give an account for these things if you're going to use them. You can't just arbitrarily assert them.
No, that's not true, because I can see them working and they do work for us. That's sort of like saying, well, where did your car get made? If you don't know, you can't drive it.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm asking you how the car got
yeah,
there.
You are.
Wait, let me finish.
you
I'm
are.
asking you how the car got there, and you're saying, look, it's here.
Yeah?
So that's not answering my question.
Well, why do we need to know where it came from? I'm
asking
posit
you
where
for
it
a
comes
justification.
from.
It was just an analogy.
Well, I sort of posit that they are here and they're the best way to use to comprehend the universe. You're the one claiming that a God provided them. So I'd like you to demonstrate that a God in fact provided them, which you seem very reluctant to do.
You made a similarly positive claim. You said, there they are. I can see them working.
Yeah, we're using them right now.
All right. Do you have to prove that positive claim?
Well, no, I put it out there and you've affirmed it by using them. If you don't think they exist, if you don't think they're there, then please explain to me why they're not there. Hang on, no, Alex, I'm talking right now, mate. I'm talking right now, mate. If you don't think they're there, please do explain to me why they're not there without using the laws of logic. Go ahead, be my guest. No, go ahead.
You don't want to let
me. I really like to hear Mark.
You've just used the law of identity. Oh dear. You've just used the law of identity. Oh, what?
You're making yourself look like an ass, Mark.
I think that you're interrupting me while I'm talking, actually. So you're looking like the ass there, mate.
I just asked you,
gentlemen. Okay.
I asked you if you made a positive claim, and you didn't understand the positive claim that you made. You're making the claim that the laws of logic are there absent a deity.
No, that isn't a positive claim because I'm not claiming any origin to it. You're the one claiming a deity, and I'm saying, well, I don't see that deity.
I have it because I have it, though.
Hold on. Stop. I will say, because you are interrupting when he's trying to finish his thought process. So let's at least try to wait until he finishes. You can still disagree. You can call him an ass when he's done. It doesn't matter. Just wait till he's done, and it'll make life easier on all of you.
No, I start with my own cognition and I see things around me. Applying the law of identity seems to be an intuitive thing. I see that from experience that all of these things, that is the best way and the most logical way and the most reliable way to apply things to the world around me. You're claiming that all comes from a God. I'm not. I'm saying, hey, that it seems to exist in the world. And if it does originate from a God, please demonstrate. That's not a positive claim.
I don't see how you can't see that that's a positive claim. You're making all sorts of metaphysical claims when you say that. You're saying that the world...
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. You're saying that the world is a certain way, reality is a certain way, and that the laws of logic interact with reality a certain way. Laws of logic usually mean a universal. That's why we call them laws. Now you're saying, I see instances of something working, but you're applying it universally to everything.
So this is a bit of a problem where it seems to be talking past one another. So when I say that the universe is logical, I'm talking about the properties of the universe. The laws of logic, because I'm a nominalist, I believe that all universals are just labels that we use to describe things, right? That's what nominalism is. So the universe may have certain properties, and the laws of logic are one way we can use to evaluate that universe. Now, there's other laws of logic. The Eastern logic is completely different than ours. Computers use a different sort of logic to interpret, but it's simply a description. It's like physics versus the laws of physics. The laws of physics are a descriptor.
So does the law of non-contradiction exist as a property of the universe or in name only?
Does the law of non-contradiction exist? Well, I think non-contradiction exists.
As a property
when you say the
universe?
law of non-contradiction, if you're talking about the modal logic, that is the way we describe that property. But there's problems there. For instance, when we go into quantum fields and things, some of those laws, we're not sure.
But
no, you do want to interrupt me because that's exactly what you're doing. I thought we were doing the questioning here. I thought we were doing the questioning, but you know, this is the thing.
Are you on anything, Mark? You just say, "No, I'm not sure."
Yeah, they're still interrupting me. So when you say so you're saying I'm making a
you're not answering my question.
I'm saying I don't know where the universe comes from. I don't know that the laws of logic come from a God. And then basically I'm saying you're claiming that the laws of logic come from a God. You're trying to shift the burden of proof by saying I'm making a positive claim that there is no God, but quite clearly I am not, right?
I mean, you went way off what I asked you, but whatever.
Yeah, so I think I answered your question. Non-contradiction is a property of the universe. The law of non-contradiction is our description of that. Yeah, it is, because I never said it was universal.
No, you're saying it exists outside of your label, right?
That the universe has certain properties, yeah.
Yeah, and those properties exist outside of the label itself.
Yes, the universe has properties and we label them.
And what is nominalism?
It is applying labels to universals.
Right. And they
that
only exist as that label.
describe certain properties of things. So if I say, hey, this thing is that is a interesting something, or this coffee cup is white. I don't say that white exists in some kind of platonic realm, or it is a universal, right? It is something we apply across the board to everything. But I think it's just a label for a certain frequency of light that is a part of the universe. I don't think that actually exists as something outside of simply properties that the universe contains. But that doesn't mean I don't think properties aren't in the universe.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that I think that, my microphone doesn't actually exist and it's just a label out there floating in the universe. But I think that universals that we apply to it, categories that we apply to it, are not actually real. They're just descriptive things that we apply to it. That's what a nominalist is. But I'm still not getting to you demonstrating that a God is real.
Yeah, because in the beginning of my opening statement, I showed that my argument relies on the impossibility of the contrary. Autonomous epistemology. Autonomous, because like I've just demonstrated, you can't even figure out what a law of logic is and justify it. You just assert these things and say, I have them. How do I have knowledge? Because I have laws of logic. How do I have the laws of logic? Because I have them.
Can you give a distinction between theonomous epistemology and what Mark is doing right now?
Yeah, there's no God.
Okay, so you're just asserting it and asserting God is real too.
No, the assertion, it's not an assertion, it's an argument. And the argument is in a...
So what theonomous epistemology is an argument?
No, the argument is the impossibility of the contrary.
So I'm asking about theonomous epistemology. You said that was an argument. That was
right, go ahead.
What's the distinction between the axiom and the theonomous epistemology you're positing?
It's not an axiom.
Yeah, give the distinction between the two.
What do you mean?
You can call an axiom not an axiom and call it a theonomous epistemology.
It's a justified presupposition.
Can you justify a presupposition before using it?
Yes. You can't justify
You can't. That's what a presupposition is, Wi-Fi.
If you can't justify a presupposition, if you can't justify...
This is how axioms are justified.
It wouldn't, if it was justified, it wouldn't be a presupposition.
You can't, so all right, so then your argument about the laws of logic doesn't work then, because you have to presuppose them. So therefore it's unjustified. Like
we're using the same standard you are for theonomous epistemology, the thing you're accepting here. And you're just saying the other thing is impossible.
The argument...
We're showing by your own standards, something else is possible.
Under theonomous epistemology, the laws of logic are justified as a reflection of the nature of God. That follows.
And under this form of empiricism, it's justified as their properties of the universe and all the particulars.
No, that doesn't follow, because you have to access them. You have to access them as a fallible human being.
Why do I have to access them for them to exist?
Oh, well, to know that they exist.
Don't you have to access them as a fallible human being as well?
Yes, but if there is a God who has created the entire universe and sustains the universe, he can impart that knowledge to me without, even through my fallible senses.
And if the universe allowed us to randomly access these things, we can access this as well. You saying we're fallible and implying that this thing is particular in this given case is false doesn't follow. It's just saying it's possibly false. You're saying it's impossible to be true, and you say the impossibility of the contrary.
When you do that, you're making the universe God. So you're just falling into theonomous epistemology.
We're not falling to theonomous epistemology because it's not revelatory.
So how does this
you
universe
even distinguish theonomous epistemology must be revelatory? Do you not know your own term? Did you not read Reason for Reason enough?
If it's not revelatory, then you can't have access to it.
You can have access to it without it being revelatory.
You said it randomly gives it to you.
That's a possibility.
That's revelatory.
Us being fallible doesn't mean every given thing is false. It means has the ability to be false.
Okay.
Do you not know the terms you're using?
How is that not revelatory?
Because it's not intentional giving of information.
So
what do you mean
how
by
is it giving it to you? Okay,
we can clarify.
How is a non-personal being?
I'm saying it's not giving to us.
Okay.
I'm saying it's not. So we can clarify for you. Revelatory. That was the term you brought up in your opening when you described theonomous epistemology. What do you mean by revelatory? We'll see if I'm using it the way you meant it.
That God reveals things to us.
Okay, the universe isn't revealing this thing to us, so it's not. So when we're using
so how are you
because we have the ability to. Us being fallible doesn't mean all cases are false. It means they're able to be false.
So we have access to it because we have access to it.
Sure.
Okay. You're okay with
When
that?
we exist in the universe, I will concede that we exist, so I don't see why we wouldn't have access to the universe. We seem to, unless you are disagreeing with that. But I'd like to ask a question, because you seem to be thinking this is a interrogation of us.
No.
So I would like to get into this whole thing about God is the only way that it can be revelatory. And you said that, hey, we have access to God, but isn't that going through fallible human senses as well?
Even if it were, to say that the God who created humans isn't able to reveal things to them would no longer be a internal critique.
Well, wait, but that is an internal critique, because I'm critiquing that you said we have access to this being, so therefore the information you're giving has to be correct, because you've got access to a revelatory God. But if the medium that it is going through is fallible humans, and you acknowledge that, hey, some religions get it wrong, right?
There's an ultimate and proximate starting point. The ultimate starting point is God. The proximate, yes, I am. I'm answering. The proximate starting point is our senses. The reason we can trust that our senses and reasoning are reliable is because we've been created in the image of God.
But so how do you know that your senses, like to see God, are reliable if they're not reliable?
What do you mean?
Well,
I'm not relying on my senses to make that argument.
You know that your interpretation of God, even though other people's is incorrect, yours is correct, right?
And also,
well, how do you know that your
for the specific topic of this debate?
One at a time, gentlemen, please.
Well, this is all your claims.
I'm talking. The specific topic of this debate, who cares? Secondly, I already told you the difference between ultimate and proximate starting points.
You seem to have run away now, because I'm asking you, if you have to get this revelation through your fallible humanity, how can you be sure that your revelation of God is in fact correct?
One claim, for example, the claim that God exists doesn't have to be through human fallible senses. It's from spirit to spirit. Two, if you have, what was the second part of your question? Sorry.
How do you know spirits exist?
Oh my God. It's an internal critique. Do you know what that is?
No, you're begging.
Do you know what an internal critique is? You just asked the Christian, how do you know spirits exist?
Yes.
On an internal, it makes zero sense.
The standard we're using the standard. We're holding your standard to yourself.
Yeah.
That's an internal critique.
Through revelation, we know these things. Now, we don't have to use our senses in order to know these things. God can impart this knowledge to us. For example, just the one claim, as the topic of the debate, is that God exists. Just that one claim is given to everybody. That's a knowledge claim that everybody holds.
And how do you know with fallible humanity, because that's what you tried to leverage against us, without
Did you not just hear what I just said?
Fallible evaluation. Oh, I heard what you said.
I don't need to use my senses to know
that. Well, Alex, please, I did remain quiet while you talked. I would like the same kind of respect.
I'm just going to give you the same answer.
Well, basically, I'm trying to explain and you won't let me. And now you want to run away from the entire thing, saying, hey, it's not important.
Right here,
it's not important. So you're saying that God imparted it to you. How, with your fallible humanity, did you know that the imparting of that information that you claim, begging the question that is always there, that God exists, how do you know that that's correct if you have to evaluate the imparting of that knowledge with your fallible human senses?
By the impossibility of the contrary.
Why is the contrary?
Because if that's not the case, then we can't have knowledge.
Could I please finish my sentences? If it was a demon, an infinitely powerful demon that was sending it to you. Oh, I'm sorry you're getting angry. I'm not letting
Gentlemen,
I'm sorry.
Like another god.
Are you from the Jim Bob school where you interrupt people and then get angry?
Are you from the Craig school where you just bloviate about?
Yes, he is, by the way. He was getting prep from all the dumbest people in that community.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. What I'm saying is that how do you know with your fallibility of humanity that it is not some infinitely powerful demon that is imparting you with this false knowledge? Can you please demonstrate that that is not the case?
So something like a god doing it?
No, it's a demon.
Okay. It's infinitely powerful, but it's not a god. Sure. That's hilarious, Mark. That's actually hilarious.
So you
How do
still
you know
haven't
you're gonna have
demonstrated
brain
it.
in a vat? It could be scientists making a brain in the vat and putting this into your head.
That would make knowledge impossible. That would make your question impossible.
It would make it impossible for you to be a brain in a vat.
Incoherent.
How?
Incoherent, yeah.
How?
Because if
How's
I
it
was a brain in a
impossible?
vat, we couldn't know anything.
Okay.
That is
then just
called
asserting
a-
it. Then you're
Well,
just
what that
asserting it to be
is-
the case that we have that level of
Hold
certainty
on,
there.
Corinth.
Are
What
you
that
saying
is
that we don't know
called-
anything?
Well, what that is, it's called an appeal to consequence, right? It's basically saying, I do not like.
Are you
the
going to go on a monologue
implications
right now,
of
Mark?
that possibility.
Hold on, Alex.
Wow,
Alex,
how
stop.
obnoxious! Like seriously,
Here, I was naming all the fallacies up until here, and Mark caught that one. Let's go, team.
right. It's basically saying, well, I don't like the entailments of what you've suggested, so it can't be true. It's basically the same as wishful thinking. Well, I don't want it to be true, so it's not.
Mark,
So
that's what-
again, I'm asking you to explain the impossibility of that being the case, not your feelings on it.
Everything you just said relies on the ability to know things.
Okay, being clarified. Mark, are you an epistemic infallibilist?
No.
Perfect. We both think knowledge doesn't require certainty there. Now, I
Okay.
can justify this through Munchausen's trilemma. I can show you how you don't know
Yep.
things by the certainty. You don't have that certainty you're trying to embark into us that's required for
I'm
it.
not trying to.
Okay, so when we say it's possible to be a brain in the vat, how does that make it knowledge impossible? Certainty is not the requirement.
Well, because you're just asserting fallibilism. So by what justificatory theory would you be using?
That doesn't
Phenomenal
answer the
conservatism,
question.
Okay, and how do you know phenomenal conservatism is true?
regressively. I agree with Munchausen's trilemma. All things are
I
going to
agree with
either devolve
Munchausen's.
into an infinite regress, a circular argument, which is what you were using, by the way, when you're
Yep.
positing God justifies God, or
Mhm.
it's going to devolve into an axiomatic starting point, like you were trying to do with Theonomous epistemology. Now, you can try and call a rose some other name. It's still going to be an axiom.
So you just admitted then that your epistemic foundation is unjustified.
I'm saying that there's the ability to be wrong in it because we can be a
Wait,
brain in the vat. I don't
but
have the ability
saying-
to discern with certainty we're not a brain in the vat. You also aren't. You would be getting an honorary PhD if you could. We can go and call every single institution. Alex at Wi-Fi Gospel just solved the largest epistemic issues of all time.
Well, I just want to
or did you
quickly add
not?
something to that. I just wanted to add something to that, but that brings me into my introduction where I talked about Popper's unfalsifiability. If something is unfalsifiable, like a brain in a vat, it's not even worth considering as a hypothesis because it isn't able to be tested in any way, and that's the whole point.
Anyway, did you I didn't catch what you said about your epistemic foundation. Did you agree that it was unjustified, or did you provide a justification for it?
Did you not hear me say I agree with Munchausen Tremla that they're all going to
Yeah, which would say that
everything.
everything's unjustified.
Yeah, so can you show me your
Okay.
case, how you're not
Hold on.
devolving into that, Alex?
If everything's unjustified,
That's not unjustified. I don't think that's unjustified. I think you
Can
have
you explain?
justifications that aren't certain.
no,
I
no.
think saying the sky is blue when I
asked
could
you-
be a brain in the vat is still a justified statement there.
I asked you a second order question about how you know phenomenal conservatism is true.
Well, I'm not getting any answers to my questions, like how you can demonstrate you're not a brain in a vat. Like, I haven't heard an
Yeah.
answer to that.
Again-
All I've heard is more questions. So this is what I've noticed. And sort of we go down these questions, and instead of actually answering them, you ask more questions. And I'm wondering why you're afraid to answer any questions.
I really like
I-
that Yelp review.
Sorry.
Really nice. That was a very nice Yelp review. You're doing really well, Alex. That was a really great Yelp review. Yeah, so
We're not getting any of ours. Can you please demonstrate that you're not a brain in a vat because
Yeah,
you are
can I-
making the 100% absolute certain claim that you're not?
Are you
Go for it.
interrupting me as I talk? Okay. Yeah, so Mark keeps trying to demonstrate this to you. Wi-Fi just said everything that you're presupposing grants knowledge already, grants logic already, grants thinking, grants words having meaning, all of this. How do you justify it absent something being objectively there? That's the question. Now we're saying we believe that it's this God. And you're like, demonstrate it. Demonstrate that you even have thought in your brain, or you even have a brain.
That's my entire point.
Yeah, so basically solipsism is your
Yeah.
entire point.
No, because solipsists believe there's nothing outside of them, and I do, because I have a lot of evidence
The
for
entailment.
me having a brain and having thoughts, because I can actually experience those thoughts directly. That is very good evidence. But I would like, sort of you to demonstrate that
So-
you're not a brain in a vat, because you've
Yeah,
claimed
very
absolute
easily.
knowledge of this. Okay, go for it.
All right, we have knowledge. If humans have knowledge, we're not brains in a vat. Humans have knowledge, therefore we're not brains in a vat. The reason that
Demonstrate the
argument
knowledge.
works.
Show the knowledge.
Wait,
I agree
are
that's
you
a
saying
valid
we
argument.
don't have
We want
knowledge?
the soundness. We want the justification.
Are you saying
In
we
our
don't have
definition
knowledge?
of knowledge, we don't believe in certainty.
No.
We don't believe in
That doesn't matter.
infallibilism.
I'll grant you
It does.
fallibilism. I'll grant you fallibilism. But when
Then
you
that
make a
doesn't
first,
follow. That's
hold on.
unsound still.
Hold on. When you make a first order knowledge claim, which fallibilism gives you first order knowledge claims, you're also saying that knowledge exists, which is a second order knowledge claim. I'm saying that even if I grant you fallibilism, you can't justify your second order knowledge claim.
You can justify it using the principles we lay out, such as phenomenal conservatism. You can
Right,
say,
and
well,
then
we
when I
have the
ask
seeming
you-
without good reason to not disagree with that seeming. To have that justification, it can be true, and it's a belief. It's going to meet
There's
3 common criteria used. We can use some plus to get around Gettier cases if you really want to get anal with this.
right, and I want to stay away from that. We can go down that route because it gets obviously very philosophical.
You
But-
wanted to go there. You asked for
No,
it. Why do you
no,
want to
no,
go
what I'm
away from it
saying-
now?
We can go there, but what I'm saying
Let's
is,
go there. You brought us here.
oh my
You were
gosh.
in the car. You
Can
were
I
driving
finish
us
my
around.
question, please?
Is it
I'm
going to be
asking-
unrelated? Is it going to have an answer to our prior questions, or are you dodging
Are you
again?
done?
Because this is all an
Are you
answer to my
done?
question of what's the justification that we have knowledge to a certain degree that would be required for his proof to be true.
You done now?
If you answer the question I asked you instead of dodging again, yes.
No, you said to demonstrate the knowledge. I asked you
Yes,
if,
so to the
if
certainty
you
degree
agreed that
that
we
we
had
require.
knowledge, and then you gave some fallible phenomenal conservatism bullshit. What I'm asking you to do is
I'm
how
asking
do
you to
know
answer my
Oh
question.
my God.
I don't know why you're asking me
This
to
is
do something.
insane.
with the answer
Yeah,
to my
you're
question.
asking another
Can you
question.
shut up for a second? Jesus.
Not if you're not going to answer my question.
All right.
If you're going to dodge,
I'm
it,
literally
then you
answering your
dodge it.
question.
Alex, I think it would be more fair in terms of the concept because you have the affirmative to come back to the question and provide a more
This is how
defined
I-
response.
If you're saying that we don't have knowledge,
I'm not.
Then
I'm saying
you're-
we don't have certainty.
Hold on, Corinne.
He's talking
I'm
about.
clarifying for him.
He's saying
I'm
we don't
clarifying.
have absolute knowledge.
We don't
I'm-
have certain
no, I'm
knowledge.
not.
I'm clarifying for Alex. That's what I'm saying.
Can you ask the original question? Because you spent 5 minutes talking. and
Okay,
I
so
don't
you
even
made
know
the
original
argument.
question anymore.
If humans have knowledge, we are not brains in a vat. Humans
Right.
have knowledge, therefore humans are not brains in a vat. Now, you now said that it doesn't require certainty for humans to have knowledge. You're granting that. So can you justify how premise 1 follows that us having knowledge means we're not brains in a vat, given certainty is not a requirement, or do you require the certainty? In which case I
No.
need you to justify premise 2 and show us that we do have that kind of knowledge.
Because even under fallibilism, you can't justify, if you're a brain in a vat, you can't justify your knowledge. Even under fallibilism.
And again, it's
And this is
appealed
an answer to the
constantly.
towel. Mark, do you understand how this is an answer to the question?
Yeah. So it's basically saying that I don't like it because we wouldn't be able to, do this if we were brains in a vat.
No.
We didn't ask
Everything
your
you're
feelings about it.
saying.
What was that fallacy
Even-
again? Appeal to consequences?
Appealed.
Are you guys having a
consequences,
conversation with yourself now? What's going on?
Yeah, you're not engaging, so we're gonna have a
Oh, okay.
1v1
Yeah,
here for now.
it's-
So
it's
you just
kind
don't
of-
like my answer, and now you guys want to make out. That's fine.
No, it's
Oh,
fallacious.
no, it's a fallacy.
Where's the
it's a
transgender
I
You're
thing?
making
think,
it
I
fallacious like
think,
that.
I think, Alex, what they're doing is they're breaking down what you're saying, and they're kind of recognizing it as not following. Because Corinth did mention premise 1 and then premise 2, and they're not. Doesn't sound like they're running in sync together.
So premise 2 is that we have knowledge. I'm saying that if we're a brain in a vat, you can't justify the second order claim that you have knowledge. So if we have knowledge at a second order, it's a second order claim. If we have knowledge, then we are not brains in a vat. Because
Okay, so
as a brain in a
it's
vat,
actually
you can't
humans have
justify
second
it.
order knowledge. We're not brains in a vat. Humans have second order knowledge. Therefore, we are not brains in a vat.
Well,
Okay, can you demonstrate me that second order knowledge claim you want?
so every first order knowledge claim is tied to a second order knowledge claim. When you say I know X, you're also saying that knowledge exists, right?
Yes, I know what
So-
second order knowledge is.
okay.
I want to know the second order
I'm
knowledge.
explaining it for
humans
the
have.
audience. I know you know. I know you're a smart guy. All
Let
right.
him finish, Corinth. Let
I
him
know
finish.
I'm smart. I don't know if you're smart. I'm not going to show you.
Go
that.
I
ahead,
was giving you a
Alex.
compliment. You're
Alex.
just a dick.
I'm not
Go
giving
ahead.
you a compliment.
Oh,
Oh, come on
boy,
now.
shut up. Corinth, let him finish, please. Alex, go ahead.
It's hard to keep a train of thought when I keep getting interrupted.
Yeah, it is.
Basically, the second when you make a first order knowledge claim, you're also making a second order knowledge claim that you have knowledge. So the only way to justify it, which is the entire argument, is through theonomous epistemology. If there is a God who created us in his image with purpose and sustains the world and sustains us and created us to know him and to know the world, then we can justify that. Under an autonomous epistemology, whether you're a brain in a vat, whether you have an infinitely powerful demon, although that's probably theistic, you can't justify this second order knowledge claim.
Can you tell me why
Oh,
the
you
second
can.
order knowledge claim can't be justified under the justificatory theory I posited?
Well, you're just asserting it. You're not
Again, I'm
just-
positing phenomenal conservatism.
Yeah,
You're
without
relying on the
justifying.
impossibility of the contrary. So you need to show that to be impossible for that to be true.
Correct.
You can't just say,
Yeah,
well, you're
so-
asserting it. I'm asserting a possible case, which you rely
No.
on being able to disprove.
So if we can assert things, that means that they are.
No, you're relying on impossibility of the contrary.
Yes.
How many times is that?
So, it's
if I show you
unjustified.
something that's
It's not possible if it's unjustified.
Okay, so justification relies on possibility.
No, I'm
So
saying that
you're
the
making
claim
a
of
circular
phenomenal
argument.
Wait, I have a
conservatism-
really easy example for this. Alex, are there a number of atoms in the sun? If I list off every single number, 1 to infinity, will I hit the number in the sun at one of those given points?
Sure.
So would it be true when I got to that number that that's the amount of atoms in the sun?
Yeah.
Am I justified in saying that?
Not under autonomous epistemology. You're not.
You're
Well,
saying that this is
under
false
any-
now. This is the contradiction here.
No.
I think you are
Because it's
justified,
unjustified.
yes, due to
It's
basic-
unjustified
basic-
here, which makes it false. Alex is affirming. It's
Well,
it
no,
means you
true.
don't have
it could
knowledge.
be.
Being
All right.
unjustified
All
is
right.
false.
I understand what you're saying now. It could be true, but you wouldn't know.
Sure.
But
Okay.
it is true that he would
Talking about
hit the
epistemology.
number of
Yeah,
atoms.
it's true.
If
That's
he
why
went from
justificatory theory.
if he
is
went
possible.
from 1 to infinity, it would be true that he would hit that number. That would be a true statement, and that would be true. And we have knowledge, even sort of due to basic reasoning, we have knowledge that it is justified that if he went through every number from 0 to infinity, he would hit the number of atoms in the sun, because that is a real number and an integer, and so we would hit it eventually, correct?
Well, you just missed the entire point of what Corinth was saying. Corinth was saying that it would be unjustified because he's just randomly going through numbers.
Yeah, I'm saying it's unjustified, but you're saying it's impossible because it's unjustified. Impossible means false. You both
I'm
affirmed
saying-
it's true that that's a number, and it's impossible if that's a number because it's
No, I'm saying that your
Contradiction.
claim. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not saying it's. I'm saying it's impossible to know it if it's unjustified.
okay. And that's just
You're
saying
you're not
justified
saying
theory.
knowledge. You agreed that it
You
wouldn't be
didn't
knowledge.
say
You said
so. It's just to be clear. This is off the topic that all the other views are impossible, and onto impossible to know them to be true. Is
Well,
that
if
where
you
we're at?
don't know them to be true, how?
Because you just pivoted to it. It's possible for something to be true and not to be known. Given the example of the amount of atoms in the sun, it can be unjustified and true. That means it's not knowledge, yet it's true. Something being unknown doesn't make it
No.
false.
You can't say it's
Which
true.
part
if
of that
it's
do you
not
disagree?
knowledge.
Which part of that do you disagree with?
The part that
We
you said
went-
it's true, but it's not knowledge.
Sure, I ran through all the number atoms in the sun. You agreed. I eventually hit that one. If I pointed at all of them, each individual cases, that's the
Yeah,
amount of atoms in the sun. I went to a true
You
statement.
wouldn't know the number.
It's not knowledge. That's a true statement. That's not
No.
knowledge.
You're saying it's a true statement is knowledge, a knowledge claim.
No, I'm not
No.
saying it's knowledge. I'm saying it's a true
Because this
statement. It's
is
just
the-
not knowledge.
You saying
says
it's
that
true
every
is saying I
time-
know it's true.
Yeah, the second order
Every
claim
time
here
he
is that
says-
one of the numbers is the amount
Right.
of atoms in the sun.
Right.
That's the second order claim here.
That's a
Yes.
first order claim.
That's the second order claim.
No.
Yes, that's what the second
Why
order
is that
claim
a
is
first
relying
order
on.
claim?
Because the second order claim that I'm talking about is about the existence of knowledge.
I think you should reread Reason for Reason
The
because you're
second
really
order claim
misunderstanding
is
what
the
Father
existence
Deacon and
of
Knives
knowledge.
wrote.
Great. So are you able to justify your
It's first
autonomous
order.
epistemology or not?
To the same degree that you're able to justify theonomous epistemology,
So
yes.
you're not.
To the
Thank you.
standard, if you say we
That's
can't
why it's
justify it, and we're
impossible.
justifying it to your
Yeah.
standard.
Oh, how are you
That's an
justifying
admission,
it?
just to be
Phenomenal
clear.
conservatism
Alex just
seems to be
admitted
true, so it's
he
true.
can't justify his own
No, I
belief.
didn't.
So
Because my
it's
answer was,
justified-
to the same degree you are able to justify it. And Alex's response to that is, so you can't justify
I
it.
obviously
So
disagree with
Alex
that.
tacitly
it's
admits here.
justified
I'm
on
saying
a
no, it's not
One-
tacitly. You're
one-
twisting my words.
One
I
mic
Okay,
said-
at a time,
explicitly, you're right.
gentlemen.
That's an explicit
I'm
admission.
explaining. No, not at all.
So,
You're playing
so I
word
say I
games.
can justify it to the same degree you can justify theonomous epistemology.
Right, and that
you say
wasn't my
so
answer
you
to
can't
you.
justify
That was
it.
not my answer to you, dumbass.
That was your question.
was.
That was my answer. That was my answer, dumbass. I'm telling you what I said.
Okay.
And then your statement to that was, so you can't justify
I was
it.
answering a separate question.
I love how you
as
try and
asked
call
your
me a
question.
dumbass when you misunderstand the conversation.
Okay.
So,
Is
So
it
I
good
again,
for you to know that you are
If
this
you're
much
not
lesser?
if you're not able to justify your epistemology, then we can move
You
on.
can
because
justify
the
it to the
argument
same
worked.
degree you can
yeah,
justify
so
yours.
I'll
Just
just
to
jump in
justify
here,
it.
guys. I'll just jump in here and say that I justify my epistemology on axioms which you in fact validate, Alex. So the axioms that I base them on are that my senses are true and that the laws of logic exist. Do you refute either of those axioms?
Yeah, axioms aren't justified
Okay, justify theonomous epistemology right now.
by the impossibility of the contrary.
You've already showed
never
that this is
showed
something you
the
can't show the
impossibility.
impossibility to. You're going to
I literally
second order
did.
knowledge claims, which is affirming theonomous epistemology.
can't
We're
justify
just
it.
bringing a circular argument. Do you
So
think
you get to
circular
justify
arguments are
it.
justified, Alex?
Not at all.
You know
So
that this
the
is what you're
imposs-
using, right? To justify that
Where's
that's
the
false?
circularity?
Okay, show me where you get to the impossibility of the contrary.
You
first.
made a claim. Show it.
Sure. I'm demonstrating this. Show me how you get
No,
to
you're
the
not.
impossibility of the
Show-
contrary.
So you're demonstrating by asking me questions.
Yes, because you said how am I demonstrating to you that
Show me the
your argument is
circularity. I've
circular?
given you the argument.
Okay, your argument
So
is just the
just
impossibility
say
of the
I
contrary. That's just
say-
axiomatic in that case. That's
Is
just
it- is
affirming
it po-
axioms.
Well, Corinth,
No,
just a
it's
second.
not.
Is it possible that all of these things like intelligibility, morality, all of these things are made up of sort of energy fields that we can't detect, can't see, but are infinitely powerful to be able to provide those to us? Is that possible?
No,
Why not?
because in order for them to give, for you to access them, you would have to know them, or you would have to have a revelation from someone who does.
Can you
They're
tell me
just
why
being directly
accessing
to
something is
you.
what's required for it to be true?
It's not in order for you to know it to be true.
So it's possible. It's just unaccessible.
So it's possible.
No,
Possible.
no.
Why is it not
if you
possible?
can't know it to be true,
If
it's
you're not
possible.
affirming, it's impossible if you can't access it. And your only thing is you can't access
No,
it there.
You're
You're not affirming
It's
it's
unjustified.
impossible.
It's not possible. We've already went through this.
That's
Why-
not showing this
why-
is impossible. That's showing
that's
it's
not showing
unjustified, which is a
impossible.
second order
Right.
claim. The
Right.
first order claim is what we're asking you, Alex. Is it possible first orderly? Is this thing able to
No,
be the case?
because when you make the
Then
first
you're
order
pivoting to
claim,
second
as we
order
already
claims.
agreed, shut up. Let me answer. When
Are you
you
gonna
make
answer
the
this time?
first, when you make the first order knowledge claim, you're also
doesn't answer
making
my
the
question, by
second
the way.
order knowledge claim. You said it's only first order. I'm showing you that it's
Hey.
also second order.
It's
Wait,
not
you
second order. The
wanted
way
to
we're at, the
separate
question we're
first
asking you is
and
the
second
first
before.
order claim. Your claim is second order knowledge.
And I need to.
You don't
read it.
understand
I
what
need to
first
go
order and
back to it.
second order knowledge is.
Okay.
Second order knowledge is when you're affirming the first order claim this is true. You
No.
can say that
I-
it's not able. You have no access to knowing
When-
if it's true or
when you
not.
say
Which I
knowledge
agree.
exists-
You don't know many things.
When you
But
say
we're
knowledge,
asking you about the
exists, is that a
first
second
order claim
knowledge
here.
claim?
That
Your
ignorant-
claim is second order. You don't understand the
When you
terms
say
you're
that
using.
knowledge exists, is that a second order knowledge claim?
Yeah, that's a second order knowledge claim.
Okay.
When you
Still
affirm it,
haven't heard
the
why
affirmation of it is. Let's asking about
trans-
the first order aspect.
When you
Alex.
say I know X, does that mean you're saying knowledge exists?
I still haven't heard
Think
why
that's fine.
the transcendent energy field is impossible. You still haven't showed that. You're basically saying,
Because
hey,
it's not
then it's
revelatory.
knowledge. Sure it is. It gets
not-
beamed directly to you.
Okay, so it's God.
So,
No, it's not an agent. It's got an agent.
it's not a mind. which
Okay.
is what you two used as a definition. It's
So
intentional
why
in
is
that
it
case.
impossible, Alex? Why aren't you answering this? Why is it impossible?
So-
You said the
So
impossible.
how does
It's the
something
contrary?
without knowledge give you knowledge? Tell me that.
It just simply has the knowledge contained in it, but no mind.
Okay, gotcha. So God.
Yeah,
This
so
is an
how is it
argument for- this is-
impossible?
One
This
second,
is it.
Alex
This is
is
it. You
anonymous.
know
This
why?
falls
You know
under
why it's
anonymous
impossible to the
epistemology.
contrary. This is the reason why Alex says it's impossible
No,
to the contrary. And
this-
it's a big circular argument. He'll say God is the
Just
only
appeal
thing
to
that
the
can
audience,
provide
Mark.
it.
That's cool.
Everything else that could provide it is impossible because it's God. Is that correct?
That's how you know when you're down bad, when you appeal to the audience.
Yeah, keep telling yourself.
Just to
that,
be
buddy.
clear, also, since you point out the last fallacy, let me point out one. Alex just tried
sure.
to do an argument from ignorance there. In order to justify his claim, he's trying to appeal to, we don't know the answer, therefore the other answer is false.
He's not saying you
Correct.
don't
That's
know
a
it.
fallacy, by the way.
He's not saying you don't know it. He's saying you can't justify it. So it's
When
not-
he's saying we can't
Yeah.
justify it, that's him saying we don't know it. And he's saying it's false
Not
because
saying
we
we
can't
It's not
justify
saying
it.
you don't know it.
We don't know it.
It's not saying you don't know it. It's saying you can't justify it.
Yeah.
Alex,
So
are you
I
saying we
still-
don't know the second order knowledge claims?
At the second order,
Okay, so Jeff, he is saying that, just to be clear.
but at the first order.
Alex,
you
it's
can go
generally a good tactic to not contradict your debate partner when he's trying to bail you out.
well,
of the whole you
considering
keep
we
thinking
had
for yourself.
considering we had one day to prepare this together, and nobody else would fill his spot because they all hate your guts, then yeah, I get it. I understand.
I'm a hateable person.
All
We didn't
right.
even prepare for this, Alex. Isn't that embarrassing?
Yeah,
You guys definitely aren't on the same page.
yeah, we are
Guarantee
because we're both
that.
we're vibing right
You
now.
are-
We're
you are
seeing-
worlds
You're
apart.
not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Where is that contradiction?
Alex, I can
Corinth,
leak you our
Corinth, you're not a
entire DMs
determinist,
if you
right?
want to.
Okay.
What?
No, I'm not a determinist. You okay with that? Mark, if
I'm not a determinist
No,
either.
we don't. We're not going to go that route, Corinth. We're not.
I'm just
gonna
saying
go that
it's
route.
2 messages.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't say you guys like
No,
sat
it's
there
okay.
and
Let's
planned
not
this
get
out all
passionate.
together.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's because we're not on the same page on every little detail that's somehow
No, he's saying that you actually contradicted what Jeff said, and it kind of actually works to your disadvantage in part of the argument.
right.
That's what
And-
he's saying.
Yeah, and
And
so
giving you
when
advice.
Mark
say
and Mark
you're
and
a
Mark said the world was
determinist.
deterministic, which I know Corinth
No, I
doesn't
didn't.
agree with.
No, I didn't.
No, he
So
said
this is the
possibly
problem. Every
deterministic.
time we
Which
say,
I agree
is
with.
it
So
possible
nobody wants to
that
make a
this
claim
is
on that
the
side.
case? Every
Let's
time we
do
say
a reset,
is-
gentlemen.
Yeah, I
just-
just want to
just,
get this out.
Let
quickly.
me reset you guys. Then we'll start with you, Mark. Just a big shout out. There's over 130 of you out there watching. Please be sure wherever you are watching from, hit the like, subscribe, share. Don't forget, we will open the panel up in a little bit. Outside of that, Mark, to you, please.
Yes. So just because we say, hey, you're saying on the impossibility of the contrary, and we bring up these things that we say, hey, this is a contrary, and you have to show it's impossible because that's a really bold claim. You're saying, oh, well, that's what you believe. You think this. No, when we bring up a contrary, we're simply saying that, hey, we don't believe your claim that everything contrary is impossible because you can't show that. So it doesn't necessarily, I don't have to believe it in order for it to contradict you and still be possible. So that's why I brought up determinism, because you said, hey, there are 2 options, accidents or a God. And that is a false dichotomy because I can bring up something else.
I might have misheard you, but I'll go back and look after the debate. I thought you
Sure.
said I believe that the universe is deterministic. And I'm sorry if I
Well,
misheard you.
Generally, yeah. Do you think the universe is deterministic?
Sorry,
At least
it-
Is that your
Well,
claim or
I'm
not? I
talking
don't get
about
it.
the physical properties of the universe. Like, do you think that most things like physics are determined?
In a physical sense, sure. And if all there is
Okay.
physical, then you're really got some
Okay.
problems there.
Well, no. I'm just saying, like, if physical things, it's at least partly deterministic, isn't it?
Sure.
There you go.
But that was not your position. Anyway, the reason
take
you
a
asked me a
position.
question.
What? No, my position was that your claim that it's either accidental or God
Right.
is a false dichotomy. That was my position.
So you're taking an approach where it's this universe that has all the attributes of God and can do all the things of God, but isn't God.
I never
That's how
said
you're
that.
saying that's a contrary.
No, one of the
that's not.
things
the
that
last
it didn't
example.
have in that case, and Mark can contradict me here if I'm wrong. It's not intentional. It's not a mind beaming to you, but it's still
Correct.
revealing it to you. It's still
It's not an
revelatory.
agent. And
Notice
if you
how we
paid
didn't prep
attention
and
to
we're not
my
contradicting.
So the question is,
just note.
how you would
Well, I
know
want to
that.
answer it because you asked me. If
All
you
right.
paid attention to my introduction, I said that a God has to be an agent. It has to have intentionality, and I don't think the universe does.
So you're saying that this random, this universe that is random, that doesn't have any intentionality, is giving you access to knowledge.
I
It's at
didn't
least
say it was
possibly the
random.
case, which means that your argument,
You wouldn't
it's
be able
the
to know it.
impossibility of the contrary is false.
No, because if you
It's
say
revealing
that
it to us, so it's this giving a second
if
order
you say
justification.
it's
just to be
possible, it's a
clear.
knowledge claim.
Okay.
No,
And you're
no,
when you say it's
absolutely
impossible,
not.
that's a knowledge
second
claim.
order knowledge claim.
Absolutely
When you're saying
not.
it's impossible,
No.
that's a knowledge claim. Can you justify the impossibility here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you guys disagree? Mark, what was that? You said no?
Yeah,
I
well,
also
if
said
you
no.
claim knowledge over something, you're not. So if I say, hey, it's possible that my wife is in the kitchen or in the living room, that's not a knowledge claim.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking about?
So you don't know that it's possible.
Well, it's a knowledge claim about the possibility, but it's not a knowledge claim about the actuality.
All right. That's
See,
what
I
said.
understood what Mark meant there, unlike you. We agree on both of those cases.
All right. Now, if you make that knowledge claim, you have a second order knowledge claim that knowledge exists. So in this universe, if it could be true, but you didn't know it, then it's actually not possible because you're making a knowledge claim and then saying you don't know how you know it.
If
Not that you don't know how you know, but
true and you don't
This
know
doesn't
it,
follow.
then
That's a non sequitur.
it's not possible. That's ridiculous.
It's
That is.
so you're in
Yeah,
this universe.
Since you're using
No,
modal
I
logic,
want to address that.
Gentlemen, I kind of want to ask, and Mark, I'll let you address it if you so choose. But I
Sure.
want to ask: is there a way to move beyond the first order second order argument and kind of dive in another direction, or does it kind of stop
Well-
on this note and nothing else kind of comes beyond it?
It's sort of crazy. We both agree. We all of us agree that first order knowledge is a thing. Like we just keep getting dragged back to it by Alex, who sort of says, well, if you have to show that the impossibility of anything else but the God in order to justify this first order knowledge, then I get to like hammer it with you. And I don't think it's really a problem because we all agree on it, that first order knowledge exists.
Mhm.
Do you agree that second order knowledge exists? Because this
Yes.
very statement, I agree that first order.
Well,
knowledge
I would
exists
have
is a
liked to
second
address
order knowledge
the
claim.
claim that Alex made, that if you don't know it, then it's not. If you don't have knowledge of it, then it's not possible. And I think that that's ridiculous. I have no knowledge that a tree would fall in the forest if I don't, hear it, see it, whatever. But I think it's possible.
Right, but you're making a worldview claim. And if you're inside of this worldview that you've made up, you're saying it's possible that this worldview is true. And under that worldview, you would then be making a second order knowledge claim by saying that. So you now have to justify that second order knowledge claim. And I'm saying you can't.
You're
in that
arguing
rule.
that the falsity of it, not the impossibility of it, though, which is not your claim.
No,
You're saying
so
we don't have epistemic access to our view. If you're saying then it's
Mhm.
necessarily false, that's an appeal to ignorance, which is a fallacy, Alex. Is the best you can come up with a fallacy, or are you going to make a coherent argument?
It's got
First of all, you didn't hear anything I just said, because
I just heard everything you said.
if you're in this worldview and you're doing a critique of this worldview and you say it's possible that this worldview is true, that is a knowledge claim. So now you've moved on from possibility.
Yeah, you're doing an epistemic limitation, which is what I just said, Alex. I understood what you said.
So if you can't know it under this worldview, then it's not possible. I've repeated myself
No,
3
that's
times.
not how that works, because I can
Okay.
clarify this again for you. This is a fallacy. It's called an appeal to ignorance. Because you don't know this, because you have that epistemic limitation, therefore it is false. This is a fallacy. Or Alex, do you have an argument that's non-fallacious to justify God, or is this the
I've
best you
repeated
can
myself
bring?
3 times now.
You have repeated the
This is not
fallacy
going
3
anywhere.
times, and I'm walking you through how it's a fallacy. Do I need to put you on a leash so I can dog walk you through this a little bit closer?
You would actually really enjoy putting a guy on a leash.
I do
Stop
like
it,
putting guys on
boys.
leashes and embarrassing
Yeah.
them. I love
Yeah,
dog
Yeah,
walking.
think
you're a
we've
freak.
Sort of
I understand that.
shown. I think we keep asking, like, can you demonstrate that every contrary is impossible for this claim that only God can provide this knowledge? And I don't hear any kind of refutation for that. All I'm hearing is, you repeating it's the impossibility of the contrary. I don't understand how you can demonstrate that.
I think you
See, because that's
understood-
something that he can't justify, but is knowledge to him. That's special
I
pleading.
think that you understood the argument as I put it, because I put everything into two categories to try to make a dichotomy.
Which
You
is
tried
rejected
to.
as a false dichotomy from the beginning.
I was literally just getting to that. If you could shut up for more than 2 seconds. I literally was just about to say, before I got interrupted and lost my train of thought, that you tried to create a scenario that wasn't either of those to make it a false dichotomy. And my argument against that was that it actually did fall under the theistic, the theonomist category.
And we've given you the distinction. We've given you a non-revelatory case, and we've given you a non-intentional.
Yeah, but the non-revelatory case doesn't work. As
and we've also given you a revelatory,
haven't.
non-intentional
Give you
case.
cases that
No.
don't
We've
work.
given you both of those.
The
Show
revelatory.
how they fail. Give us
I
how
literally
they fail.
we just had this conversation for.
You showed
30,
how we
40
have
minutes of wild
epistemic
stuff.
limitations in them. We can have that second
You're
order
just not
epistemic
getting it.
limitation of it. That doesn't show it to be false. That's the fallacy I keep telling you you're committing. And I can show you. I can
No.
pull it up on stream for you if you want. What an
I-
argument
and
from ignorance is, Alex.
The secret that he's not saying is that he has the same epistemic limitations, because any going
Not in
through
the Christian
any
worldview.
fallible human at least gives some chance of fallibility, even if that is to a god. You
It's
still
not even
have
the
to go
argument.
through that fallible gate.
Do you think that's why he won't answer us about any questions we ask him?
Oh,
when he
absolutely.
keeps pivoting?
Absolutely.
I think that's true.
I've literally only been answering your questions this entire time. But
No, you've been trying to pivot off
No,
and ask
you've
us
been
questions when we ask
asking
you
us
questions.
questions. Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to give Jeff the ability, if you wanted to chime in, because you've been pretty quiet, and I just wanted to make sure you had the space.
Sure, Jeff. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea.
Yeah, get me in. Did you either one of you want to try cross-examine me, and we'll try to go through some of this? I mean,
You can, Corinth. That's no problem.
Do you want to have been pressing really hard on Alex? Do you want me
sorry?
to?
Yeah, yeah. go
Jeff, sure. Jeff, do you agree that it's every other worldview is impossible?
every other worldview, logically, it could be logically possible.
Okay, so if we think that this is at least logically possible, what do we have to affirm one view over the other?
We would have to look for coherency and make sure everything doesn't contradict itself. There would be reasoning, things like that.
Okay, so in, say, the case we gave earlier of the nominalism with some deterministic, some degree of determinism in the universe, what part of that either doesn't have that coherency or any of the other conditions do you think that would falsify it?
I think you're going to have trouble with spatial relations and the way that we perceive things, how things are perceived, metaphysics, explaining the existence of these in the world. While they may be the case, no one would be able to have the mouse sounds to explain it. So the epistemology and metaphysics are necessary for a structure, I would say. And that would have to be revealed.
For the case of when this is the property of all the particulars here, they abide by their themselves. They can't be in some other place or not themselves simultaneously, and they can't be anything other than themselves or not themselves. That'll be an argument for three laws of logic as the properties of those things. What limitation do we have to be able to see that right now?
To see the laws of logic?
Yeah, why can't we look at that, say, okay, it's following those three properties. We know that thing at least is following those three properties currently.
Now, how do we know that they're following those three things?
Observation, empiricism.
So how do I know that my sense data is fallible or infallible?
I don't think it's infallible. There's the possibility of sense data being wrong.
Okay.
But that's something true of all systems. When you go to church and you hear the person preaching to you about God, preaching the gospel, and you read the Bible, if you're a Protestant, your sense data there is also fallible in the same sense. So I'm not sure why we get past that epistemic limitation in that case, whether it be through the Protestant with sola scriptura or the Orthodox through faith and praxis in the church, or if we're talking about it in the sense of an empiricist saying, I have the sense data to see the rock is gray.
Yeah, so we would first ask, how do we know? Let's just say, okay, fine, every sense data is somewhat fallible, how would we demonstrate anything to be universally true or possible?
You can take a nominalist approach where all things are just properties of particulars, and then we try and categorize those things. We arbitrarily try and define a universal in air quotes by seeing a bunch of things that follow this same given property, and we say, oh, these all things are alike in that sense.
Does the nominalist think that these things would exist even if we didn't exist or have the ability to describe these things?
It's at least possible for nominalists too. There might be some nominalist that's a pure idealist. I'm not sure if that they actually exist, but that's not a requirement, at least.
It's not a requirement. So which position would you take? Would you say that it's absolutely necessary, or can there be contradictions if we don't have the ability to describe contradictions?
Can there be is going to be like a modal statement, and that modal statement's already existing outside of logic. It's an extra logical modality to affirm that, which I'm not sure is something that's entirely coherent to affirm in of itself. It might be the case that this is just an epistemic limitation of humanity itself.
So if we just stopped existing today, there could be logical contradictions tomorrow?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Again,
so these things, you would say that these things do exist outside of our perception, I would say.
Yeah, I think the nominalist is going to think they're properties of that given thing. The rock itself has a list of properties, and some of those properties are going to be it's itself, it's not itself, it's can only be itself or not itself. To say that that's mind dependent, maybe us verbalizing that, us saying that, or us thinking that of it as itself would be mind dependent, but that thing itself would exist and it would still exhibit those properties.
Yeah, so I would say the words that we use to describe the thing and the metaphysics of consciousness, our perception, these are all presupposing knowledge. And we're saying, how do we ground that if we just think, what's the nominalist take on where does knowledge come from? How do we justify it philosophically?
Well, I don't think senses would be presupposing, because my senses come to me directly. I'm not sort of saying, hey, they exist before getting evidence or some kind of justification for them. People have described this as properly basic beliefs, and I'm kind of on the fence about that. But the fact that I feel pain whether or not I want to. It's not unjustified that my senses are there. The question is whether my senses are real, whether they describe something real. But I don't get, if I sort of believe that my senses are real and you affirm that, you say, hey, yeah, our senses are real, I don't then get why we would go back and treading, oh, well, are the senses real? I don't get why that would be the case.
Well, if it's, let's just say it's like an AI simulation or something like that, or,
sure,
maybe it's real to you, maybe it seems to be real, maybe that seems to be the case, but can it be demonstrated to be real, or are you hallucinating?
Do you believe that?
No, I'm just asking.
Then why, if we have an axiom, a starting point, like both you and I agree that the senses are real, then why go back and retread all of that? Like, for instance, take maths. A lot of maths is based upon these axioms, right? Like, they're basically statements that are true inside of mathematics. Like, why go back if we agree on that? Then why go back and revisit it?
I'm not sure we have yet, because I'm not sure I've heard a justification for it. Like you said,
my senses.
I think it's real, but how do you know you're not just like a simulation? Like, this is just all just a program, and you're just a computer program. Like, how do you know that?
So I know it because I have enough evidence and justification that they are real. They appear to be real. They come to me directly. I don't have control over them. That there's evidence there that they are real, right? And there's no evidence that they are false, that I'm a brain in a vat or whatever. So when you say, are they justified? Well, yeah, more justified than they're not.
So what would be your justification? I'm just curious.
Well, they come to me directly. I feel them directly. I don't have to go out and I can't turn them off. That they are sense data that's coming to me, and the only sense data I have. I don't have any other sense data to use.
So you have to forgive me. I mean, it seems like you were beating up my partner for being circular, but doesn't that also sound circular to you? I have these feelings, therefore I have these feelings, and that's how I justify them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you not hear the fallibility of knowledge, the Munchausen trilemma? Everything either goes back to dogmatic assertion, circular reasoning, or infinite regress. That is the limitations of knowledge. Now, here's the thing. I don't have absolute knowledge, and this is where I have to point out. So do you think either you are absolutely certain or you have no knowledge whatsoever?
Do I think I'm absolutely certain all the time? No, I'm sure I'm wrong about things. I'm sure I get
so
things
do
wrong.
You think there can be a spectrum in between no knowledge and absolute certainty?
I think that absolute certainty can exist, possibly. Just because I don't have access to it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Oh, well, no, that's not what I asked, Jeff. I asked if do you think there can be sort of, levels of knowledge in between, no idea and, I'm absolutely certain of this.
Again, I think that there can be an absolute certainty. I'm just saying that me personally, I might not be able to have access to it.
That's not what I asked. Do you think there's levels of
Can you
confidence?
explain the question?
I'm trying to. So when we sort of say, when I say, hey, I know this, right? I might be very, very sure of it. I might be, I pretty well know it. Or I might be, I think this is the case, right? Like, I know they're in the other room or something. So do you think that there is a spectrum of knowledge, of sort of confidence of claims in between not knowing at all and having absolute certainty of something?
I think that there is absolute certainty that exists, whether or not I have access to it or not.
It doesn't answer the question.
Okay. I mean, you could tell
I didn't
me
ask you if absolute certainty exists. Did I ask you that?
You asked me if there was a spectrum. I'm saying I believe that there is absolute certainty, that you can have thing can be absolutely true, that there is. So
I didn't mention truth.
Okay, certain, whatever, absolute knowledge, whatever. There is an objective truth. This glass can't be anything else other than a glass, right? It's not like a puff of smoke or something. Am I absolutely certain about that? I mean, it looks like a glass. It feels like a glass. I can be pretty certain that it's a glass, but I guess I could be wrong.
So you think knowledge claims can be made without absolute certainty?
I think you can make speculation, sure.
Well, didn't you claim to know that the glass exists, but you don't have absolute certainty?
I said I have absolute certainty that it's in my hand because it's here and there it is. Look, that's a glass, right? But what I'm saying is, just because I think an objective truth exists, me saying I don't have full access to it, doesn't say anything. So I can say, sure, maybe there's a spectrum. Maybe I can be wrong about something. That doesn't mean that there's an objective truth to it.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm pointing out is that knowledge claims can be made with varying levels of certainty. Would you agree with that?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. That's their entire point that Alex seems to disagree with.
We literally weren't talking about the difference between infallibilism and fallibilism. This entire time I granted fallibilism.
Then you go back into the second order claim, which is begging infallibilism again.
No, it's not.
Okay, can the second order claim be false?
It needs to be justified, but not even a fallibilist would
is
say
that the possibility being false?
The
possibility being false. A fallibilist will say is a possibility of being false,
and it's still being true.
Yes, things can be
doesn't make
possible.
any sense.
It actually does. And I can explain this.
No, it doesn't.
I'll explain this to you. So in modal logic, necessarily A implies A. That's one of the proofs of that. but it's not the case that A implies necessarily A. That would be a variation of affirming the consequent in modal terms.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a proper way of putting that.
So
But this
when
is to
you
say
buy-
that things that are and necessary just means not possibly not. So to say necessarily A implies A, but it's not the case that A implies not necessarily not A, which means A doesn't mean not possibly not A.
If you want to say that you can know things at the second order and be wrong about them, then that's fine. We don't have to talk about that. But if we want to talk about infallibilism, I have a very, very simple analogy. If you were to buy a lottery ticket, right, or even say a raffle ticket where there's 1 billion people in the raffle, everybody gets one ticket, you buy your ticket. If you buy that ticket, the odds of you losing are extremely high, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's say they pull the ticket. So there's an ontological truth of the matter out there. They pull the ticket, they put it in an envelope so nobody actually saw it. The winner's going to get called the next day, but there is an actual winner. Can you know that your ticket is a losing ticket?
You can't be certain
Okay.
of it.
Wait.
You can't be certain of it.
So you can
Again,
know
just to
it.
be clear, you have a justified false
Okay.
belief, which isn't going
Correct.
to be you knowing the thing. You're
So
just
it's
wrong
true
on
then.
the thing.
So what
No, I
you're
just said it's
basically saying
false. Did
is
you not
it's
listen to what I'm
just-
saying?
So
It's-
Wait, I
it's
just want to know.
you can
justified-
know
Wait,
that
can
you
I
have
ask
a
one
losing
quick question
ticket
thing? Alex, when I said it's false, then why did you hear so it's true?
because you're contradicting yourself. You're saying you can.
That's not me contradicting yourself. You're just affirming that it's true.
You heard it
Alex, I
here.
want to know why you're
Alex,
this
to
stupid.
me, it sounds like Corinth he's establishing the difference between knowing and uncertainty. Corinth, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that that's his
You know
kind of, there's
Yeah,
a
I'm-
distinguishment there.
Grant,
I'm saying that you can have a justified belief in
Alright.
it being false. Now, that's what Alex
Granted.
is trying to say. They have a justified belief because of the probability of the lottery ticket not being there. And when one of the tickets wins, then your justified false belief, you saying, well, I know that's the ticket there. I agree. They
Yes.
were wrong in that. They were false. They didn't have knowledge. They didn't know that.
Just,
Because it's a
just
false
say
belief.
hang on. I just
Wait.
want to add something. Just say it's the winning
I wanna
ticket. Just
go-
say you won. And I just want to show the contrary to this. Just say you won. And in
Okay.
fact, you are justified in thinking that you lost because of the vast odds that you didn't win. That knowledge claim, which you would be justified in making, would be false, right? Because you
Right.
actually won,
Thank
because it is not a true belief. Right.
That's
But
where
I
I was
don't
going to go
get
next.
I don't get how that gets you to you knowing whether or not the state of that ticket makes it a true or false belief.
Because if you say, as Corinth said, that you can know that it's a losing ticket, but then
I
they
didn't
call
say
the
that.
winner.
I said the opposite of that, Alex.
He didn't say that. He said you can't.
This
know.
is why I went on you and said, why did you hear this thing
can't
that I
know?
didn't say?
So you
No, I
can't
said
know.
you can.
Well, you
a
can
lot of
know.
people are going to know these things. One of the people is going to be wrong. That's what I told you. I'm not sure what part of that you missed.
Your ticket, you have this raffle ticket. Do you know it's a losing ticket? Yes or no?
If it's the losing ticket, I know it's a losing ticket. If it's
Not
not,
what I
was
asked you.
wrong. I'm
Not what I
answering.
asked
I'm
you.
answering because it's a loaded question.
Yes.
So I'm
then
gonna-
you're not.
So you
Yeah,
can
you're
tell
not
me what
loaded
part of this.
questions
When I
with
finish my
responders.
sentence, you can tell me what part this is an answer.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, if it's false, if it's the false belief, if it is the winning ticket, I was incorrect about my previous statement. If I
Yes.
was correct about it, if it was a losing ticket, then I didn't know it was a losing ticket.
And you
Okay.
did have knowledge, yeah.
Which part of this is not an answer to the question because that's what you
I
just
gave
said.
you an analogy. I said
Yes,
based,
and I addressed the analogy and I gave you both sides of the counterfactual.
based on the
Then you
information I
said that's not
gave
an answer to
you.
the question.
Based on the information I gave you, do you know it? Yes or no?
Not
Won't
necessarily.
answer.
Not
Oh,
necessarily.
okay. So you
It
don't
depends.
know. Yes or
it
no?
depends. It
That doesn't
depends.
follow. Saying not necessarily
All right.
doesn't
It
mean
de-
no.
Great.
Look,
Actually,
look,
this is perfect. No,
Alex,
Mark,
Alex,
no.
Alex,
Let me-
Alex.
no,
No,
Corinth
I
just said
want to
something.
say
I need to
something. I've
address
been
it.
listening to
Alright,
you.
alright,
I want to
alright,
say
Great, but I've been
something.
talking to Corinth.
It depends on the ontology of that ticket, whether it is in a state that is winning or losing. If it was a losing
matter.
ticket, you would have knowledge.
It
If
does
it
matter
was a
because-
winning ticket,
No.
then you wouldn't have knowledge
Because-
because it was not a true belief.
You're saying you know things under fallibilism, right?
Yes.
Why
Yes.
don't you say not necessarily then?
That's what fallibilism is itself saying. It's not a certain belief.
So whenever you say you know things, then it's not
It's without
yes or no,
certainty.
it's not necessarily.
It's without certainty.
Yeah. So you
That's
don't
all
know
saying not necessarily
This
means.
is so retarded.
Alex,
I
you are the
see
I
what-
asked
I-
you if you know
So, Alex,
things.
I can give you a really easy example here. If
No.
what
I
you're saying
asked
is
you if
true,
you know things
Alex,
under
I'm giving you an
fallibilism,
example.
and you're
here.
saying
I'm giving
yes,
you
and
some-
then now you're saying not
Alex,
necessarily.
I'm giving you
He's
the way
not-
you can
I
prove me and
see-
Mark stupid.
Hold on, Alex, because I see what Corinth is trying to kind of iterate out to you. And so it like having uncertainty is still uncertainty, but I could still know something, but I could still be proven wrong that my knowledge was wrong.
That's fine.
Corinth, right. So Corinth, if you wanted to, you said you had an example. I
so-
think that would help.
I'll use an example Alex loves to do. I went to go get gas earlier today. I filled my tank all the way up. I parked it. The gas station's right at the corner there. I can say, I know I have a full tank of gas. Now, it's entirely possible some teenager went and joyridden my car, drove it around, brought it back with no gas. Because of that possibility, Alex is saying no one can now say, if there's a possibility of someone joyriding your car, that you know you have a full tank of gas. If anyone out there is saying, I have a full tank of gas, I need you to show me the impossibility of your gas tank springing a leak. Because that's what Alex's view is here. You can't know you have a tank of gas in your car.
But you're saying no. But then when I ask you about the lottery example, you're saying not necessarily.
Correct.
You're
Yeah.
So
trying to get
it's
out of the
kind of-
problem I put you in.
No,
It's
it's
not a
basically
problem.
saying.
So then originally,
It's not
hold
a
on.
problem. Alex.
Originally, when I ask you if you know that you have gas in your tank, your answer shouldn't be I know it. Your answer should be not necessarily.
No, I know
So-
it, but not necessarily. That's why I'm an infallibilist, Alex. I don't know a part of this you're not understanding.
I think what Corinth is trying to say is his knowledge is still kind of limited to what
So-
he knows, but there are still
Yeah.
external forces that still could be
That's
out
fine.
there that would come in.
I
Then
can
the answer
explain
to
something
my
using
question-
modal logic since
the
Alex
The
problem
wants
answer
to
to
yeah,
my
talk as a
question about the
philosophy
raffle
fan
is
for a
yes.
minute.
Then
No,
You
it's
can
not
know
yes. It's not necessarily. I'm explaining to you how it's not.
but then all right.
Alex,
So
you acting
no,
incredulous
you're not
here
getting
is
it.
an argument
You're
from
literally
incredulity.
not getting it.
Mark, have you been keeping
I don't
track? Because
think
I'm
you
on
are.
like his sixth
Yeah.
fallacy, sixth distinct
You're-
one.
Yeah, I
You're
know.
saying you
So
know
the
something,
problem is
not
that
necessarily.
you're
But then
mixing
the
up
answer, yes, that you know it's
epistemology
a raffle
with
question.
ontology. You're
Completely
basically
bad.
going to, well, you have to have the ontology in order to justify your epistemology. And that's sort of what you're saying. It has to
Literally what
be
you
the
just did too.
actuality. What? No. What,
You're
how?
saying if, because you said if it's true, then I know it. If it's not true, then I know it. That means you have to have access to the ontology. To know.
Is the truth of something,
So-
is
so
the
bad.
knowledge that you have pivoted on the truth of something?
That's literally what you just said I was doing, but you're doing it.
Alex,
now.
answer the question.
I believe so. Yes. Here's the thing: infallibilism
Then
is a
it
tough
is
debate.
entirely justified to say that whether or not something is true gives you the knowledge of it.
Wait, say that again.
Like if I say, oh, Alex goes out clubbing on the weekend because I see he comes in hungover or something like that, right? I make a knowledge claim. Whether or not that is actually knowledge, not just the claim, but whether or not it is knowledge, hinges upon whether it is actually true that you do that or not. Correct?
Yeah.
So in the raffle example, when we say, well, I know I lost because everybody loses, everybody loses it, that is justified. But whether or not it is knowledge, not just a knowledge claim, but whether or not it is knowledge entirely hinges upon the ticket in the envelope being a winning ticket or a losing ticket. Correct?
Exactly my point.
There you go.
No, so you have to have
There we go.
access to the winning ticket, which in this raffle
You don't have
analogy
to have
No,
access
is
to it. We've given you the answer to not needing to have access to it, which is not necessarily.
okay.
You're making an
Not
argument
necessarily,
contingent on
yeah.
it.
Because you're saying
you're-
that without
And you can't
access
say yes
the
to
ticket,
any knowledge claim.
your
have to say
access
not
to the
necessarily.
ticket.
Things can be
You're
not
saying-
necessarily true, but also true. Those are things
You're
that are
saying-
possible under modal logic. You
Right,
just don't
you're
know what you're
saying-
talking
No,
about.
because you don't have access to the ontology.
Alex,
so it's
Alex,
not
you don't
necessary.
know the words you are using because you are stupid.
Okay.
Sorry,
Alex,
Mark,
no,
I'll stop.
please don't do that. Please don't do insults. It makes me uncomfortable. The thing is, you're saying that if I do not have access to the truth or falsity of that statement, so if I don't know if it's a winning or a losing ticket, then I cannot be a winner of that lottery. or a loser of that lottery?
No, you can't know it.
What?
Yeah, if you don't have access to the truth of the matter, then you don't know if it's true or not. It's pretty simple.
Yes. Yes, but you're saying that you cannot have knowledge, right? You cannot be right about that ticket being a losing ticket if you don't know the state of it. And what we're saying is that whether you have knowledge at that time you make a knowledge claim is entirely dependent on whether the ticket is a winning ticket or a losing ticket. But you're trying to say then you can't have that knowledge. You do if in fact that ticket is a losing ticket. That is true.
How do you know if you have that knowledge if you don't have access to the ticket?
How do you know you don't have that knowledge?
If you don't have access to the ticket.
Notice him pivoting to second order knowledge claims to get off the first order knowledge claim, which he's caught on.
So but when you say I know, you're making a second order knowledge claim, right?
Well, the knowledge claim could be incorrect, couldn't it?
Okay. You're still making a second order.
Could it be incorrect? Could it be incorrect?
Yes, that's why you don't know it.
Yeah, so this is really basic stuff. As it turns out, that knowledge claim was false, correct?
Yeah, so it's kind of like you have to be infallible in order to know it or not.
Alex, can you tell me how we get from not necessarily A to not A? Can you tell me which rule of inference you're using or which modal logic axiom you're using?
You can use that as an answer, but you're not being consistent.
I am being consistent now, because when you're saying the inconsistency is I'm saying not necessarily.
Do you know your name is Corinth? I don't know if that's your real name, but do you know that you're using?
I actually don't know my name is Corinth. It's not my real name.
Yeah, that's why so do you know that your username on this debate is Corinth?
Yeah, not necessarily. Again, I'm giving you both cases.
Alex,
notice how you're pivoting again. Notice the pivot that just happened as I try and ask Alex a question. He's unable to engage because it breaks his own mental model.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not
earlier you weren't caveating this with not necessarily. You only started doing this when I brought up my analogy because you knew it gave you a problem.
It doesn't give me a problem.
That's why you started adding not necessarily.
So just to be clear, I can clarify this for everyone else that's a little bit smarter than Alex. When we're saying infallibilism, that bakes into it the not necessarily. Or fallibilism, that bakes into it not necessarily.
Okay.
Because fallibilism is saying it's without certainty.
And be
necessarily is saying that this is always going to be the case. I am being consistent because
because with my raffle analogy, just say yes.
Hold on, Alex. Let him finish his thought.
But again, notice how Alex is still pivoting off of the question I asked him because he's unable to answer it. Alex, can you answer the one question I asked you right now?
You're a snake. You're not.
Can you answer the question I asked you, or are you going to try and do this weird ad hom?
No,
I've justified you're stupid. You haven't justified that I'm a
Jeff, can I ask you, do you have a grasp of what Corinth is trying to exemplify here? Maybe you can put it into a different, maybe steelman it for Alex.
I think I can. Corinth, you can tell me if I'm wrong. He's saying it's not necessarily yes. Right, Corinth? It's not necessarily yes. But you're already baking that into accepting infallibility.
Yep. Or fallibility, not infallibility.
Or fallibility, I'm sorry.
I misspoke too.
So when you say yes, you're saying it's already not necessarily the case.
Yeah, by accepting Munchausen's trilemma, which we went on earlier by saying we don't have certain knowledge. This is saying that there's at least some possibility, either by the dogmatic statement being false, no matter how trivially true it seems, the circular argument being an unsound argument because one of the premises is incorrect, or the regress having an incorrect regressive statement. All of these things are at least possible and leads to the not necessarily claim in all cases of yes.
And usually knowledge claims will be based upon certain axioms that we all agree on. And so there's sort of, I'm not going to agree on the axioms that you affirm every time you use the laws of logic, or you talk, so you're expecting me to use my senses to understand you. It's kind of weird. It's kind of this almost solipsistic kind of, I'm going to push back on everything you could ever possibly know, even though we have a justification. If it turns out this is a simulation, just like the ticket in the envelope thing, if it turns out this is a simulation, then my knowledge claim that this is reality is in fact not knowledge. But as long as we all agree that this is reality, I don't understand why we're going back and sort of going, well, could it be? What's the point?
I have a question, Mark. If we all agree,
Well, I'm asking what the point of it is.
Oh, I'm gonna get there with this question. I hope.
Well, I'd like the question answered. Yeah, and you just seem to be asking me questions now, and I don't know how that answers mine.
But this is a clarifying question. So
Jeff's pretty good faith. I believe in him to get here.
Okay.
If we all agreed that numbers were the opposite of themselves, would that objectively change the principles of the numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, well, numbers don't exist. They are, like, as I said, I'm a nominalist, so I think that universals like numbers are a label that we put on things, and we use it as a descriptor for, like, you know, because you can't show me a 2. Not a 2 of something, just a 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's a description of something that exists in the universe. But 2 doesn't exist. It's not a thing. It's a language.
You don't think?
Does it have value? Only in the axioms of mathematics.
So if we all agreed that 2 didn't mean 2, does it still mean 2 or no?
Well, no. I mean, we could change 2 to 3 and have 1, 3, 2, etc.
Right.
What would change?
Well, the principle of the number, if we all agreed on it, because that's what you're saying. We all agreed on these things, therefore. So I just want to see if you're consistent there with, like, if we socially said that 2 is now 4 and 5 is now 9 or something like that, I think that get really confusing, and I don't think anyone would want to buy your system there, because we can demonstrate 2 because we've given it a value system. We said 2 is 2 of something. It's not just.
Well, you know, other value systems exist, right? Like hexadecimal. You have A, B, C, D, E, F.
Sure.
Okay, it doesn't follow the same label structure as normal decimal.
Okay.
Right, you have 0 to 9 and then A, B, C, D, E, F. Hexadecimal.
The argument would still be the same if we all agreed that whatever the system is now, I'm not an expert on that, but let's just, grant that you are. I would say the argument would still be the same. If we all agreed that that system should change just arbitrarily, does it?
Well, the system is used in computing a lot.
Sure.
Yeah. So the properties of the universe, right? So the properties of something being 2 rocks, for instance, or two cows or whatever, that won't change. Right. But you're just simply talking about the labels, like we're describing it as a plurality of something, two things. And then maths works on axioms to actually calculate that describes reality. Math is a language.
Mm-hmm. I mean, either way, if you changed the descriptors, does that change the value systems that we've already given them, if we all agreed on it?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So
if you change the labels, does that change the value systems? Yeah. I mean, if you change the label of 2 to 3, does that change the value of 2? Yes, it changes.
It's of Roman, because
yes, but you're calling it 3. What's 2?
No, I'm asking is if it were the case that everyone agreed that those 2 bags are now 4, does that make that the case? Because everyone agreed on it.
Well, no. Like I said, the properties that like if you're simply sort of saying, hey, if we change the label, does it change the properties of things themselves? No. If we changed the word orange to yellow, would that mean that wavelength of light then changes? No, it doesn't. But orange is a label that we apply across the board to things of a certain wavelength of light that hits our eyes, and even then it's imprecise. So just because the label changes doesn't mean the thing itself changes, but it doesn't mean that the label that we've given it has any, like, orange isn't a thing, and if your eyes work differently, you may not see orange, but that wavelength of light will still be there.
Yeah, so it would exist even if we didn't.
Well, the properties of the universe exist.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess the argument here is because it already exists and we're just making observations. Can we misinterpret our observations? And if we're making value judgments, how are we determining that we should be functional or flourishing? Where's the telos there if there's really no purpose or anything like that? Yeah.
I don't understand the question. Where is the purpose in two being two?
Not only just that, but just things existing just in general. Like why even have two meaning two? What's the purpose of any of it?
I don't think it has a purpose. I mean, it might. I don't know for sure that it doesn't, but I don't think it does have a purpose.
Do you think there's a purpose to this discussion?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, but we make that purpose, right? We could just come in and yell at one another and not discuss anything. We have a purpose of making a discussion between people that believe in God and people that don't believe in God. But I don't, I've even forgotten the question. I don't know how this gets to my question.
So go ahead. I'll see if I can square again.
Yeah, I've completely forgotten the question. You've gone way off track. I have no idea how this gets to it.
I'm pretty sure I was not going in the weeds at all, but I mean, if you remember the question, I'll try to.
Well, I think can I try and remember the question? I think the question you asked was about the shared axioms. If we all agree that we're not living in a simulation.
Yeah. So
right.
So I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to. I did take it on a tangent a little bit there. That wasn't a non sequitur. The point is, not really.
It's cool. It's cool.
The demonstration is if we were to change, if we all agreed that axioms are just changeable, then we could just all agree to change our axioms tomorrow. And so this doesn't seem like a good system to me, because all you're saying is, well, we all agree on it. Well, what if tomorrow we all disagree? We just change our minds.
Well, there are people that disagree. There's solipsists who think that there's nothing exists outside of their own experience. Like there are these people out there that disagree. But we can go back and have that conversation and sort of say, hey, well, how do we get to, you engaging with me and all of these things? But if we agree that the world around us exists, we can interact with it, and that we have our senses, we have our rationality, that's fine. We can start from there and say, well, how do you know all of these things come from a God? But like, why go back and say, well, we agree on all of this, but you've got to justify that it exists, even though I believe it as well? I don't understand why you would do that.
So whenever we get asked for evidence or proof of a God, right? And this is a metaphysical conversation. This is literally like us asking you, where do you find truth and can you prove it? And so the question is a one-to-one, and it's fair because it's demonstrating that if you're starting from empiricism or naturalism, that you can't actually demonstrate a mind, consciousness, anything metaphysical into reality. And so what the theist says is, aha, gotcha. You don't think these things, you can't see these things, therefore you can't see this thing, therefore it doesn't exist. But you grant a bunch of other stuff that you can't see and you think it exists, and demonstrates the contradiction in your worldview. Now, I'm not saying you're an empiricist, but if you're going from empiricism, that's the hole in the logic.
Well, for a start, metaphysical doesn't mean related to God or supernatural in any way. It's simply the study of foundations and origins. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's anything outside of the physical. Metaphysical just means foundations and origins. The whole point about it is that when you say you think things that I can't see, yet I say exist, I'm not sure what that would be, because the things that you've pointed out, like numbers that can be demonstrated, but I can't see a 2 directly. I say they are I'm a nominalist, so I say that they are a category. They are a label that we give things to associate with them. So I'm not sure what things that I don't see, or I'd rather say observe, because see's a bit, just using your vision. It is just one of the senses. But what other things can I not observe that I believe in?
I'd say numbers, the logical laws, external world, time, space. These
I
are
can't observe the external world.
because again, this is already presupposing a consciousness, which is again metaphysical.
Again, metaphysical is just foundations. It's not anything
Well, we disagree.
supernatural.
I disagree with the terms, but whatever. I mean, what else would you call that? What else would you call something that's not actually physical, but something that has a property?
Metaphysical.
Okay, so then I don't see why I'm misusing that term.
Yeah, so metaphysical can be abstractions, right?
Sure.
Things that don't exist are only in our mind. So abstracta are things like Super Mario, he's a plumber and stuff. That doesn't actually exist in the real world. He's not actually a plumber that can, and this is when I say my definition of what is real is if they have a causal link, right? So Super Mario, he exists in my mind. I can give him all these properties. He can go, but he can't actually fix my sink, right? He's got no influence on the actual world. And these abstracta, I can't observe them because they aren't real. And so the things that you sort of said, like numbers, numbers aren't real, right? You can have two rocks and they can have causal interactions with the world, but the two cannot.
But do you think the laws of physics or the laws of nature have impact on the world?
Well, I think the laws of physics and the laws of nature are descriptions of the universe, like Newton's law of universal attraction, right? Or gravitational laws, right? That's a description which wasn't as accurate as the Einsteinian model. So when you're sort of talking about these laws, especially laws of physics, you're talking about descriptions, and that's what I'm saying. They're abstractions, they're models of how the universe works. And so to say, hey, they exist, well, the properties of the universe exist, but the laws are like a map to them. They're a model of them. The map doesn't actually exist. It's only a diagram of the place.
Okay, so I think that would be, again, so when we're talking about just God the Father, that would be something that would also be on that level. Like, we can't really demonstrate him, and that's why we need Jesus, because he's man in the flesh. So that makes the Trinity necessary. But when we're just talking about God in general, and again, when you say, well, I need this empirical data, I need this proof, when I twist the question on using logic and things like that, you say, well, they're just descriptors or they're just axioms. Well, I can just say, okay, well, then I believe God's my axiom. And then how am I wrong in that?
Well, axioms are presuppositions that are accepted by everybody, right? So if everybody here, but you can make a presupposition, if everybody agrees with it, then it's axiomatic to the conversation. It's basically where the conversation starts. But I don't agree with you because I don't think that any of this stuff comes from a God. So really you're making a presupposition, which inherently, as Corinth pointed out, is unjustified because presuppositions are always unjustified.
Gentlemen, I do want to let you know we'll wrap up in about 10 minutes or so. So if you want to kind of, I don't know if you want to necessarily shift to a new piece, but if you want to maybe try to find a little more conclusion with that, or maybe a little pushback, either way.
Well, I'd like to just sort of quickly go over one of the things that I talked about in my introduction, which was your rejection of thousands of other gods. Like, why do you reject thousands of other gods, but sort of say that yours is correct? Why is that?
For the purpose of this debate, it doesn't have to get into it, but just to answer your question, because we're at the last 10 minutes of this anyway. It's only revelatory theism that could make the justification for the things we're saying tonight. That would only be about 6 or 7 other religions that actually meet that criteria. And we could go through all of them, but like, for example, with the Quran, have you ever heard of the Islamic dilemma?
I don't think so.
And I'm not super familiar with it, but basically it's that the Quran says that the Bible is a previous revelation, but the Quran
Oh, yeah.
contradicts the Bible. Yeah. So there's arguments like that for those 6 or 7, and there are obviously lots of debates on those issues, but that's why. And like, because I understand what you're saying, like there's seemingly thousands of gods. I mean, even in the Roman pantheon, Greek pantheon, there's probably thousands of gods.
I was thinking more Hinduism, to be honest with you, because that is an older
Mm.
religion than Judeo-Christian.
Yeah, so there's some, if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, so I'm not intimately familiar with Hinduism, but there are some aspects of Hinduism that believe in a monotheistic God and some that don't, right?
Well, there is lots of different denominations, just like Christianity.
I think there are some that are monotheistic. That
Well,
kind
there's
of
some
believe in like an
denominations
all-powerful.
of Christianity which is monotheistic as well.
Yeah, would
No. Well, I'm just trying to get you like
Yeah.
to see the world. There are a
Well-
lot that don't, and that wouldn't count under revelatory theism of an all-creator God.
Well, the main thrust of it is that everything comes from Brahman, and the other gods are reflections of one
Yeah.
god. Yes.
And ultimately, Brahman is unknowable.
I think so. Yeah. Usually.
Yeah, so that would be a problem in their
Is
world.
God knowable?
Yes.
Okay, so you know everything about a god?
No, but he is knowable.
No.
We do know things about God. He reveals things to us such that we can know him.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
Orthodox.
know things
I
about
mean,
Brahman
I
as
was
well.
In Orthodoxy,
Like
we have
how-
mysteries. So like, there's things that God doesn't reveal to us. But that's
Yeah, but if
not a problem.
if you're sort of saying the name of the god is Brahman and he is the what reflects all the other versions, then you know things about him too.
and where is this revelation?
In the Bhagavad Gita.
Okay, and what does the Bhagavad Gita? I can't even say it. What does it say
Okay.
about this God? What characteristics of this God make it so that he can reveal things to us such that we can know it for certain?
I don't know. I haven't read it that
Right.
deeply.
And that's why I think it's not necessary to go over it during this
So
debate,
if the
especially
book-
in a debate that
the
says,
book-
is God Israel?
So
Yes,
if the
God.
book doesn't say it, it's not true.
Well, on a revelatory basis, if you don't know anything, if you know these things about this God from the revelation, you can make those claims. But if there is no revelation to tell you these things about God, then no, you can't.
I believe that basically you go through the reflections of him in order to get this information.
Right. And
So,
you would go through
there's like
Sorry,
Shiva,
yeah.
the creator destroyer kind of thing, and all of the other gods like Kali and things like that, depending on which area of knowledge that you're after. But what makes this impossible is what I'm saying.
is that, I mean, for the purpose of this debate, it wouldn't need to be. But to say that this particular view of God is impossible, we would go through the claims of this God and compare them to Orthodox Christianity.
So Orthodox Christianity would automatically assume to be true.
Again, I'm not intimately familiar with the claims of Hinduism. You're not a Hindu. We're not. It's not the appropriate place for this conversation. But ultimately, one of the arguments is
Why
that
not?
the God is because even if I were to grant you that that's a possible worldview in which you can have knowledge, it would still be a positive on my side for this debate with this prompt.
Well, I'm just saying, why reject that one and accept
It's
the one of yours?
again because it is contradictory ultimately. But
Contradictory.
yes, because within Hinduism, God is unknowable. That's one of the arguments.
No, Brahman is unknowable.
Yeah, the creator God who, if you can't know this creator God, you can't know things.
Yeah, so I don't see why that makes it impossible. You're sort of saying, hey, if something is unknown, if you can't know something, that it's impossible that it happened, and I don't know how you justify
No.
that.
It'd be impossible to know about it.
Yeah, so if you say that knowledge is possible, and then your worldview entails that knowledge isn't possible, would that be a tenable worldview?
If you say knowledge is impossible,
Possible.
sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. If you say knowledge is possible, but your worldview entails that knowledge is impossible, would that be a tenable worldview to hold?
Well, they don't say knowledge is impossible. They say that Brahman, the main
I
god,
didn't
is
say they.
unknowable,
Yeah.
and then the reflections of him, which are the gods, are knowable. So they can
Yeah.
get to knowledge through
Just
a medium, just like you're doing when you say, "Hey, you know, this comes from God through a revelation." It comes to them through the same process. I don't get
again,
problem
just
with it.
like you wouldn't say that knowledge is impossible. My argument against your worldview is that the entailment is that knowledge is impossible.
Alex, do you also hold to an essence energy distinction like the Orthodox do?
This is where me and Jeff has been catechized. I haven't fully been catechized.
So do you believe in the essence energy distinction?
I'm not intimately familiar with it, which is why I didn't debate the Christian God in this position tonight.
Okay, so I'm just going to point out here, this also is going to make orthodoxy false, because I forget if it's the essence or the energies. I want to say it's the essence. Jeff can correct me. It's one of the two. That is unknowable. We can know some things about it through the energies, but we can't know all of it. This makes some of those things unknowable. By Alex's reason, the Orthodox purview is also false. I believe this also falls for Catholicism. This falls for every branch of Protestantism I'm aware of. I don't think any of them have you can know fully about God. There's some level of God that hits the incomprehensibility.
There's some like weird Pentecosts that think they talk to God and things like that. But
of course, there's some weird Protestant branch. I'm sorry.
I think majority you're hitting the nail on the head.
I should never put anything past weird Protestants. I'm sorry for having done that.
And you brought up the Trinity as well, Jeff, and I've never heard the Trinity explained to me in a logical way. So could you explain to me, without sort of violating the law of non-contradiction, how something can be 1 and 3 at the same time?
I don't think that's my wheelhouse. I'm not a big time theologian.
Okay.
I can try to take a swing at that, but I'm probably going to make a fool of myself trying. That's a great question.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, it's a great question for
I'm not trying to like do a gotcha. I honestly have because to me 1 is not 3, and they're sort of saying 1 and 3 are the same thing. And I would totally get if the 3 things were parts of 1. That's totally understandable, but that's not what usually is said to me. So I apologize. I'm not trying to do a gotcha or anything. I just don't understand.
Yeah, so the best I can do is I think it's mind, body, soul, and that's sort of how it's derived.
Okay.
But again, that would be, I would definitely get you to like a Jay Dyer or someone like that would know. They could articulate 1,000 times better than I could.
All right, gentlemen, I feel like we've kind of come to a concluding point. So if you'd like, I would love for you to kick off your closing statements. And to all of the Mater memberships out there, you do have early access to the panel link. It is now officially posted in the community post. So I'll leave that for about 2 more minutes, and then I will post it publicly to the chat. And gentlemen, if you want to drop them to your viewers as well, you're welcome to drop that StreamYard link to them for easier access. All right, Corinth, if you'd like to kick off.
Sure. So throughout this entire debate, we've seen Alex specifically rely on fallacious arguments, be unable to justify his claims, try and go for very cheap gotchas while not using terms that are accurate. He keeps saying impossibility of the belief when he just means you can't have a second order knowledge claim. He never bridged how that leads to that thing being false. He never bridged to how you can derive something not necessarily being true to how it is false, which is another thing he keeps doing. He keeps appealing to this weird sense of epistemic infallibilism, which has been constantly shown to be an issue. He contradicts his own teammate, and he's failed to give any reason for God that we haven't addressed. But to the Christians in the audience, I want you to think about not if God is real or if God's not real. Do you want these people to be the representatives of your worldview? Do you want people to look at Christianity and think, that's what that Alex guy was saying? He's what these people believe. Do you genuinely want to be associated with that belief system? That's the end of what I want to say.
Thank you. Mark, to you.
So I think that sort of the whole crux of the matter with this one is that Alex sort of says that you have to have access to the ontology, the actuality of things, what things actually are in order to have any kind of knowledge claim. And nobody has access to that ontology. Even if you're claiming revelation from a God, that is an epistemological claim. It's sort of saying, hey, I know it because of this. And sort of, so the idea that you can get directly to the truth of things without actually having some sort of explanation of how you do is ridiculous. I'm really sorry, but Alex was sort of like, I asked, why is it impossible to the contrary? And then even made a contrary, a force energy field that gives us these values in sort of reality. Now, I don't believe that, but I don't have to believe it for it to be a possibility. And Alex could not explain why that is impossible, just that it's impossible. And I think that's largely due to a certain sort of position that it's impossible because God makes it impossible. And that's a circular argument. It's sort of going around in circles saying it's impossible because God did it. It's God did it because anything else is impossible. And I've experienced this many times. I want to thank everybody for the debate. Thanks, Corinth, Jeff, Alex, and thank you, Sarah, for moderating. I've had a blast and it's been awesome. Thank you.
I knew we'd find a happier group for you, Mark. I think it went much better than prior. Jeff, the floor to you, sir.
Yeah, so the problem here is that they still cannot justify anything that they believe. They say it's not necessarily the case. We have had circular arguments, even though that's the problem on our end, apparently. Look, maybe Wi-Fi and I aren't the best representatives if you want to appeal to the audience, Corinth, but just look at how bad the atheists are, because they can't even tell you why masturbating on the roof is wrong or anything like that, because everything's a preference. So again, I just think that God is absolutely necessary to have a coherent worldview, and absent that, I don't know where you get one, and that is still what is in question. But I'll go over to Alex and see what he's got to say.
Cool. So real quick, it's funny Corinth talking shit about me, but he just is the self-admitted person that everybody hates. But I will hit, what is it, an olive branch? I will extend an olive branch. We could do it live. We could do it private. Let's go over the reason for reason paper together and see who understands it in a less combative manner. It doesn't have to be a debate, but let's go through it. If that's something you ever want to do, I'll throw that out there too. The thing about the impossibility of the contrary, if I made two categories: theonomous epistemology, autonomous epistemology. There was a third category that Mark tried to create to make it a false dichotomy. And basically, he just gave the attributes of God to a non-God thing and then said, see, this non-God thing can give us knowledge. Now, the problem with that, and with all the other examples he gave that fall under autonomous epistemology, is that there is a contradiction. And I tried to explain this multiple times. The contradiction is you're making a first-order knowledge claim within that worldview. Making that first-order knowledge claim then says that knowledge exists, which is a second-order knowledge claim. Then I would ask them to justify it, and they would bring up Munchausen's dilemma or whatever it's called, trilemma. And then they would try to say that, well, I can't justify it because nothing can be justified. So all we're left with, speaking about worldviews that you want to hold, is nothing makes sense. We cannot know anything. And if you want to live that way, go for it.
Thank you, gentlemen. And thank you so kindly for participating in this panel. I'd like to go through some super chats that came in during the debate. If you have a response, feel free to chime in. Do try to keep it fairly short. You can prompt a little more disruption back and forth if you so choose, but still try to be prompt about it. That way we can get through them all. DeFreak coming in with a big two says biological symmetry proves design.
Probably for us. Yeah, and there's also some asymmetry as well. You're not exactly the same from left to right. Like we know that symmetrical faces they appeal to us as the most nice and attractive and things like that. But there's certain levels of asymmetry as well So even studying in university, we went through asymmetry in left-handed and right-handed people. It's to do with how your brain is set up to function with your left and right-handed sides. So if biological symmetry proves design, then does biological asymmetry prove it's not?
Any other thoughts? Okay. Ticky Tack with the Big Five says, no one has realized yet that Corinth's opening already won the debate. Jim D with the Big Five says, for laws of logic to be absolute, they must come from mind outside human mind, or they are relative. Any thoughts?
I'm not sure why absolute things must come from a mind outside a human mind. I don't know why that is. If you have a property in reality that just never changes, that's absolute. I'm not sure why that would have to come from a mind. I think that's sort of begging the question personally.
Well, because in our debate, we both agreed that we could be wrong, right? And then there's some room for error. So if these things are absolutely true or possibly observed, it would require something absent us that wasn't fallible. That's just what I'd say.
All right. Theo with the Big Three. These lazy atheists refuse to learn the argument. You're welcome to respond, either of you.
I don't. Yeah, I think that's just sort of gaslighting a little bit. Yeah, we're very familiar with the presuppositional argument and the tag argument. I think that we're very. I know Corinth was familiar with it, and I certainly am. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Tag is probably the topic I'm most familiar with, surprisingly.
Yeah, a lot better. Argue with some other atheists. Corinth does better than most people.
Fair. That's fair. A left-handed Jedi with the Big Five. In the beginning, humans created God in their image. American Nacho with the Big Five says atheism is a positive claim, but both of them are just conceding that they don't know, an agnostic position, while also making objective truth claims.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on your definition of atheism. There's sort of a colloquial sort of term, and then there's the term used almost exclusively in philosophy of religion. And I don't mind either label, but it does depend on which one you're using. And there is great debate about what the normative term means, but atheism is polysemous. It has multiple definitions, even within philosophy of religion. So, that's one usage of the word, yes.
All right. Trib One with the Big Two says, I'm usually anti-simping, but Corinth is simp-worthy. Trib also says, also win moderator like the stream, folks. Yes, don't forget to hit the like button. Over 170 of you out there. Please do what you're supposed to do. Joe Cool with the Big Two says, does the guy on the left have any other arguments?
I guess that's Alex.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
None. I'm a one-trick pony, and it works.
Mark with the Big Two says, Wi-Fi, start swinging, please. Trib One with the Big Five says, I agree that God exists, but I disagree that humans know what's godly and what isn't. I disagree that religion is truth. Religion's a tool that uses God. That's a good thought.
Well, I think it's one that we probably all disagree with on the panel. So the Trib has united us.
Yeah.
That's fair. Thank you, Trib. And Trib with the Big Two says, would the Christian God view panels as a sin?
Maybe some of the behavior here, maybe.
I think so. I think sort of judging God is a sin, right? So if we're judging God, then it's sinful.
That's why the presuppositional method is the only faithful one.
Okay. I think people would disagree, but yeah.
I'm not sure what makes arguments immoral. So I wouldn't see why, like, unless there was something inappropriate going on in the panel, I don't see panels as being sinful.
I mean, I could even say from a Christian standpoint, God wants you to go out and share the word of the Lord, so on and so forth. So I don't think it's necessarily sinful, actually. I think it's more doing God's work in that aspect. So I'll throw that little caveat in there. And one of you received a new member on your end, Baron
Oh.
Milo 3.
Oh, yeah, that was me. Thank you, Baron Milo. Really, really appreciate it. That's awesome.
Wonderful. All right, we will go ahead and kick into open panel dumpster fire. I've got a whole full house backstage ready to go. Everybody just square up and hang on to your seats.
I'll stay for a while, but I do have to go masturbate on a roof, so I can't stay too long.
I was going to go do that.
Yeah. Well, aren't we all? Oh dear. Not sure where that one came from. I found it very, very hilarious.
All right, to everybody on panel, I think most of you are familiar with my rules here. If I'm talking, you shut the
Don't
fuck
talk
up.
over her.
Thank you, Foster. I appreciate that. Let's try to kind of round robin this at first. You know, I know everybody's going to want to kind of dig in, so we'll start semi-structured. And I believe Mark mentioned during the video that he'll hang around for a little bit, but he does have to go soon. So if anybody does have questions directly for Mark, we want to kind of chime those in on the front end. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Flow State, do you want to go ahead and kick us off?
Sure. Okay, so it seems like, and this is my issue with this debate topic always, Christians they just gaslight, right? It's a complete gaslight of the other person's knowledge, and then an attempt to get them to agree on a presupposition. Just because you refuse to acknowledge the fact that you can't know if God exists doesn't mean that you actually know God exists. It just means that you're being deceptive in your approach to it.
Well, I think, and maybe Corinth will disagree that I accomplished this, and Mark. But I think that they would agree that if I did accomplish the impossibility of the contrary, then it would necessarily be true that theonomous epistemology would be correct. Would you agree with that, guys?
I didn't understand that.
What did you just
Given
say?
the laws of logic, sure.
Yeah. So there's a problem there, though, with the deductive argument that you have to eliminate
And what's up,
every
Flo? Nice to see
single possibility, even ones that we don't know about. That's the problem, because you're making a deductive argument. You're saying, hey, I've eliminated everything else, and this is the only one remaining. And I think that sort of there's even possibilities of something that we haven't even come up with. So I think you're a really long way from showing that sort of a God is the only possibility there, and every contrary is impossible.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I would just say that that's why the attempt of the argument is to funnel every possible worldview into two categories of theonomous and autonomous. Did I answer your question at all, Flo?
I mean, not really.
It would also probably depend on if you showed the impossibility through holding a standard that your view would also fail on. So if it is the case that the only thing we can certainly know is like the cogito or whatever, saying we don't know not that rock exists because we can't know anything outside of that with that standard, then saying that leads us to that rock exists doesn't actually follow either. That's a problem.
Consistent standard.
Alex, how did you know that God exists? And I'm the guy who sent $2 super chat saying, do you have another argument? That's just because you hung on second order knowledge so long. I was getting frustrated. I don't mean nothing personal.
Yeah.
But what was your evidence that God, was it you drew some type of logic conclusion that God must be real?
Yeah, so I don't want to gaslight you or get you upset again and get you frustrated with the same argument. But that's when you ask that question of how I know, I would give the same argument. That is the answer to that question.
Is it second order knowledge really mean that you're putting together first order knowledge So you can be wrong through the gate. When you saying second order knowledge is the proof or something, I wasn't sure where you were going.
So a first order knowledge statement is a statement like, I know that my name is Alex.
Yeah.
A second order knowledge statement is that knowledge actually exists. Knowledge is possible. So my argument is that in making a first order knowledge claim, I know that my name is Alex, I'm also implying that knowledge is possible, which would be a second order knowledge claim.
All right. And I disagree with that, but we can hold that. I don't believe that you could even go with the first order knowledge with the name of Steve shit. That may not be real, but somebody else can go.
Yeah, so my thing is that like you can even grant them the whole tag argument, so like the whole kind of universal mind. So like in terms of Mark, what you're saying, even if we don't take that as a deductive argument, the fact that like we have these concepts that exist in the mind, but some of these concepts are like, so for a favorite color, that's a subjective one, but laws of logic, that's an objective one. This exists in our mind. The fact that there is these things that exist in the mind, but they're objective, it would stand to reason, or it could possibly be the case that there is an objective mind or divine intelligence, like Plato would call it, and all that kind of stuff. Even if we grant that, the problem I have with Christian God, which I think Alex has mentioned that he wants to stay away from debate, but I think you should have drilled down further, and it was Christians make the claim that God is all-knowing. If God is all-knowing, then God knows the future. If God knows the future, then that's fatalism. Ergo, we can't have free will. So how do they justify that God is all-knowing, but we also have free will?
Well, that's again an argument from consequence. You might disprove the Christian God, which gives free will, but you don't disprove a God like Calvinists that believe that, hey, we don't have free will and everything just unravels as a God. I realize I'm arguing the opposite here, and you'll find this a lot in me. But yeah, it doesn't disprove any God out there, just the God that says we have free will.
Doesn't disprove it, by the way.
It does.
Also,
negative,
the Christians have God existing outside of time, which causes a lot of these issues with the idea of linearity of time. If God is outside of time, him being able to see it as like a long string rather than a given fragment doesn't really disprove that the string could have gone in a different way.
Yeah, but the claim is that we ourselves, we as humans have free will. And God cannot be wrong. God is infallible, and God is all-knowing. Ergo, God knows the future.
Yeah, so I do agree. Free will would be an illusion. If God knows whether or not I'm going to drop this pen, and he knows that I will drop this pen, there is nothing I can do if that God knows I'm going to drop the pen to not drop it.
You don't even believe in time, right? You don't believe time is linear. What you're saying only works if you believe time is linear and that it plays a role when God knows. All right, maybe I'm confusing. You understand?
No. I believe in B theory, not A theory. So A theory is linear time. B theory posits that time is concurrent. It happens the same point all around the place and just is relative to itself.
So we can get rid of the...
That doesn't mean there's no time. Okay, that doesn't mean that.
But you can't say your whole argument, and one of your argument is that if God knows before and after, if those things don't exist, that's a poor argument.
Well, no, it's if God knows the causal events that and the outcome of every causal event, being omniscient, he would have to know the outcome of every single event that ever occurred. Then there's no, and he's always correct about that. He's never wrong. Then how do you in fact make a free will decision to do otherwise to what he knows will actually occur?
I'm not sure how the two are even related. If I
so Joe, let me give you the example. Right?
Yeah,
so when Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me 3 times."
Yeah.
Did Peter have free will when Jesus told him that?
Oh, that's a good one. I think Peter would still have his free will. Just because I know the outcome. Hold on. I know the movie. I saw the movie. But during that movie, they had their free will to make it, to decisions to make. But just because I know the outcome, it doesn't change that they had free will during the process.
Joe, the definition of free will is where one could have done otherwise in the same situation. So in
Yes,
that
it could have
situation,
done
Peter,
anything.
no matter what Peter done, he was going to deny Jesus 3 times, which is a
Well, let's get
contradiction.
off
It's
of
a logical
Peter.
contradiction.
Let's get off of Peter. The guy doesn't know what he's going to do. He chooses to do A, or he could have chose B. As God, I knew what his choice was going to be. He didn't. It was still his free choice.
It wasn't his free choice
That was
because he
my
couldn't.
opinion.
No, because God can't be wrong. God is infallible.
I understand
right?
your argument.
So he couldn't have changed. He couldn't have chosen otherwise, which means he has no free will. So Christians run into a contradiction here, where you're saying we have free will, but God's all knowing and is infallible.
I understand your argument. I absolutely disagree with it.
Now
And
you
let
don't.
me interrupt, gentlemen. Imperius comes in with his membership to say only Roman Catholicism is logically and materially true. Theism proves the scientific method. Inference, the best explanatory hypothesis. Dumbass atheists. You're welcome to respond.
Yeah, I don't get that logically
I
and
don't know.
material truth.
Yeah, I
Theism
don't get it.
proves the scientific method. The scientific methodologies, and there's multiple of them, all with the same basic pattern, were formulated in sort of on the basis of falsifiability. You know, the work of people that basically wanted to demonstrate that the best way to demonstrate that something is true is try to prove it false, and when you fail, then it's almost certainly true. So I'm not sure how this is just non sequitur. I don't sure how does
Just
that
claim?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, I think the answer is okay, Imperius. Whatever you say.
Right.
Well,
And Plumpy
theism
coming
is
up.
belief. I don't understand how a belief proves anything. I don't. Wow.
Here.
And Plumpy with the Big 10 to say, Flo, you know darn well Jesus Christ is King. Sarah, can you please drop Flo for a few to remind him, please? God bless. Flo State, you got 10 minutes backstage, buddy. Have fun.
was
And I'll
great.
bring up Leo to fill your place.
That was great.
Hi, Leo.
And then
Good to see
Chuck
you,
in
mate.
Tennessee coming in with the Big 5 says, don't worry, there is a higher power. I've experienced it.
Very good, Jeff.
All right, back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, if I could just have him about 2 minutes, and then I'll make room for other people, Sarah.
As long as you give us a story, Tantman. You have to give us a personal story.
Well, no. I'm going to keep it nice and concise. So, statement, then a question for the people of the original panel. Statement is, Jesus is safe and effective and helps to slow the spread of communism. And then secondarily, to the 4 gentlemen at the top there. Hi, I'm 10th man. So, for the 2 gentlemen on the right there that are the anti-believing in God guys, you guys would contend that there could be a God, right? You're not arguing explicitly. There's definitely not a consciousness that could be controlling. Like, am I correct?
It depends on the modality you're asking under. Is
I'm
it
saying-
logically possible? Probably.
Sure.
Is it?
You'd say it's just as possible as there being life in the universe, right? Other than us.
No.
No.
Life is absolutely possible because we've confirmed it, because we're alive. I don't even see how that follows.
We would need our
just
sense
because-
data to be false for there not to be life. We would need some metaphysical thing to be true.
But you don't have
for
proof of either, right?
Certain.
He's saying
proven
life outside of
evidence.
us. He's saying aliens. Talking about aliens,
Outside of
for
what's
example.
like life outside of what's on Earth
Oh,
and or in
yeah.
our solar
Yeah.
system.
But I
No,
don't believe in
haven't got the
aliens
arguments.
either.
We haven't. Better
That's not what I'm
inductive
asking. I'm just saying, does
have
even
better
a plant
inductive
or a
evidence.
single-celled organism?
We have
Yes.
better inductive evidence from more life outside of us. In the
So you
universe.
guys believe there is a God. Now to the other 2, and then I'm going to go. So
No,
to the
I
2
don't
guys on the
believe there's
left.
a God. So I want to be
No,
able
I'm
to
saying,
answer
do you
this
believe there
question
could be?
because the
Could-
logical possibility of something does not entail a belief in it. I could say, hey, it's logically
That's-
possible that a
yeah.
unicorn exists. There's nothing illogical about that, but I don't believe one exists. So you're conflating sort of a possibility, a logical possibility, with a belief that in an actuality.
Well
and that
said.
it doesn't follow.
Okay.
Yeah, most people
No, it
use
does.
empiricism to figure out what they believe in.
It does to me. So
that
and
what
then
It
to
seems
the
to
2
be the
guys,
most reliable method. Yeah.
and then to the 2 guys on the left there that are pro God. You guys believe that it's possible that there could not be a God.
No.
Okay.
No, it's logically
Same for Jeff. All right. Now, to either one of the two sides, would you ever try to force your beliefs on another or use them to try to get them to do things that you wanted to do?
Well, I
Either
can't
side.
answer for TOS reason. No, I'm just kidding. No, I would not
What do you mean
use.
by force?
I thought Alex was
would
going to whip out the sword and like
The-
bring
the-
back
the-
Crusades. Like,
yeah,
holy
the
shit, Alex,
Christians
calm down.
Absolutely would force you. Yes.
Well, I would try and convince people, but I wouldn't use like physical force or coercion or threats or anything like that. So it depends on what you mean by what force my beliefs. I don't think I would, but that's sort
Well,
of
like
under
in a
definition of force.
in a secular society, for instance. You know?
Oh no, absolutely not. No.
See, but that's the reason why I want to ask these questions, because I believe that the two guys on the right hand side are just arguing for the sake of arguing, like we all like to do. But the two guys on the left do seem like they could just switch if they had the right amount of people around them and be like, yeah, we're just gonna eradicate the infidels. Anyway, I'll make room and I'll be up later.
All right, peace.
Thank you.
He does bring up a
He
fair point
always
in
has
terms of.
schizophrenic.
Oh man.
What kind of name is? Oh, okay. I took it the wrong way. I'm not that. That's my bad.
I call him Cock Squatch. His name's Caucasian Sat Squatch. But I always. Oh, and Chuck in Tennessee says to pick a panelist backstage. Mel, enjoy your time out for the evening. You got 10 minutes.
Greetings.
Damn.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo.
Am I supposed to come at y'all? I mean, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to
Cool.
go ahead, that's fine.
all right. So I'm an agnostic. I assume that there are cosmic laws that actually run all of this stuff and that we're all bound by them. And as such, I don't see why God would be any different in that point. Now, you can consider him the creator. I consider him the next level of power above us. My question is there a distinct difference there? Does it have to be either there is no God or there is one?
Yes, that's a true dichotomy. There is either is a God or there is not a God. So any proposition that you say, like there is a God, is either true or false, and that encapsulates all responses. But that isn't necessarily what you have to believe. You can say, well, I don't know if there's a God, which is the agnostic position. So you're sort of separating what actually is from what you believe, which can have a third response, which is that you don't know. But I don't know if a cosmic power would qualify as a God under my definition. Like I would define a God as necessarily an agent that has enough power to contravene or change the laws of nature. So I'm not sure if a cosmic power would even be a God in that case.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
I would just
sorry.
wait. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I think he's asking anyone else wants to answer his question.
I was just going to say that you had mentioned that you were agnostic, and then you mentioned that you believed the laws of logic. Do I have that right?
Well, I believe that reality has certain laws that we can infer them through experimentation and perhaps the scientific method. Yes.
Okay. And I would just press you on how you could justify those laws.
Right. I got you.
Yeah. How you could
We'll chew on that later. We'll get to it.
I'm not going to be here for much longer, but just
Jeff, how did you know there was a God? How did you know or prove there was a God?
How did I prove it?
Yeah, well, what was your argument? It wasn't the second knowledge theory, was it? Did you have another way of proving God in your argument?
And Joe Cool, while he's answering that, you can take 5 minutes backstage to get your camera on. And then Plumpy coming in with the big 2 says, look out for the simp box. Yes, coming in clean. All right.
So this is my opening. I think it kind of answers your question. I think all transcendental categories that underlie any possible active perception need a specific type of metaphysic, a specific type of world, a specific type of logic, epistemology, reasoning, ethics, and a specific kind of structure to the world. It can't just be any old God to stick in there. You need a paradigm. It's not just abstract. It has to have specific things that the Orthodox Christ has. So, like, for instance, when I said how man has been made in the image of God, so we have the ability to reason, we have the ability to logic because we think logic comes from God, knowledge comes from God. These are all revelatory, as my partner also said. And what else did I bring up? Oh, and then that basically all of that goes into like morals and all of that. The fact
Well,
of the
I'm
matter
sorry.
is, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, yeah, go ahead, Jeff. If you haven't finished, I'm more than happy for you to finish.
Okay. Yeah, so like the point of it is with all these things working together and how they work together, it seems almost astronomically absurd to me that there isn't some divine mind, some higher power out there. And that revelation happened like 10, 11 years ago, and that's what brought me over to the Christian God. The rest of the way is that the Christian God is the specific preconditions for this God that I'm talking about.
And before you
Well, I'm
answer,
sorry.
Rocky, you're going to the back. Flow State, you're coming back up.
You guys are fucked now.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I
Go ahead,
just don't understand. Like, you've sort of said all that you believe, and I grant you believe all of that. I just don't hear really why that is so. It seems to me like, and this is just to me, it seems like you've sort of said, well, it seems absurd that it could have arisen. All of these things can arise without a God. But that just seems to be an appeal to incredulity. Like, I don't believe it's possible, therefore a God exists. And that isn't really good evidence for me. That just sort of is saying, well, I believe these things, and I believe that they couldn't arise without a God. It doesn't actually get to why it is so because of a God.
It's I wouldn't say it's it's saying that you're being incredible, or I'm not saying it right, but
Incredulous, yeah.
There we go. The point is that any metaphysic, any ethic, any justification for anything, any grounding, is all faith based. It's all based on what we believe. It's all based on what we presuppose. What we're saying is, in order to even have these things that we observe and that exist in reality, there would have to be something outside of us. And if it's not that, what is it? And that's kind of what we're saying is the contrary.
An appeal to ignorance.
How's that ignorant? What makes
That's an appeal to ignorance because
Well,
we don't know
yeah.
otherwise.
What makes it an appeal to ignorance?
Call me a nut, but how do you explain when you've had experience with something that is unexplainable?
You don't. That's not good evidence for anybody but you.
Well, and I also want to push back, Jeff, on the idea that everything we know is sort of faith-based, and I don't think that's true. It depends on how you're using faith, but I think that I try to make everything that I claim to know based on evidence and reason rather than faith, which is sort of, if you take the biblical definition of faith, it's things, the evidence of the unseen and the hope, the substance of things hoped for, which there's a problem there because things that you hope for don't have substance, and things unseen isn't evidence. So I sort of, I don't think I use faith, at least the biblical definition of faith.
Mark, sir, may I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. What's your theory on like the cosmological argument of the unmoved mover, that everything being set in place should have been set by something before it, so God must be real? I was just curious what you thought.
Are you talking about the Kalam?
Yeah, it's like one of the main scientific theories, right? It's called the unmoved. Let me look it up again. Unmoved mover.
Yeah.
Unmoved mover. Yeah.
So I'm happy to say that I don't know if the universe even began to exist. So the Kalam basically says things that begin to exist need a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe needs a cause. And William Lane Craig has sort of put extra things in there to say, hey, it must be timeless, spaceless, immaterial, all of these extra things in there. But the Kalam doesn't actually get to a God. It just says it has a cause. Now, I don't even know if the universe began to exist because according to contemporary physics, the Big Bang was the start of the expansion, not the start of the universe. And before that, there was no space-time. So I don't know how something begins to exist without any space-time, like in a quantum vacuum.
The other argument for that is to suggest that there is a first cause is also begging the question of what caused God.
So I don't know if that.
Well, no, it doesn't, because the Kalam says everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Oh, then
and so
it's
you can say,
God.
well, God didn't begin to exist, right? But then I don't know why you couldn't say, well, the universe didn't begin to exist, was in a quantum state with no space-time, and was in an atemporal state, like something that doesn't have time. I don't know why you couldn't say that as well. So essentially, Faithful Tomato, I honestly don't know what caused the universe. I just don't believe it was a god for the reasons I laid out during this debate.
And I guess like from just my perspective, and I say this humbly without trying to create any toxic arguments with anyone, as people from that look like me or parts of the world like Asia and stuff with more traditional cultures, I'm starting to think maybe theoretically we're living like 100 years before what our Anglo-Saxon brothers are living in currently, because I think the philosophical evolution has reached a point where questioning the idea of a creator is, it's culpable, and you're seeing these debates. But with us, specifically people from Asia or the Middle East, it's like even the scientists of those nations are very convinced that the design of the universe is in fact evidence that there is a creative intelligence behind it. And I'm not saying that's right. That's just, something I abide by because of what I was raised with.
Oh, there's tons of scientists that think the universe is designed due to their faith, but the problem is showing that scientifically using the scientific method. So a good question that I have is that if people do have access to a God, and it is their faith and religion which give them access to a omniscient mind that knows everything, why is it that the thing producing knowledge about the universe is actually science and not the religion?
I would push back on that by saying that a big chunk of your scientific theory is based on prediction that you claim to come from no prior knowledge of any kind.
What?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
So, like, you're saying that because I can demonstrate A is true because of my prediction of B circumstance, right? That means that you had some kind of a notion or prior knowledge that would give you the ability to make that prediction, correct?
Oh, induction? You're talking about induction? That the previous repeating events are reason to believe that they will repeat in the same pattern? Is that what you're saying?
Essentially.
Right. So, yeah, we notice that patterns, when they occur, they will keep repeating in the same pattern. That's basically induction. Now, there's a problem with induction. It's sort of saying, well, if it's all based upon repeating patterns, how do you know that induction will repeat and suddenly not break and suddenly, I'll drop this and suddenly it floats upwards? How do you know that's not going to happen? Like all of these laws that we rely on will break. And it's sort of like, well, yeah, we'll cross that bridge if we come to it. Because all of these patterns, they keep happening according to these patterns. So we can't. Just a second,
what
Dustin.
pattern? Okay.
Dustin, again, it's just a case that we can't absolutely prove that induction works, but it does work, right? It works for me. It works for you. When you cross the street, you don't go, well, I can't be guaranteed that if I see no car, a car won't appear out of nowhere and crush me, right? We all use induction.
What specific set of induction principles in line are you using as evidence to the negative existence of God? How are you proving a double negative?
Okay, so that's called shifting the burden of proof. It's basically saying, hey, prove that something that I've claimed does not exist. If I make it powerful enough to hide itself, like, for instance, I think Carl Sagan used a dragon in his garage that was immaterial, omnipotent, invisible, prove it doesn't exist. If you took that methodology for everything, then you would be forced to be intellectually consistent, to believe anything posited to you that you couldn't absolutely disprove. For instance, if I say, hey, I'm a Nigerian prince and I'll give you $5 billion if you send me 1,000. If I took that statement and I can't disprove that, I would have to do that to be intellectually consistent, and it's not a way to knowledge.
All those principles go right out the window the second you claim that this is based on a prediction. Okay?
Why is that?
That's just because you're taking a leap of faith.
I don't think so. I think that we see a lot of evidence for induction being true. Would you disagree with that?
I would disagree with your conclusion, but I do agree with you the idea that induction is a very solid principle.
Then what's the problem?
Your conclusion?
Oh, so you don't mind the methodology I'm using, but you don't like the conclusion I've made with it. Okay, got you.
I mean, isn't that your position against mine?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying that
you're altruistic.
I'm generous and nice. I thank you, but I don't know what that means. Like I'm so bewildered. Look, if I'm saying that, when asking you to show that your God exists, using induction or otherwise, you can't seem to demonstrate to me that actually exists. That's my position.
But you're the one out of the two of us that's certain of whether something does or does not exist.
I'd say I'm pretty certain. Yeah. I believe that there is no God. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't prove or set a specific random set of features that would align with that conclusion, can you?
Well, I would sort of ask you, are you certain a God exists?
Yes.
I'm not certain of anything. I've already told you this on multiple occasions. I'm not certain of anything.
So you're not a theist? You don't believe a God exists?
My beliefs are not certainty.
So you believe things that you have no certainty of?
I believe that I would fall off of a cliff if I took a wrong step, but I'm not certain of it. It's possible a draft of wind would blow me back up. It's possible I have a parachute.
Do you think that if you insist God exists with more conviction than you actually have, that God will be rewarded, will reward you?
No. Well, sorry.
I don't know who that was even to.
It was you. To you.
I'm not asserting anything.
I'm just
I
wondering.
think it boils down to actions speak louder than words, right?
I mean, that is true. I don't know what boils down to that, but my assertion is that
is it a psychotic episode or a psychological episode that something happens that is beyond your means?
Well, I don't know how you would go through life believing things that you're not certain of, like, oh, I can't be certain. I'm not saying absolute certainty. I'm saying you have a reasonable justification for things is certainty, right? Like I have a reasonable justification.
Science is based on uncertainty. What are you talking about?
Okay. Mark, what about our moral compass? Where do we where as a society have we defined the moral compass of good and evil? Sociopaths and empaths, this kind of thing, right?
Well, morality's got a very specific definition. It's the code of conduct that all reasonable people would agree on. So I'm not sure psychopaths or sociopaths would fall under that. I don't think they're actually being reasonable. But that aside, I am a meta-ethical relativist, which means that I think that humanity in general shares goals with each other. We all have a goal. Generally, people will want a safe life. They will want food. They will want water. They will want shelter. They will want a sense of community. And I think that those needs form a basis for morality. So I consider morality to be anything that gets you towards that goal, and anything that moves you away from it is immoral. So yeah, go ahead.
The interplay between wolves could substitute and be completely relevant to society. Is that where we're going here?
That's a question that's often brought up and I've debated. Do animals have morality? And they certainly do have a proto-morality, right? They have things that they punish each other for. I bring up the example of capuchin monkeys, which seem to have a punishment for lying or pretending there's a threat from a predator there in order to steal food. They'll be punished by the society for that. But I don't think it's a code of conduct. I don't think it rises to the level of morality where
Why
we say...
not?
Well, because they don't encode, they don't basically put it down as what you ought to do or ought not to do. They just react emotionally to something.
Yeah,
That's
I
all.
agree with that. And, you know, we're on the opposite spectrum, obviously, of the spiritual aspect. But I agree with that because
Right.
when you see those videos online of golden retrievers that raise lions in zoos, there's
Yeah.
nothing moral there. It's just the lion cubs think that's their mama, right? So
So
they
you
grow
know,
up not wanting
Oh,
to kill
sure.
the dog.
well, what's the distinction that you're making that makes something moral and something not moral? If we're talking about self-sacrificing behavior,
I'm talking about human beings because with nature, as brutal
Okay,
as it is, there's a clear system we learn from through nature, and the whole argument as human beings, as conscious, you know, sentient beings, is what makes us different from just the nature around us. And I think that's exactly why we argue whether God is real or not, because we are so different from everything on this earth.
Well, I wouldn't say we're so different. I think we're just sort of specialized in a very selective way for our neurological features, our ability to, for instance, socio-technical skills, our ability to teach others of our species, technical skills like making things, you know, that's really different than anything else out there. But other animals do have things that they're better at than us. Like, for instance, chimpanzees have incredible short-term memory. Chimpanzees will beat humans on short-term memory any day of the week because that's what they use. But I think that humans in basically socially codifying things, like basically saying, hey, this is something that should apply across the board, instead of, say, a singular animal going, hey, I don't like you doing this, so I'm going to, you know, maul you if you do it, kind of thing. I think humans are unique in that, applying morality not only to everybody around them, but also to themselves. So I think I do agree that something makes us special, but I don't think we're that special. We're still animals.
Morality is very pragmatic. There might be a
Sure.
substitute between short-term and long-term gain, but
Yes.
most immoral behavior, there is a pragmatic reason, aside from punishment,
absolutely.
why you would not
Mm.
do it. Aside from punishment from the law, I mean, there's a
Yeah,
natural
and
recourse.
I think you're right, Dustin. I think it's largely social cohesion. You know, like there is that what is going to get us to a socially cohesive way and what will be in our best interests. And that's why I'm a humanist, because I care
Did you
about
just
human
agree
beings.
with me? Hold on. I'm like
if I did, it
literally
was
sitting
accidental.
beside myself. You just agreed with me. There's no accident there. You just agreed with me.
In what way?
I gotta run, but I would like to ask Mark a question before I leave. I just heard something
sure.
earlier. You had said that that everything you believe is not based on faith. But would you say that axioms are faith-based?
I don't think all presuppositions are faith-based. I don't think the presuppositions that my senses are true are faith-based, because there's definitely something there to base them on. It is not just I've got no evidence of my senses, right? There's definitely evidence there of my senses. If you stab me, I'm hurt, you know, and I will feel that. I don't think it's sort of the same as saying, well, I'm going to take it with no evidence that this is true. I don't think that's on the same level. So no.
Wouldn't that evidence be a justification?
It's a justification that they exist, but I don't think it's a justification that they describe reality necessarily, because we know that the senses can be wrong, right? Optical illusions exist, and you know, your senses can be absolutely wrong. We know this. Yeah, I don't think the presupposition is that I have senses. The presupposition is that the senses describe reality.
So would
Do
that
you think that
presupposition be unjustified?
I think that it is, because I don't have any other senses. I think so. So you may not say it's a presupposition. You may say that, hey, it's a properly basic belief. I'm not sure I get on board with that, but you know, maybe it is a properly basic belief, because nobody has to explain to me what my senses are, how they operate. Maybe it is, you know, things like the laws of logic. No one has to explain to a baby how, you know, that jangly thing is just a thing above them and not other things which aren't as interesting. No one has to explain that to them. They just innately understand it. So that may be the case, sure.
Cool. I was just trying to connect the dots on
No,
Jeff's
that's
argument.
fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Because I think
Mark,
the way the argument goes is that, and this is just last thing before I leave. Sorry, Dustin. But I think it was just to connect the dots. It was just that if all of your all of the things that you believe are based on these fundamental, properly basic beliefs or axioms, if they're
Yeah.
unjustified, and if that means that they're faith-based, then everything you believe would be based on faith. I think that was the argument.
Well, I think they're justified. I do think there is justification for using my senses, and it may be a pragmatic justification too. You may be right about that. That there is no, like, I don't really have any choice. I don't have any other senses in which to engage. I don't have any other mind in which to engage. So it may be based upon that, sure. But that's really interesting, Alex. And yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that faith, where you have sort of nothing to justify it, and you say, well, I'm going to believe it just based upon that I nothing but faith. I don't see that on the same level as sort of believing my senses, which I can directly experience.
Cool. Thanks for that. I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, Jeff, for being my partner. Thank you, Sarah, for having me.
Yeah,
Mark, Corinth, thank you for doing this.
Thanks, Alex. Take care.
I made
mate.
you that offer already, Corinth. And Mark, if you ever want to do
Yep.
anything, Discord, all social media is at Wi-Fi Gospel. If you ever want to do anything.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
It was nice to meet you, Alex.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
You too.
Alex. Appreciate you.
Sorry you had to carry me, man. I did warn him philosophy is not my strong suit.
Just a question
There's
to
that
Mark
beautiful
and
face.
Corinth.
Philosophy is not his strong suit either, Jeff. Don't worry.
But yeah, a question to Mark and Corinth. Like, do you think that like people can get truth out of the Bible, like the same way as like people go to the movies and they find something that's inspiration from that, they find some sort of meaning to it? Do you think that people can find meaning and truth in the Bible?
Sure.
You go,
To some
Corinth. I've been
extent.
talking a lot.
To some extent, probably. There's you probably shouldn't murder people. You should probably use some level of treating people as you should. You should love your neighbor to at least some extent. These are all things that seem to be true, or at least good, that people can derive from the Bible. That's not to say
Yeah.
everyone who reads the Bible derives true things or good things. It's possible for some.
It depends what you mean by truth, really. When you say, can you get true things? Yeah, it's sort of, ancient Palestine exists, the Levant existed, Golgotha's a plate. There's certain truths in there that we know are true. If you're talking about moral truths or moral facts, I don't think there are moral facts. I don't think anything is a moral fact. But if you're saying, can you get a truth of is good for humanity to treat others as you would like to be treated? Well, yeah, that's good for people. Sure, I don't see why it can't have really good lessons in it if that's what you mean. Sure.
Yeah, so then the question would be like what would be your issues with the Bible? Like, what would be the problems you'd find, having like a religion like Christianity?
There are a bunch of other claims you can derive from it that you can just take the good things from. You can take the idea that, hey, we should just go and hate gay people. You can take the idea that, hey, we should go and start beating people or limiting sexual promiscuity. You should take the idea that like women shouldn't have rights. These are all things that you can also derive from. I'm not saying everyone derives these principles, obviously, from this, but these are also some things that people do derive from it, and that would be a reason why people should maybe separate what they should take from it as good and limit what they do take from it.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
just
that's the
like any-
variations
I
of
agree.
the views of humans around the world, right? Because for theft, for example, in a lot of states in the United States, you can steal up to a certain significant amount of USD, and there's no prosecution for it until you do so. Surpass that limit, and then God bless you, Sarah. And then in other countries like Saudi Arabia, you have jewelry shops open without any CCTV or security or doors, and people don't steal because they know the punishment is the hand you steal with is chopped off. And I think a lot of that is derived from these religions and cultures. Corinth.
Yeah, but there's problems with that. Sorry, go
Allow
ahead,
me
Sarah,
to
sorry.
interrupt. My apologies. Plumpy, I know you're trying to send Corinth to the back, but you can't send the original panelist to the back. So tag me in the chat and let me know if you want to send somebody else back. Trib1 coming up with the Big 10 says AI overview, blind faith versus faith. Faith is often based on evidence, I reason, and experience, while blind faith is characterized by unquestioning belief, even in the absence of evidence or reason. Any thoughts to that? panel?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely definitions that I've heard, the trip. Thank you. You know, that blind faith is different, and yeah, I would probably agree. If your definition of faith is based upon evidence, reason, and justification, then sure. But I don't know why you're calling it faith and how it's different than just normal epistemic belief in that regard.
Oh, all faith must be blind. I dig it.
Fair enough. And Jim D, I'm sorry I didn't miss you. I just didn't want to interrupt for the one super chat. Coming with the big two, saying belief in God equals living in reality.
Convincing platitude.
Well, I'm unconvinced of that. I really am. I think that you know, things that can be demonstrated. Well, I am convinced that I'm unconvinced. Yes, I think I can.
I don't know if I
reach
put on
that
my
level.
sarcasm thick enough.
My
okay.
my confusion is really with the Western world.
Let me actually, because Dustin wants to go ahead and leave, and I have like 20 more people backstage. So Dustin, you want to make your exit statement?
So it's just interesting to me that there's so much energy placed into the idea that science has replaced God, right? You can't deny that God is a part of the human psyche, has been there for a very long time. I'd argue longer than science has been. And the idea that science hasn't supplanted God as a religion, it just kind of lends the idea that you're putting a lot of faith in something that you can't prove, right? So that's just my 2 cents on the.
I like it.
That's just my 2 cents.
I like it.
I can address that though. Sort of the idea that science replaces God, that isn't true. No one's worshipping science. No one's actually saying this.
They did call science faith.
Well, no, I don't think so. I think that it seems to be the best methodology.
Trust the science, bro.
Oh, I don't worship science, and it does tell us things that are not great about ourselves and about the world around us, you know, like, but it seems to reveal what is actually true, which is the reason we have medicine and, you know, virology and all of these things. It seems to be the best for telling us about the natural world around us. And I'll concede it doesn't seem to have a method for finding supernatural or transcendent things, but that's not what it's designed for. So you can be a complete theist.
You adopt the concepts that were once associated with God. You say that because I can explain them, that I am now greater than those concepts.
Yeah,
and you place yourself. Anyway, yeah, I think you know that this argument is sound. I've got to go because I will catch you guys later. Much love. Thank you for having me on, Sarah.
Yeah, no problem.
No, before
Next
Dustin
time,
spoke,
Dustin.
Christianity, well, not just Christianity, religion takes things like morals and then lays claim to it.
and this is so crazy because before Dustin spoke, this is exactly the point I was going to make, and you guys led into it, and that's why I think believing everything is a coincidence is really ignorance. For me, the biggest thing, like Dustin just said, and Mark, to your point too, and to Joe's point, is really, I think there's because, you know, as someone who is blessed enough to be born and raised in the Western world, I appreciate and respect everything the Western world has given to the humans on Earth. But the reality is, I think there's a biased perspective in the Western world. Like with all parts of the world, people who have a perspective of God in the Western world, due to mostly Christianity and their upbringing, have these understandings of it. But when you say science and God have to be so contradictory, I think that's only Western theology. When you go to other parts of the world and other religions, they use science as a direct evidence of the magnificence of a creative intelligence. And so I observe all of that, and maybe it's a curse or a blessing, I don't know, but I just see it all, and I refuse to criticize any. I think it's all rivers leading to the same ocean, ultimately.
Well, I think that sort of I don't know. I didn't really say they were contradictory. I'm just saying that science can't really investigate God, and you can come to the conclusion that all of this leads to a God, but I don't think that's a scientific claim. I don't think you can actually make any kind of statement that is scientific that would say that a God is responsible for this. And, you know, feel free to prove me wrong. Show me the scientific paper that demonstrates a God. because I don't think it's out there. And if it is, I would like to read it and see how they
Well,
experimented
Buddhism and
and found a
Sikhism
God.
and Hinduism, they all state that the
Dianetics.
evidence of God is the very existence you experience.
No, and that's fine, but they're not science.
I got two arguments for you. Life, the odds of life. I think I heard you say earlier that for sure there's life in other places. Did I hear you right? Maybe I should just ask you. Do you think it's likely?
I think it's likely, sure.
That there is life in other places?
Sure.
That's a good point. If there is intelligent life out there in space, does that prove or disprove the existence of God? That's not us, you know. Okay,
Not
Alex.
directly, I don't think.
It would probably disprove some gods.
I was just
but
going with it
wouldn't
was
disprove God categorically.
It certainly would the Christian God, right? Because you have, you know, Jesus, unless they have their own version of Jesus that's been sent to save them as well. I think that Christianity would take a really hard
But maybe
hit
that
from it.
species never
I
had
might make an
sin,
argument
Mark.
that that's
Did you ever
even
think of that?
likely.
Thanks.
I was
Theo.
just
that
going
species
with-
never. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It's still, even then, you'd have to have, like, you know, the only perfect person is Jesus and these aliens. So I don't know.
Well, I think the main point is that it's like, for example, like typical thing of like falling into scientific method and all that is that the actual thing being tested has to be falsifiable. So an example of this would be like, could there exist an aliens that like are so technologically advanced that we can't even detect them? Like, that claim is unfalsifiable because they're so sophisticated we'll never be able to detect them.
Anything's
So it's the same
possible.
thing where this is where they kind of say where science and religion is opposed, because like God, by definition, God is like, you're not able to test for God, all this kind of shit. But like I think another key point to touch on as well, because sorry, my mind's all over the place, like, was this whole thing of like dogma. There is dogma in science, but it, like, science itself is not a religion. Do you know what I mean? So when Fauci got on an interview and said, I am the science is settled, all this shit, that's literally contrary to science. Science is like developing, it's constantly being developed. So to say it's all settled and it's like the knowledge is static, all this kind of shit. Knowledge is dynamic. It's constantly getting added to, tweaked, all this kind of shit as we experience and we discover more, all this kind of thing. So I think that's kind of the main danger with religion, especially fundamentalist religion, is that you can, on faith, take a stance that goes against all of your country's laws. Like fundamental Islam, for example, will on faith ignore they will override free speech in the Constitution. Purely because it's like, no, that's blasphemy to God to dare question Allah or whatever the fuck. Do you know what I mean? But like, that's when you get into dangerous. But that's just dogma in general. That's not necessarily
For sure.
religion.
For
Because
sure.
like,
But I mean, they
gave the
threw
example, like,
Galileo. Wasn't it
truth is
Galileo
nothing
they
but-
threw in jail for saying the sun was the center of our solar system? Was it
Yeah,
Galileo or Aristotle?
it was home confinement, I think.
Yeah, they
For the rest of
told him
his
he was
life.
wrong and they jailed him,
For the
right?
rest
And
of
then
his
years
life.
later, after his death, they determined he was correct. So you're right. Science does update its information constantly, you know, and isn't that the whole point of science, though? It's to be a student of the existence we experience.
Can you imagine being the guy who had to clean that guy's place out?
I presume people could enter it.
The whole
but,
world
like,
was convinced he was cursed by God himself, banished
instance, at
by the
one
Pope
point-
to his own home.
At one point, they thought they had physics all sorted out. We had everything understood. There was just a few little things that we had to sort out, and then somebody came up with quantum physics, you know, like, and then suddenly we realized that everything we have to take
Was it a woman?
That was my second proof
No,
of God.
no,
The first one, if I could, the first proof was I was just trying to say the likelihood, and it got strayed. It's unlogical, unlikely that we're this lucky, that we're that close to the sun. And if there is other life, it hasn't made it here and all of those things. And the second argument was, we're cavemen. We're pretty stupid. We were pretty sure Einstein had the speed of light was the fastest you can go. This thing is over there. This thing is over there. Now we're finding out through a quantum entanglement that things are connected. What you do to this thing happens to another thing. So they're connected, even though you can't see it, meaning we're not so fucking bright. Meaning that our rules of science that brought you to your conclusions are just a monkey trying to explain quantum physics. You cannot be, you know, that fucking certain.
Yeah,
Go
but the
back.
problem
Joe.
is that
Preach,
religion is
brother
even
Joe.
more
That's a point.
Hang on.
I say we
Sorry,
need
go
a
ahead, Leo. You haven't talked
Brother
at
Joe
all,
needs
so
$1 more
please.
to send all 3 of his kids to school. We can dig down deep and get those pennies out of those loafers.
Speaking of sending more dollars, K2 Keep On Trucking came into the Big Ten, says, I'll show my support to the show and send in a super chat and say, these women minivan drivers makes me want to start smoking. Jesus, take the wheel. Shout out to minivan
You should.
driving
It'll make you look
mamas.
cooler.
Pretty much. So
No,
the first
I
part
just
that
wanted.
was the. Go, Leo. Sorry.
I just wanted to outline that. I mean, if you want to use quantum mechanics to argue for God's existence, you can do that. But quantum entanglement does not violate the speed of light. And while I have the floor, I'd like to comment on the science is always changing. That is true to an extent, but we can't deny the fact that science still establishes things that aren't going to change. This phone is made of atoms. That is going to be true in 1,000 years from now. Now, we might advance our understanding of atoms and how they behave and how they interact with each other. But in 1,000 years, in 1,000,000 years, it will still be true that this phone is made of atoms. So while science does change, we can still establish truths about reality using science.
I think the theological argument that you had, sort of, hey, we're a certain distance from the sun. Well, we're actually in the outer edge of the Goldilocks zone. We could actually be in a better
We're about in the
position.
middle.
So, well,
what
we're
about
still
it? Both Mars and Venus sit within the circumstellar habitable zone of the sun. You could put Earth where Venus is, and life, maybe not us specifically, but life would continue on this planet. There'd be all water would be liquid, but life would still continue to exist. You could put Earth where Mars is, and life would continue to exist. It'd probably be a bit colder, but life would continue to exist.
If that were logical, we'd have found life on these other planets, moon, and all of that shit, right?
No,
But there's a variety of reasons why we haven't found. Do you know what the temperature is on the surface of Venus? 700 degrees
I
Fahrenheit.
thought he said Venus.
Yeah.
I was like, on the temperature of
Mars
Venus?
practically doesn't have an atmosphere, so that's also.
And I'm not sure, but if you're saying life is so persistent that something other than us would form if the planet would move, it's logical that we find life in our solar system, and most
There could be
scientists
life
agree.
in our solar system.
Yes, and most scientists agree that by now life should be abundant if all we need are the conditions that we have.
I don't know any scientists saying that.
Yeah,
Well, check the calculations that they've done to determine whether they think it's life out there. The old calculation was simply based on sun, water, and the things that we knew at the time.
All
and
those
it was
calculations are
and
based
it
on
was huge
subjective
that there
priors.
was life. Now we found out that there can be life under the ocean living off of gas and shit like that. So they had to expand the calculations. The current belief is that life should be abundant and it should have found its way here by now.
No, that's not.
And I wasn't trying to say that quantum entanglement had anything to do with the speed of light. You must have missed my shit. All I meant was that we had limited knowledge thinking speed of light, and now we know other things. So the knowledge that you're using now could be quite limited. If the quantum is just the beginning of a thing, then you're ape trying to describe how an automobile works. There's no two ways around it.
I believe
Yes, it
Corinne
could be.
wants to make his exit. If we could give him the space to go ahead and clear out.
That was fun. Mark, thanks for teaming up with me. That was really good.
Pleasure.
Jeff, thanks for filling in. No, it was really last minute. Love you, dude.
Thank you.
Everyone else, I don't know. Any of you?
Oh shit!
Thank
You
you.
guys,
And
you guys die in a hurry. That's a damn lie from Ramen Noodle Boy.
I do actually
Savage.
want to give a big shout out to Jeff because the person who was originally going to be in that role backed out semi last minute. No harm, no foul, but Jeff was pretty quick when I asked and reached out and said, "Hey, would you want to fill in?" And he was like, "Yeah, sure, I got it." So that spared me a sanity level, but it also saved the debate as well and allowed it to continue.
Thank you, Jeff.
So, round of applause for you, Jeff.
And
Made
you
it
were
into that.
sincere. Both of you last two remaining were the only two sincere panelists up there. Thank you, Jeff and Mark.
Oh, I think Corinth was sincere.
Nonsense.
I was also
Sincerity.
impressed by his understanding of philosophy. That impressed me.
Yeah, same
quite a
here,
bit.
actually. He probably knows more about philosophy than I do.
He probably knows more about philosophy than I do. But it's just cool to see people. I hear him start talking, and he started talking about modality and modal logic, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, he's
So I have a question for the atheist brother, Mr. Mark.
Why is your
Do you
gain so fucking high?
is it bad?
It's
I can
bad.
turn it down. Is it bad, sir?
About 30%.
Or do you want to fix it? I can do either.
Those better.
Yeah,
Go
it
ahead.
is way up.
She's
you sound a
already
little
got
better
her
now.
balls in her hands. Just let her rock the mic.
So, Mr. Mark, do you believe that there is no God?
I believe there is no God. Yes.
All right. Would you say that the belief itself is in the realm of evidence or tangible, or would it be in the
No.
realm of fiction? So belief is fiction.
Belief is epistemology. It's basically the epistemology is about knowledge and belief. So that's saying, well, I believe it, therefore it's true. Belief is never evidence for something.
Okay, so is your belief fiction?
Is my belief? No, my belief is real.
It's
I really
possible
believe
fiction.
there is no
It's
God.
evidence.
Sorry?
So your belief is evidence, or it's tangible?
No. I have evidence upon which I base my very real belief.
So is it fiction?
Is the evidence fiction? No.
But your belief is fiction, correct?
What do you mean is my belief fiction? Do you think
It's not real,
Do you
it's
think,
tangible.
Do you think I'm lying that I believe in this thing?
I believe you believe that. I believe you believe that there is no God. But your
Right.
belief,
So how is it fiction that when the proposition I believe there is no God is true, correct?
you may believe that, but I don't know whether
Yes,
it's
and
true or
that
not.
is true.
There's no way for me to know.
And while you
Well,
two
yeah,
are fooling around, I just want to send a big shout out. We just got a big Crucible raid coming in, so the numbers are spiking up already. Shout out to all of the Crucible crew. Rachel Wilson, I see you in chat. Mr. Enning, I'm just going to say Mr. E. I can never say it. And thank you to Andrew Wilson. I appreciate you all. I hope your debate went well. Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
That's okay. I think the confusion here is you're saying, hey, is that belief that you have a real thing, right? Is it a real thing out there in the world? And no belief ever is. A belief is a mental state of thinking something is true. So you've got to be very careful because you're trying to
Jeff, don't leave
conflate
yet.
whether
Are you leaving?
the belief.
No.
Hang on. Just brick. You're trying to conflate that the belief not being a real thing means that if it is true that I believe it, it doesn't mean that it's true that a God exists. And you're trying to conflate the two.
No, I'm not conflating. I'm actually
you
making
are.
No, I'm not conflating. I'm actually making a point.
Yes, you are.
My point is this, and if you want to hear my point, I can actually make the point. But I want to
go for
ask
it.
Jeff a question as well. Actually, I got three for him. When you say that you believe there is no God, you cannot possibly say that as knowledge.
I don't. It's a belief.
You said it was a belief.
Right.
Based upon
Right.
evidence.
Therefore, you
Okay,
cannot
so
be asked. Therefore, you cannot be asking someone else for knowledge.
Okay, so the reason why is because I believe it based upon evidence, so it's justified. There is no way that I can check it further than that to see whether it is true or not. It's unfalsifiable.
So the belief exists for you and you alone.
What do you mean it exists for me and me
The
alone?
same as any
Who else
knowledge
would
you might
have
have.
my belief?
The
Who
same
else
no-
would have my mental state?
Exactly. That's exactly my point. So when you go asking another man for a belief to prove
Yes.
his belief, right?
No,
now
I
you have
would ask them-
you have operated upon.
Well, no, Rick. I would
Where
ask
did
them
their
if-
belief originate,
Hang on,
Rick?
hang on. If they would have knowledge of God, if they do have knowledge that a God exists, do you have knowledge that a God exists?
Of course not.
Okay, so you're agnostic.
No, but I have the historic evidence of societies and civilizations throughout time that existed far before any languages that spoke English, or therefore even Christianity, the Judeo-Abrahamic religions
But they
that
were
have
dope.
had, a vehement faith in some kind of creator. Whether even you go back to like the age of Moloch when people were sacrificing their youngest children during struggles.
That might be bad
There's been
evidence.
people who have believed in this for a long time. So how do we just refute that and ignore it?
That may be bad
that's-
evidence. They didn't know any better. People, of course, are going to believe crazy shit. The younger or older,
Well, it's
younger
also an appeal to
civilization is. It may be
popularity.
bad evidence as well.
It's also an appeal to popularity. You're basically saying, hey, there was a long line of people who all believed it. It's a common belief. But before we came up with medicine, it was a common belief that, disease was caused by people sinning, for instance, or in some way transgressing a creator. And we know that that's not true. We now have germ theory of disease. So the fact that people believed it, and a lot of people believed it, does not mean that it is true. That's an appeal to popularity.
Right. So even science, even all of what we believe about science can pretty much be chalked up just to a belief. When we talk about knowledge, right? Knowledge is ultimately unattainable, except for through, and this is the part where I wanted to go to Jeff. Jeff, is experience the best teacher?
Well, I just want to, sorry, Jeff, just before you go, I just want to address that, because you're sort of saying, hey, science only has belief as well in popularity. Like, I don't see how the demonstration.
No, it's not through popularity, it's through your own mind. You cannot have science without a mind. You just can't have it.
He is saying it's
Outside of
belief
mind, it
because you
doesn't-
can't be 100% certain. Therefore,
Well,
it's belief.
hold on, that's not
what he's
true.
saying.
Our minds are able to document science, but science in itself is a definition of the universe we experience. Like Brother Leo was saying earlier, once we've defined what atoms are, you cannot refute the existence of atoms.
No, Mark actually explained this earlier, is that it's just the words that we put it together and then we use it as a descriptor. Mark actually explained this earlier. And that's why I kept saying in the chat that Mark's actually making an argument for God, that it's a belief, right? Anyway, so I did want to get to Jeff.
I'm really not. I don't think you understand my position. That those
I do.
atoms
I
do
understand that
exist.
you're an atheist. You're just confused. But I wanted to get to Jeff.
Yeah, so those atoms do exist. They are there. Just because we say, hey, these things have properties in common, and we
believe that?
label those properties.
Yeah, can
doesn't-
you measure
yes, I
where
believe
those
that.
atoms
Thank
are?
you.
Can you nail them down?
Can I
Can
nail
you
an
nail
atom
those
down?
atoms down?
Everything
and
that we
define where they
know
are?
is a belief, right?
You know you cannot, right? So maybe they are not there.
I was thinking that the
Certainly
whole
not
time,
as
Flo.
you're
Like
saying.
after the fact, we still believe it, even though we know it.
Right. A belief
Heisenberg
that
uncertainty.
is correct.
Yeah, even if we claim
Knowledge
it,
is a subset of belief.
belief.
So
Yes,
anything
correct.
that you know, you must first believe in order to know it. Belief is a condition for knowledge. Justification, belief, justification, and truth are typically
Yeah,
given
and by the way,
in the
knowledge also
standard
requires
tripartite
justification,
analysis.
correct? Knowledge
That's what I said.
requires
That's what I,
justification.
that's
So
what I said.
in that case,
it requires belief,
justification
it requires
comes from a mind.
justification, and it requires truth in the traditional tripartite analysis, which is setting aside
Justification has a
gettier
mind.
cases for the sake of simplicity.
But I would like to get to Jeff. Is
Can we get this
experience
man a
the best
pipe?
teacher?
Leo needs a pipe.
He does.
I have one.
Yeah, get that wooden pipe out, brother Leo. Get that wooden pipe out.
Yes. Nice. Yes, sir.
Oh, hell yeah.
So is experience the best teacher, Jeff?
Not always.
It is. And then I'm sorry.
You said no.
Not always. No.
Not okay. I mean, besides, like, if we as believers said God, then God would be the best teacher. But short of that, experience. I mean,
It'll
like
do.
in the logical fashion, experience, I guess, because even logic has its own fallacies.
It'll do. Please continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
All knowledge based on experience?
No.
I don't.
Well, that's the point I was making earlier. Like when you grow up as a Christian, a Muslim, whatever, in an atheist household, you grow up with the belief. You grow up with the belief and the faith that your parents or your family know the world better than you do, right? And a lot of us, once we get older, we realize that may not be true. So we try to get onto our own path and journey to find the truth. But like that's kind of what I was saying earlier. That so much of human civilization has dictated this belief or knowledge of a creator that it still stands true to this day. Like, you know, whether it's true or not, so many people believe it to be true is what I'm trying to say.
So
Well, that doesn't answer the
two
question.
questions
I mean,
already.
everybody
You said
could
you
be
don't
wrong.
No, hold on. It doesn't even
I
touch
accept that
the
answer. It's okay
Right.
to say I don't know. It's okay.
No, no,
Okay, so
I don't like
Brick-
the
Brick is-
sticky
I
way
don't
you're using the
understand
word
Brick's
knowledge.
thing.
You're trying to make a
understand.
semantic
One more.
point, biblical argument, and this kind of greasy. I don't like. Try it again.
Yeah.
I've got one more. Is revelation enough for experience, Jeff?
Enough
They're
for
different fucking things.
Is it enough to say I have an experience now?
No.
No.
It's not an experience. It's a revelation. They're different things entirely.
Are you
Sorry, I
saying
know
can
that was at
revelation
Jeff, but-
replace experience?
No, can a revelation be enough to say that was an experience?
No.
No. Okay, then I guess that John from the Isle of Patmos did not have an experience.
And a dream,
No,
maybe.
he had an experience, but what
Oh.
we're questioning is whether it was a revelation.
I'm asking these questions because a lot of people don't really get down to the nitty gritty of these
I don't think
ideological
you get down to
factions.
the nitty gritty.
No, I'm saying that what
But
you
God
are, you
bless you
guys
for
are
trying.
claiming, what you guys are claiming to be knowledge, you can't possibly claim to know.
Disagrees with you, bro. I don't know. What
You can't possibly claim to know what we know.
Hey, look, I'm just asking questions.
No, you're not. You're making assertions.
No,
yeah.
I literally have them written down right here. Okay,
You literally just made an assertion, and you said you're asking questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
And-
I
and
did.
when we
I did.
disagree,
I just
premises,
made an
whatever
assertion.
you're
I got
running,
6
Rick,
questions though. But
Rick,
all of
just
the questions.
when we
all-
disagree with the premises in your sort of whatever script you're running there, you're sort of like, oh, well, we then continue like we agreed to it.
Right.
You
disagree
disagree with
prove anything to us because we didn't keep up with you, is what he's saying.
No, when we don't give you the answer that you're looking for. Like when you say, "Oh, experience is the best way to get knowledge." No, sometimes not. If I fall off a cliff and die, it's not the best way to get knowledge about gravity.
No, that's very true. Yeah, Mark, the way I think of it,
is that
this might
you're
be a
not
silly-
willing to say I don't know.
Okay, Brick. Okay, Brick.
I
Okay,
did
Brick.
Mark say that.
The way I think
Didn't Mark say that when he was asked?
Yeah, he
I
said
don't
at least
know a
3
lot of
times tonight.
No, you're afraid of it. You said I don't know, but then you push back on the position as if it's a piece of knowledge that you can attain. You can't attain this knowledge. It's not for you. It's not for me. It's not for anybody. There
you
are
know
pieces
that?
of knowledge that you
Where
will
did you get that
never
knowledge,
have.
Rick? Where'd you get that knowledge?
What, that knowledge right there? Oh, that's
Can you give me a first source? I'd like
that's
a
an
first
experience.
source, please.
That's an
So you don't
experience.
make knowledge through experience by knowing that other people can't
I
know it.
believe it is
You
true.
already know. I'm sorry, that's not going to.
By the best teacher. Now, if you don't want to believe it, that's cool. That's cool. I'm only asking questions that people are afraid to ask.
Brick, do thoughts exist?
There's a reason why they're afraid to ask it, mate. Because
Well, I actually respect that sentiment that humans may be limited to
I
that
wanna hear him
ultimate
answer my
knowledge until
question.
after we die, whether it's
Yeah, I
real or not,
want to hear
right?
Flo's
Like,
question too.
yeah,
I
go ahead,
think
Flo.
that's-
Go ahead.
Do thoughts exist, Brick?
You already know the answer to that.
I want to hear you say it for people, though, so that they know who they're talking to.
That's my point. Why ask the question?
To demonstrate
Well,
to
what's
the
the outcome?
audience who you are and what you think.
They already
do
know
thoughts
who I
exist.
am. I've been up here on Sarah's panel. In fact,
I don't
I've
know
been
who
up
you
up here
are.
on Sarah's
Wait a sec, Brick. You just tore into you just tore into
why I didn't
Mark,
come.
and now you're dodging the question.
I don't
And you're
know.
saying,
I'm
oh, people are just afraid to ask the questions. Answer Flo's question. Do thoughts exist?
Good question.
Yeah, it's a simple question.
It is.
Do thoughts exist?
Question.
I don't believe so.
Oh,
So I would say no.
thoughts don't
Okay.
exist. We have
say
this
no.
conversation.
There it is. There
Right.
it is.
So I can't
It's
tell you
kind
what
of
the
like peeing on a wall.
Maybe for Brick, because it does sound like he doesn't fucking think, so he wouldn't have thoughts at this point.
Gentlemen, one at a time. Brick,
Brick,
make your
what do
claim there, buddy.
What do you mean thoughts do not exist, Brick?
They're not real. They're not tangible. You can't hold them in your hands.
Oh, I dig that in that sense. I'm with you. Yeah.
It just leads to the simulation theory. Like if I'm playing a video game, it's not real, but the concept, like what fascinates me more than anything is, Mark, you're the greatest non-NPC character in a video game, right? Because you're willing to question everything that most people are willing to just believe. So it's ultimately the creator of this video game is probably far more fascinated with individuals like Mr. Mark Reed, who actually question things and are willing to, question what the truth may be instead of just falling in line, because that's what the older people before him said. So I try to have an open mind when it comes to this debate. I don't just pick a side and become loyal to a fault.
Well, I don't have a problem with anybody believing in a God. I don't have an issue at all. Like they can believe whatever they want because I can't prove that God doesn't exist. So I can't, I don't dislike that. What I have a problem with is some of the negative effects of those religions have. And, you're fully entitled to your beliefs, but I believe there is no God. And so I think I'm entitled to mine as well. But thank you, Tomato. I really appreciate it.
Mark,
and I think, yeah. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's say I'm going to equate this life to a video game. If you're in a video game, can I call the creator of the video game God? Is that all right?
Well, it depends on their properties, right? Like possibly, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
possibly.
if
That'll do.
they're aware of everything, because even in a video game, I don't think the creator of a video game would be aware of everything that happens in that video
No,
game
it'll
in
do for
all
what I want to
locations.
do. I just want to
Okay.
move it to, is it possible that this world, if it is a simulation, then we can call whoever created it, we can consider him God in the same God terms we gave the first guy, if we can
Sure.
prove this is a simulation.
Sure, but I don't believe it's a simulation. I think that has
Very good. That's an easier proof than to prove God. I think we could prove this is a simulation.
Really?
Yes. Everything we think seems to be untrue. It seems like, for instance, you once thought that when I hold up these cigars, I'm actually touching the box. Turns out that there's a magnetic field that would never allow me to touch this thing in reality. We thought we were sure, 100% unobjectionable fact that I'm holding this box.
Hell no.
Now we're not even touching it. We know we're not even touching this box.
How does that get you to a God or a simulation?
Well, the best way it turns out to find out a simulation is to zoom in on it. You zoom in on other simulations, they pixelate, the rules break down. Looks like when you zoom in on this world, it breaks down. You can't find that atom that you were so sure of. Heisenberg, on certainty principle, says the more you try to narrow it down, the less you'll find it.
No, that's not what it says.
Okay.
No.
The reason we can't make computer chips any smaller is because we can't determine what a damn atom's gonna be.
No, that's not right. We
Both
can't
are
make them
correct.
any smaller because we're limited by the size of electrons. That isn't true. And we can make quantum chips using quantum bits. So I don't, that's ridiculous.
Well, your quantum argument, when I'm talking about quantum computers, the reason we can't make regular chips for regular computers is because we can't nail down where the damn object is. The closer we try to nail it down, the more we know where it is not. It is not there.
No, it's just limited by the size of an electron. We can't make like computational pathways that are smaller than an electron, because then what would hold the electrons?
Well, the holder is that part. That part is too small for the electron to travel through. You understand that, right? So there's two parts there that are working together.
Yeah, but I don't see how that makes us not able to do anything smaller, because we don't understand where an electron is. That doesn't follow.
It's not the electron, it's the atom.
Well, we can define the position of atoms.
My point was that the rules break down. The rules change on a smaller level. Here, I'll give you another example. You take
that doesn't prove that it's a simulation. It just says that when you go further into a atom, that it goes into subparts from there. That's we haven't found anything that has an atomic level, but we think that the quanta is the smallest packet of information that you can have in the universe, like the quanta. But we're not 100% sure of that either, because we haven't managed to break a quanta down. So
that's aside my point. My point was that what we think is solid reasoning here, if you do a 360 and turn around, I'm looking at your face again, we think that's 100% certain. The quantum rules don't follow these rules. That's why they want the grand unified field theory, right? To rationalize these two.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'm going to go out on a limb and just sort of say that you probably aren't an expert on quantum mechanics at the moment.
I'm not I wouldn't claim expert on anything, bro.
Hence, man's been asking in the chat how magnets work. He's getting mad.
Is that Tapioca Weasel? That's our magnet expert.
No, it's not.
Where was I wrong?
Tapioca Weasel on magnets. Yeah, Joe, I just don't see when you say, hey, because either way, right? Like, I feel like either way, if we find some quantitative packet, some smallest part of the universe, and say, hey, that quanta is the smallest part, you'll go, oh, look, it's proof that it's simulation.
I'm
and
not
if you
trying
don't
to prove the size. You're missing my
hold
argument.
on, hear me out,
the rules break down. Can you talk about that?
Smaller and smaller and small. Well, the grand unifying theory is the one that we're looking for to assimilate them together. Like quantum
because
gravity
they're different,
and things.
right?
But you're assuming that doesn't exist, and I know. How do you know that doesn't exist?
I'm assuming what doesn't exist. I'm just saying the rules are different in conventional physics as opposed to quantum physics. Why are we wrestling about this?
No, if we can find a grand unifying
Is-
theory,
has-
it will unify the two. We haven't
Where is
found
it?
it.
Where
You're
is it?
saying
The four.
Joe, he's saying that he believes we can find it. He's not saying that we have found it. He believes that we can.
All right.
And speaking of finding things, Joe, Nico Pluto coming with a big 2 says, Cruci blesses. Hello, weirdo. Thank you. Plumpy with the big 2. Stay wild out there, Brick. Plumpy again says, simp bucks. Thank you. Plumpy coming in is again saying, Brick, what's your favorite Skittle color?
He meant skin
I
color.
do not.
It's
I
a
do not
euphemism
eat
for
Skittles,
skin
but
color.
if I had to choose a favorite color, because my favorite color is green. Red's the best.
Skin color.
Skittles.
Gay.
No, I don't eat Skittles.
Did you determine that?
Blasphemy.
Brock E. Shepard trying to utilize his membership to kick Dusty, but
Shame,
unfortunately, it
shame.
doesn't work like that. That's just your free ability to say something without you've already
Right.
to say something.
Yes.
You
And now
can't
you
use
burned
it to
that
kick
one.
anyone. Yeah. Chris Thompson in with the big. Okay, Chris Thompson in with the big 2 saying smartwatches have a processor in them. And last one, John Cassell with the big 10. How bad does this guy want to be Morpheus? And on that note,
I'm not
Mark,
sure if he's
I
talking
will-
about Mark
Yeah, I'll
or
take
Leo. Is that Mark or Leo?
I'm going to assume it's me. I mean, I'm so bold. It's
Leo's got the
ridiculous.
chair though.
Hey, I'm bald.
He
Dude,
does,
Mark,
yeah.
I'm bald too, bro. Fuck him.
And-
Fuck him. I'm Professor X in this bitch. We're both
Yeah,
bald
yeah.
brothers, bro.
Right
Put the hat back
right
on, Tomo.
Embrace it. Anyway,
And
I just
Mark,
want to give
you want to
a
make
sorry,
your
go ahead.
closing guide. No,
Yeah,
I
I wanted
wanted
to give a big thank you to Jeff and Alex and God, I've forgotten his name now.
Corinth.
Corinth.
Corinth, yeah, absolutely cool. Was really, really fun. Thank you so much, Sarah, for hosting, and thanks everybody for watching. I really enjoyed it.
Good to see you,
Everybody, take care, be well, and yeah, I'll probably see you next time.
Good seeing you, Mark.
I don't mean to
Yeah,
cut
good to
you
see you,
off,
Leo.
Mark,
Much love, man.
Going
Hey,
to get some
sorry.
lunch, huh?
Hold on, Jeff wanted to say something. Go
sorry.
ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut off your ending. If I want to chat with you later, where can I find you?
I'm over at Mark Reed Atheism. I have in my video descriptions, I do have a Discord if you want to join that. But yeah, my link, I should be linked down the bottom, Sarah, is that right?
Yeah, and Jeff, I'll send you his Discord username so that you can reach out directly. That's how I talk to him. Mhm.
Oh yeah, sure, no problem at all. Anyway, take care, everybody, and I'll see you later.
Bye,
out,
Mark.
man.
Thanks for coming. I appreciate you.
Do you think he likes
And-
bags?
And a crafty something coming in with the big 5 says, if a tomato is a tomato, but it identifies as a potato in the simulation, do you believe the reality it's a tomato or the simulation it's a potato? Whether the weather be fine.
I believe if you cut it into strips and fry it, it's tasty either way.
How much wood
Fair
does
enough.
the woodchuck chuck if a
If a
woodchuck would?
woodchuck would. Fair enough. And Robert Demita with his membership, just to say something. I like you, Robert. I love it. And Chris Thompson in with the Big 10 saying, January at Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois, have developed fiber optic technology capable of teleporting quantum information through the same lines that carry conventional data traffic.
I heard about that. It was a big deal.
Y'all are getting way too nerdy for my taste.
Right.
Yell more.
I'm sorry. Do I need to stop coming here?
I tried to ask Brick what his favorite skin color was, but he wouldn't answer me.
Oh,
he's a
and
racist.
Mark, I'm gonna assume if Mark you're still watching, I'm gonna assume maybe you want me to cut your stream off. I'll go ahead and do it just for safety purposes and stuff. If you're gonna leave and everything, so I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. Anybody that's watching over on Mark Reed's end, I'm at the Raging Tomato. You can find me here if you want to continue on with the party.
The gauntlet.
Right now, it's still on the Raging Tomato. Okay. That's where we're at. So I'll go ahead and remove that. And I think I missed Alex. I think had his still going too. I think, yeah, Wi-Fi Gospel. If anybody's still watching on Wi-Fi Gospel, again, same story for you. All right, I'm going to remove you. Let's see what else is going.
Rocky, you've been welding in those things?
Jeff, you're still good. Caucasian, you're good. Okay. All right. Everybody's safe. All right. Back
Oh,
to
good.
you.
I was worried there for a second. Whew.
Wait, I think the
Well, as a
the
Christian,
I
I
the people who believe in
no
God
God.
outweigh the atheists now.
You don't even have to be a Christian. All cultures believed in some God until recently when they came up with the Big Bang Theory.
I'm
Which
not so
isn't
sure
that-
that's a great argument, though.
Who
Just
came up
because
with the
people
Big
believe in
Who
it.
came up with the Big Bang Theory?
That's a
The
good question,
Jesuits.
Jose.
The
It's a very
Jesuits.
good question. A Jesuit.
I guess
did.
an argument I have. I guess an argument I have, whether you believe in it or not,
don't
is
even have
why
to
are
be a-
so many wealthy people, so many wealthy accredited people in this world, still obsessed with the esoteric or the spiritual realm, right? Like, unless you don't believe in those things, you think it's all just humans
Well,
are
they
incompetent and that can't be
wealth
real.
and intelligence aren't necessarily intertwined.
Right, but I'm not
Magical.
necessarily saying those people are smart. I'm saying why is it that all of these prominent people in the world have constantly, shown symbols or affiliation
who?
to symbols of esoteric and occult and spiritual knowledge?
Who?
What's more reasonable and
Are
logic?
we really going to go down that road? I mean,
No,
Jesus.
Damn it, Joe.
I don't really want to go down that road, but
What's
I'll
more
point out that you
reasonable
can
than logic?
show successful people on both sides of that. So the implication that you're making is that unsuccessful people are the only ones that believe.
No, the implication I'm
I know
making
that is
is
not
how
what
many
you said,
atheists.
but it's sort of implied.
Right, but how many atheist fraternities and sororities or organizations like the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians have existed in comparison to religious,
Aren't
faithful,
all of them
spiritual,
atheists?
esoteric?
Aren't all
Well,
fraternities?
that's why I asked you guys. Like, why are these people so obsessed with those things if they're so
Aren't
smart and in
all
tune with the
fraternities?
What's more reasonable and logic? That there's a God who created everything, or
God
that
damn it, Rocky.
everything came from nothing?
Nobody believes everything came from nothing.
Oh, well, that's what you got to believe.
The Christians do.
Believe to
so
argue
it didn't
against
come
it.
from nothing, but it came from the aliens.
No, you need us to believe that so that you can argue against it, but that's not what anybody's proposing.
What's
Yeah,
the
I'm just
fallacy that's
proposing-
called
I'm just
moving goal,
proposing
like
why all
moving
these people-
goalpost?
Okay, you
I'm just
want
proposing
evidence
why all
of
these
God.
people that
Look at
are
the
influential believe in
flowers,
these things. That's all
the
I'm proposing.
trees, the
All right, Jack
beautiful
Talcott.
world we live in. Evidence of creation is all around you, and you.
Does that disprove the flying spaghetti monster, Rocky?
No.
Why it gotta be God, right?
How to
something else.
To not believe in God, you have to have faith. You have
Oh,
to
you
have
gotta
that
have
things.
Oh, man.
Are you
Oh,
calling on the Great Limp
Rocky's
Biscuit
like that
poster?
drunk public defender that's going to get disbarred next week, and you happen to have him showing up for you for your case. You're just like waiting. You see the name on the paper, and you're thinking, "What is he going to look like? Who is he?" And then he walks in stumbling, and he reeks of alcohol.
Well, Joe asked a question. He said, if you have a thought, does it exist? Now, I believe it exists, but it's non-material. So
Where
humanists,
is it?
Materialists, they don't believe in anything unless it's
Where is it,
materialistic.
Rocky?
It's inside you.
If it exists, where is it?
Right, that's also a
that
very
straw
poor
man Rocky keeps
characterization of
beating up.
materialism.
It exists
Hey,
in your
Rocky.
mind.
Yeah,
So physically,
I can explain this, Joe. I can explain this. I know what
your
you're.
head.
Yeah, I can explain this, right? Like,
Okay.
does Harry Potter exist?
Yes, in that sense.
Yes. But Harry Potter's not real, correct?
Merlin. It's all influence.
all of them
Nonfiction
make
is stranger
sense in
than
a
fiction.
sense.
Merlin, the
Yes.
wizard, influence.
Yes. So
Harry
the
Potter.
whole thing of like when Brick said that thoughts don't exist, that was retarded because he said thoughts don't exist and they're not real. But
But
thoughts do
then he
exist,
cleaned it
they're
up.
just
He
not
said
real.
they don't
It's
have a material
context.
so and so. Under that
Yeah,
definition,
so they're not real. They
It's
still
context.
exist.
No,
They're
no,
not real.
What does it mean? What's the difference between not existing and not being real?
They're not
When you see a
tangible.
tornado,
That's what,
Yes.
you see,
but I didn't
you
ask
see
if they were tangible.
Called a
you see the
language
effects
barrier.
of it. Okay,
No,
you
it's
see
not.
the effects of
Yes,
wind, right?
Maybe
You
for
don't
you,
see
Brick.
the wind. You see the
No,
wind
it's
blowing
for
shit
powdered,
around.
dusty flow because he didn't understand what I was saying. Now, if
You
it was the other
answered
way
my
around, if I claimed that what he was saying was not true, then I
asked
would be
you-
the one who has the
I
language
asked
barrier.
you if
He
thoughts
has the
exist.
language barrier.
You chose to answer no once again.
I think he
Um,
was saying they
they
exist, but not in a material form. And
Now
you
he's
guys are
trying. Now
saying
he's
if
trying to
it is not
backpedal off of it.
material.
he said that.
This isn't a new
They
conversation with Brick. That's why he responded that
Okay.
way. He's
they
always
always
answered
do
this
that.
way. Now he's trying
No,
to
they
backpedal
always
off it.
So the Holy Spirit of God, as a
Rocky,
believer,
if you're
I
about to,
believe
I'm
the
sorry.
Holy Spirit exists, but you can't see it, just like the wind.
How do you know, Rocky?
You can. I
But you
know.
can detect the wind through a variety of empirical methods.
I honestly thought my argument was better, Flo, and you were dissecting it pretty well. Like, why are
Which
people
one?
that are influential and prominent so obsessed with things when you would consider their education would deem they'd follow science over blind faith? Like, you know,
more education makes people more smart. I think that you start to have a loss of independent thinking at some point when you've become too educated.
well, you and I have had this conversation. Like, I think those people at the cream of the crop aren't like your typical religious Bible thumpers in the West that people have grown to criticize and not become so fond of. I think they're actually really creepy druids of some kind of scary movie cult you watch at night with your girlfriend or wife. You know what I mean?
Rocky calls them Jesuits. By the way, the Big Bang, Rocky, I'm sorry to say, came around in 1969. It was coined by a BBC
69 BBC. What are you
radio
talking about here?
radio host. And by the way, in the 30s they actually came up with the idea of the singularity.
Thank you,
so when you
Wikipedia.
say it was the Jesuits, bro, I'm over here laughing.
I'm talking about.
Well, the original theory was
Copernicus.
proposed by a
Okay.
Jesuit priest by the
Okay.
name of George Lemaitre.
Okay,
so
you believe in
that's
space,
probably what he's
you believe we
referring
went to
to.
the moon.
Big Bang.
This is all
coined.
This is all from the.
I'm not referring to
ball.
the term. I'm referring to the
Spinning
theory
ball
the term was
theory
attached
of
to.
space
Well,
came
that
from
was actually that
Copernicus.
came around in the 30s.
Oh, Jesus, Rocky, shut up. Nobody cares.
It was actually in the 20s, and it was by George Lemaitre, who was
No,
a
he's
Jesuit
lying.
priest.
He's fucking lying. The Big Bang started with Copernicus.
Leo, I like you. We can get along.
It did not start with Copernicus. They didn't have the observational data
Copernicus,
that suggested the Big Bang to begin with. So
And,
I don't know how they would have ever arrived at that as a conclusion when they didn't have any data suggesting it. In
What's his
fact,
name?
all the way up until about the 1920s, most cosmologists thought the universe was eternal and static.
Yeah.
Well,
And the original disruption came from general relativity because its exact solutions, the Friedman solutions to general relativity, tell us that space-time can't be static. It's either expanding or it's contracting.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, they really didn't explore these
Rocky,
things
Rocky,
until
did you even
the World War.
process what he just said? Did you?
It
Even
was actually the
process-
military-industrial complex that had them on this track.
There's no proof.
They were
that
paying for it.
We're traveling.
Oh
through
God.
space. There's no proof of movement.
This is, you know what this reminds me of, Sarah? It reminds me of Finding Nemo when the seagulls are like, mine.
Mine. And speaking of mine, this one's not mine. This one's Flow State. Plumpy's over there simping with the big two. Simp bucks. Excuse me. And curious. And curious contrarian with the big two. Big Bang is pseudo-religious. And Chris
Well, that's
Thompson.
just one part of a scientific theory. That's all.
Okay. And Chris Thompson in with a big two says Miller Lite, does it taste great or less filling?
Light beer is
It's less
gross.
filling. It's less filling. It tastes all right.
Far less.
Grow a pair of balls and drink something dark like a real man.
Beer makes you pee too much. I'm all about that Glenlivet or like Tito's, you know, that good stuff.
Grow some real balls.
Tito's is good. I like Tito's. I can do some Tito's.
And while we're on the concept of super chats, you are not meeting your goal very quickly tonight, chat. You're failing, and I am very, very, very tired. So if you want the show to keep going, you know what to do, because I'll just end this shit and go to bed. I've had a long day.
She will.
If you don't mind.
In a heartbeat. And Jeff, I did want to say I recognize that you said I don't know. I want to point that out. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I asked your the questions, you did say that. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, like if I don't know the answer, I'm not gonna, you know.
Yep.
Is
Exactly.
there truth? Is truth relative or is truth? Can you
It
find?
depends on what concept of truth you're
Yeah,
referring
you
to.
can
There's
determine it. You
objective
can
truth,
determine it.
There's
Oh, sorry.
subjective truth. There's a variety. Like truth
There's-
is not
there's no
truth
such-
is not a univocal term where there's one concept and that one concept is truth. There's different kinds of truth.
There's no such thing.
I was gonna say in layman's terms, you can determine it. Which is, I'm sorry, like not to offend you. You're a very smart guy, obviously. I was gonna say in layman's terms, it's just like through pure analysis and basic trial and error evidence, we can prove what is True or
So-
not, Rocky?
This has to objectively be a cup, or it's not.
Yeah, but
That
can
is
you
objectively true? Like there,
prove something you
it's not
can't
just my
see?
pee-pees about it, right?
The truth is
We
the
have-
quality
okay,
of,
do
of
we
the
have
statement.
evidence of things not seen? Is there evidence of things we can't see? Like becoming a Christian and believing the Bible and
Rocky, can you engage with existing conversations, or do you just have to barge in like the fucking Kool-Aid man with whatever you were thinking?
Is there evidence that makes you a better person if you follow the scriptures? Is that
Yeah,
evidence?
Of course.
No.
Yeah, it's evidence
No.
that people that
No.
follow the scriptures are
You
better
follow the
people.
scriptures and you're a worse person.
And
you
it can
I would say
change
that
your
the,
heart,
I would say that that
change you
following the
from a
scriptures.
drug addict.
Okay, Rocky, are you having a conversation, or are you just fucking doing a TED talk?
Well, you don't let me finish shit.
Because you're never finished.
I think me and Powder need to go
what
at
she
it. Me and Powder need to go.
I don't even remember what I was talking about.
Rocky, it's ironic because I agree with you, dude, but it's just
Well, he was asking if it was evidence.
You're making the argument terribly.
Cheers.
The Bible
Yeah, no. What Rocky's doing is a perfect example of
So
why
wait.
it's dangerous to give into a dogmatic belief. Because basically, what Rocky's doing is he's overriding all rational faculty and just saying a statement in his feelings, all this kind of shit, and then just taking that as truth.
You see how he's getting angry?
Well, I got two fresh
believe
arguments to stop
God
this
of the
looping.
Bible is logical and reasonable. It's a logical and reasonable belief to
It's
believe
logical.
in God.
Do you know
Yeah,
what
it is
logic
oh,
is,
sorry.
Rocky? I mean,
I just wanted to say to Rocky, it is entirely logical, reasonable, and rational to believe in a God. I just think the people who do are wrong. That's it.
Yeah, and that's fine. And those
Okay,
those of us that
so-
think you're wrong, I think we should all have the equal respect for each other, because at the end of the day, none of us know what's going to happen after we die. We just don't. We have ideas, we have theories. Until it's figured out, I think this debate's going to be ongoing, respectfully.
Okay, so if God had the power of miracles, could he use that so that you actually know something, first of all? And secondly, for all the atheists that always try and argue like they have an established position and the Christians or whoever are operating on mere faith and have to defend their position, the actual experts will on occasion, because they fluctuate, say that quantum theory isn't proven as of yet. So it's not like they have a strong foundation for their arguments. It's really a
scientific
faith-based
theories are never
argument.
proven, because proven
Oh, they
to
can be.
prove things. Well, they can't be.
It would no
Prove
longer be called a
things
theory.
requires deductive argumentation that is usually relegated to the logic and mathematics. What science does
So
is
that's
consistently
pure
provide
abstract
evidence.
mathematics.
Is consistently provide evidence in favor of a variety of conclusions. Quantum mechanics
Yeah, but
as
that's
a broad
like- that's
theory or
self-referential
theoretical analysis of
postmodern.
reality. I haven't finished speaking. Is one of the most well confirmed
not interrupted.
theories that we currently have for describing reality.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
many aspects of
keep
quantum
my-
mechanics are confirmed to the 16th or 18th decimal place. This is found nowhere
Okay, so
else. in
if you don't
physics.
have a
so you can
definition
claim they're
for a
not
word, are you
proven, and
saying
sure, in
anything?
the technical sense, they're not proven. But to sit here and deny the reliability and the consistency of quantum mechanics as a theoretical analysis is just absurd.
That's what God believers say about God.
Okay, but do you have a definition of the words, or are you just going to change the symbols and the definitions?
What words?
like, all
What words
day?
would you like me to define?
Father and son.
Thing, the word thing.
Nobody
The word
knows
thing, by thing, I just mean an
Yes.
entity or an object that can be considered by rational thought.
Yeah.
Sure.
Science
So
is always
actually
wanna
define that
use
though. Like,
I just did
like, what
define
is
it.
it
An entity
composed
or
of?
object
Yeah,
that can
what's
be
it co- what is-
considered. That can be
Sure, what's
considered.
it composed
well, so
of?
for me, things aren't just
So-
concrete objects.
so what
I take
requires
abstracted to be
rational
things
thought?
too.
What requires?
sure. I think thoughts exist.
I don't know what you
How
mean by
did Picasso
require
come up with-
rational thought.
He's just trying to get
That's
you
just
caught up
confusing.
in
What-
placing the burden
You
of proof
said
all over
you
on you.
said it requires rational thoughts. I'm just trying to make sure. of
What did I say
what would
requires
make it
rational thought?
God.
God, what? When did I say that?
You just said it.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you
In-
want me to
in
go
order
back
for it to
like
be
2
real.
minutes
No,
ago?
no. I think you misunderstood him, Jeff. He was saying to prove things as in regards to the scientific theory explanation he was making.
Requires deductive argumentation,
Requires
usually
deductive
relegated to the realms of logic and
Yes. So
mathematics. That's
an
what I said.
unresolving decimal place doesn't have a terminus or a defined substance. That's not actually a number. You didn't present a mathematical
you mean.
conclusion.
I have no
You
idea.
didn't present a mathematical a unresolving decimal place is not a number because it doesn't have a terminus or a defined substance.
Are
Go look
you
at the
saying
equations and tell me.
99.999 repeating indefinitely isn't a number? Because I assure you
It
that
is not a number. It does not.
Yes,
it does
it
not
is.
have a defined boundary or substance.
You don't need defined
actually
boundary.
retarded,
There are infinite numbers
If you're digging
in
up into number
transfinite
theory,
arithmetic.
then if you have a fucking ratio, then you have to define geometry, which isn't defined
yeah, you're
either.
you're just literally saying things. Absolutely nothing that
Why
you're
is
saying.
Say
it
is
so
what the function
outside?
even is.
When I look at a tree,
So tell me what a function
you
is.
look
Can
at
you
it
tell me what it means
unresolving
to take the derivative of a
ratio.
function?
Can we speed
How about
date Tim and
integrate over
Rocky?
a
I'm
function?
saying you need a number theory.
Gentlemen, can we go one at a time? And before we do, I'm going to read for our simp bucks coming in. Alex Bowler came in with the big one to show support. Nico Pluto coming in with the big 2, saying Sarah's so funny. I'm really not. Rich S with the big 2. The women aren't funny. Thank you, Nightbot. Rich S with the big 2. The only big bangs that are real are Sarah's. Thank you. K2 keep on trucking with the big 2, saying simp for Sarah. Jay Ruz with the big 5. Was Jesus Christ a historical person? Isn't that objective?
Yes.
No.
Most scholars
Yeah,
who are
there's a lot
subject
of
matter
evidence.
experts think
he's
that there
the
was
most-
a historical Jesus.
First
Yes.
of all, his name was Yeshua ben Yosef, and the fact that he's spoken in another language, Jesus Christ, and arguably, if not the most influential person throughout human history, is a great argument that it's not objective. It's
What about
just statistically true. It's not a fallacy or an opinion or a theory.
Genghis Khan fathered more
He's
children.
the most recorded person that ever
We're
existed.
talking about history. He said historical person. We're not talking about who changed
Yeah.
the carbon footprint of China by 25%.
Hold up. Just because there's a guy that was named Jesus that existed does not mean that guy who like that Jesus is God.
Oh yeah,
You
just
realize
because
that.
people said
Okay, use your modern
I
writing
was just
techniques
answering
and
the
write a
question.
better
It is
book.
not objective. It is not objective to say he's a historical person. It is just truth. He is easily one of the most prominent figures of human history in all aspects of major Judeo-Abrahamic religions and cultures.
But it doesn't prove that he is God.
Yeah, but that's not what the question was.
that wasn't the question. Yeah.
That was the question.
No.
Like, why are you bringing it up in the first place?
Historical. Is he historical?
Because this is the same argument you're saying. Why would all these intelligent people why would Jesus? Why would we have all this evidence for Jesus existing? Like that's the main point you're
Okay,
making.
so what are the results of the principles compared to modern ideas?
Yeah, so I gave an example of this of where religion can get dangerous is because if you take on faith that you have this all powerful God, all knowing God, right, and that he's infallible,
Peter, I heard it.
It falls on its face because firstly there are Muslims, Jews, and Christians that don't believe we have free will. They believe that everything is predetermined by God, and once you do that, you fuck out all judicial systems, and that itself is already dangerous, right?
Teriak, is there anything in
second
between
of
those
all,
two?
Second of all, if God is all
Because you-
knowing, infallible, then God knows the
those are the
future, which
only two
commits us to fatalism, which is why that's why they have the belief of predeterminism.
Right, but Teriak, as someone who practices law, Teriak, as someone who practices law, I can assure you the foundation of every judicial practice from Great Britannia, British Saxonia, all the laws from Oxford, all the way into what we have in the jurisprudence system of the United States, were based on a foundation of what the monarchical understanding of God is. Like that's essentially how laws were created in Western countries, which are the most influential in countries around the world.
Yes, but what
So
I'm
there's
saying is
physical,
that Christians will say
supernatural,
that we have
and
free
God.
will, but then they'll ignore the fact that they also claim that God is all knowing. If God is all knowing, then God knows the future, but God
Material
is
can
also
be moved
infallible
by the
and cannot be wrong. So if
supernatural
God
by
knows the
God.
future, then our
More
future
physical.
is fixed. It cannot change, which is fatalism, which contradicts free will.
You act like there's nothing in between.
And
Right,
we're
and I agree with
ignoring
that.
the fact
I
that
agree with
Calvinists
that.
actually is a fundamental belief that it's predetermined. Muslims believe that in predeterminism. Jews believe in
Okay, but the
predeterminism.
Bible shows people making choices, and then when God decides, His will overrides.
I agree with what you just said. Just really quick, guys. I'm sorry. I don't want us talking over each other because people get mad and it's hard to hear each other. And I do it a lot too. So I try to catch myself. I'm sorry, guys. I do it more than anyone, honestly. I agree with that, Teriak, and through my research of all these religions and all this stuff, I genuinely believe free will is the greatest test on behest of the Creator for mankind. So I agree with you in that sense that if you're allowing your free will to be subdued by what you're saying is blind faith, then yes, you're missing the entire test of what we're here for. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, so real quick.
Yeah, I agree.
I was gonna
Real
say that
quick.
I believe that just because God knows
Okay.
what's the future doesn't mean that we don't have free will. Just like Peter,
Yes, it does.
God knew Peter was gonna, deny Christ 3 times before the cock crowed, but that doesn't
Yes,
mean
it does mean. Yes, it does mean.
He
It
just
does
knew.
mean
He
that.
knew, but he
It
didn't.
does
he
mean
didn't
that,
force-
Rocky.
He didn't force Peter to decide that.
If God knows the
There was
course,
just
then that
free
means
will.
that there is no other option.
No,
that means they don't
he-
have free will.
no,
I'm just curious what the entailment is between God's foreknowledge of events and their predetermination.
So there's
Yeah, so Leo, one sec, let me clarify. When Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me
down.
3 times," could Peter have done otherwise?
Yes.
So God can be wrong.
He could have.
God can or cannot be wrong.
Wouldn't because
Can God be wrong? Yes or no?
In the Christian worldview, it's generally taken as no. God cannot be wrong.
Yeah, so if he can't be wrong, then Peter could not have denied him.
Oh yeah, he could have, and if he did, then God would have known that Peter was going to do that instead.
No, what I'm saying is when Jesus told Peter, "You will deny me 3 times," he prophesied, "You will deny me 3 times." Could Peter have done otherwise?
Can God change his mind, Teriak?
So he could do so God could be wrong. So Jesus could have been wrong.
Can God change his mind,
Just that
Teriak?
had Peter done otherwise, God would have known that he was going to do that.
So then the prophecy would have been wrong. One sec. So the prophecy would have been wrong, Leo.
Maybe you're wrong.
Yeah, the prophecy would.
Yeah, so God, so this is the whole thing. The claim is that God is infallible. God cannot be wrong.
Why are you running from my question?
There's a
Teriak?
contradiction here.
Listen.
What if you're wrong? That solves it.
The question's not real. It's just a thought.
Hold on, everyone, shut the fuck up. It's
Yeah,
not a
let me answer
contradiction.
Cocky to say.
But even if I granted that, it
The
also
Bible
says
says
all
that God
means-
knows your
God damn it.
decisions, knows all your
Jesus, Rocky,
But
come on, bro.
let me finish. I'm not done. It
Shut
also
up,
You're
Rocky.
literally never done.
Nico Pluto in with a big 2 saying, don't simp for Sarah, just to be fair. J Ruz with the big 5 says, is that historical with witnesses? That was not the question. So the question was, J Ruz said, was Jesus Christ a historical person? And isn't that objective?
Man, I feel so stupid right now. Why am I not Flo, help me out here.
You should feel normal then.
I guess I totally missed the ball on his question. I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know either.
So Teriak, real quick, I'm going to grant your argument. Yes, it's predetermined, and it says every knee will bow and every tongue shall confess. So everyone's going to be a Christian in the end. You lose.
No,
Isn't it
because again,
just
one sec. Here's the danger. Here's the danger. No. I'll accept that. I'll accept the answer. One sec. Let me respond. Right. I'll accept that answer. Here's the danger with fucking the whole kind of believing in God, all this kind of shit. Because like I said, predeterminist. It's all predetermined. All this kind of shit. So, by your own definition here, our judicial systems are moral.
That's not what the Bible
Because we don't have free
says,
will.
and
How can you punish someone
it's just
that didn't
that
actually have a
it's
choice?
free will to the very end.
Yes, Teriak, that part is true.
And
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. This is the danger of this shit.
Teriak, enjoy your time backstage. Mechanize, Ether. K2, keep on trucking in with the big 2. One at a time, please. Thank you. J Ruz with the big 5 saying, Jesus, Yeshua, cloud of fire, angel of the Lord. And so, Teriak, the directions for you are to the back, please, for spewing rubbish and not having your camera on. Are you indecent or something? Yes, Teriak actually prefers to join these panels nude, but we tell him he has to cam down because he knows that's not allowed. And Robert Demita in with the big 10 to say, thank you for the stream today, Sarah. You ruled, dude. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. All right, gentlemen, back to you.
Isn't
So I'm the only Christian that's gonna say everyone else is wrong. Like Christianity's right, everything else is wrong. You'll never hear that from anybody. Everyone's straight wrong.
Well,
That's what's happening.
You'd be surprised. I think when people get out of their box, you'd be surprised how many people you meet that are very determined the way they believe is the truth. And I think that's why I respect atheists and agnostics so much in those conversations, because they have a willingness to actually hear you out and then present their argument, because they're already outside
Sure,
of the box.
I'm just saying it because
coming into the
no
religious
one among
debate.
Christians does. Because it's like this
Right.
confusion about like
Dude, I
peacefulness
hear
or some
Christians
shit.
say that all the time. Like,
Well,
I can't
now-
tell you
now-
how many times Cameron Bertuzzi, who runs Capturing Christianity, probably the premier Christian apologist channel on YouTube, consistently says, by the way, Christianity is true. When he says that, he's saying
Yeah,
all
but-
other
but would
not
he fight a war?
Christianity worldviews
Right.
are false.
Yeah, there's a lot
So,
of
like,
Catholics and
Christians are saying
that
this
very
all the time.
solid
What do
in
you
they
mean?
believe, you know?
Would he punch somebody in the face about it? Because I mean, that's like in the Bible
No.
with the money
Why
and
would I
changing,
do that?
like flip the tables. Well, because
Why would I
Jesus beat the
physically-
crap out of people.
That's cool. I'm not Jesus, and I don't beat the
Knoxdale.
crap out of people for disagreeing with
I'm
me
just saying people don't
intellectually.
read the
I'm not
Bible.
barbaric. Why
Like,
would I read the
people
Bible?
just
I'm
don't
an
read the Bible.
atheist.
Dude came down
Yeah.
with the ability to snap his fingers and make people explode. He was chill for his ridiculous power.
I'm sure
That's
he
how the
did.
story
I'm sure
goes.
he could make people explode.
Yeah, that's like how the story goes. I mean, I don't care if you want to treat it as true or false, but that's how the story goes.
I think
And
whether
Ross
it's- oh, sorry.
on in with a big five, sort of on topic, I suppose. Can someone tell me where heaven is? I've been fretting over this lately. Thanks.
It's in a
That's a
half
great
pipe.
question.
3 levels.
Half
3
pipe.
levels to heaven. One exists, it's the sky. The other one that exists in the physical form is space. And then there's a third, which Christians believe in, which would be the one outside of the physical realm. It's heaven outside of the physical realm.
Do you
How do we
think
go
there's
to
Yeah, people don't know, but in Revelation, heaven comes to earth after the like resolution of the fall.
So it's
Like
And
physically manifest heaven on earth minus problems.
Teriak, you've been revived, my friend.
You call
by
7, 8,
Rude
9.
Mudcrab.
Can we go at it? I
Nico Pluto in with the big 50. Yes, there is a God, the source. Are you sure who you are summoning? Be careful.
So that's like a crazy question, because Aleister Crowley, most people don't know him, some do. But like, do you think he was just a nut job? Like, that guy is one of the most arguably influential people of his time, and was like on the cover of the Beatles album and stuff. And he was so into using this idea of what we would call in traditional cultures black magic or Santeria or hoodoo voodoo, in the sense that you can actually summon entities from, arguably other dimensions, or what you could call demons or jinn. And a lot of people think this is just conspiracy theory hogwash, but for me as a student of knowledge, even though I clearly don't have enough, I try to learn every day, and I find all of this just as credible as Einstein or Newton or Tesla, Nikolai. All these people to me are just as equal in regards to how they've impacted the human race and what people believe in. So I try to see it in that way. I don't just go, oh, because these people are scientists and these people are just esoteric philosophers like Helena Blavatsky, who influenced Adolf Hitler when he read, her books in jail. It's
I
like
can't
these are things
imagine
that I'm looking at. It's like
conversations are
yeah,
like
but
around.
those people weren't accredited neuroscientists in their field, and they hold so much weight with people who aren't clearly crazy.
Okay, but he did fail to summon the apocalypse by having butt sex in front of the pyramid that one time.
What the
The other stuff might have worked a little bit.
Is Satan evidence of God?
Do you have evidence
I would
of
think
Satan?
so.
Yeah, do you have
Isn't-
that
isn't
evidence?
Satan
A lot of
a
people
Christian
do find
NASA?
God through
Necessarily have
realizing evil
Satan as
exists first.
That's the second knowledge claim or some shit that they were talking about earlier.
Like, think when shit is so unbearable, you're like, this can only be evil. This makes no material sense.
I would prefer not to go into the second knowledge thing anymore this evening. Jay Russ with a big 5 saying, do you have the willingness to listen to the angel of the Lord, such as atheists listen to you?
No, I'm bored.
Who, me? I don't know. I'll spice this up. I dropped some computer code. I was talking to DeepSeek earlier about using binary magnetic switches to do both binary logic and having and doubling functions with parallel
For
processing.
somebody as smart as you are, I figured you would at least figure out why your Wi-Fi sucks by now.
It works just fine. I mean, I literally just fixed it. This shit makes computers like 100 times faster for free.
Well,
I already worked out like a new
does everybody else
computer code and
see this?
compiler and everything.
Is it just me?
Is it
No,
the
his
camera?
Wi-Fi's
Yo.
fast.
Hey, hold on.
ADP.
Hold on.
He's
What
a reptilian. Somebody call David Icke.
he's compiling something else on his
2080.
computer now, I bet you.
28 pixels.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is what
sure.
happens when you
But
use
anyway,
an
yeah,
Intel processor.
free open source supercomputer code that just bootstraps onto your potato that you have there. It uses halving and doubling functions. Like binary code can be treated as halving and doubling
You're just
functions, so it
saying
skips every
words.
complex process and makes shit a fucking supercomputer for no money.
You totally missed it.
Communism is cringe. In with their membership chat. Teriak, you Scottish fool. Foreknowledge does not equate to causation.
Exactly.
Proud of
Come
you.
on
There's
now,
no way
Sarah.
I can
You can
say
say communism with more umph in it than that.
No,
You
it's
gotta make
not.
it sound
It's
scary.
got an N.
Communism.
It's got an N in there if you look closely.
There's an N there.
Oh, communism.
That's what I'm saying. I couldn't have said that. There's no way. I can't read that out loud.
Communism?
Communism.
Let's do a bunch of tongue twisters.
Welfare.
But that was the point that I was trying to make, is mere foreknowledge of an event's occurrence does not equate to determining that event specifically to happen or to in any sort of way causing it to happen.
You can't
So
have knowledge.
you
of
just
something
know
that's
that
not
it's going to happen.
Say that in,
The fact
like,
that
not-
it doesn't not happen and God knows that it doesn't not happen does not mean that God's causing it to
Blah,
not
blah, blah.
So you
Yeah.
could have chosen otherwise.
And knowing-
It's just that had you chosen otherwise, God would have known that that was your choice instead.
Yeah, and knowing quantum physics.
Yeah, but I
does-
think, like, aren't you misunderstanding the terminology or the definition of what we would think is omnipotent? Because a lot of faiths and religion don't believe this idea of a Holy Spirit or some force that can control everything and determines everything. They believe the very existence of the universe we experience is that it's like in the material essence. And a great example would be, and I'm not Hindu, I'm a Sikh. I went to Catholic school, but a great example would be
Sikhs are
Hinduism.
based.
They believe in every. I mean, they have thousands of gods outside of the three dharmatic. You know, the god of like beginning, the middle, and then the ending of the world. The Kali, the crazy goddess of death or whatever. But you know, they believe in so many things. Like they have temples for rats and elephants and monkeys, and so it's like, and this is the second oldest culture in the world after ancient Babylon and Sumerian. Sanskrit, the language that they spoke, that during World War II a certain country was very obsessed with, right? I'm sure you guys know if you're in tune. But it's just like, that's what I'm saying. Like you got to understand that God, according to what you think, might not be what billions of other people around the world think. They might think of God as something a lot more simple and not something you can control or understand. It just is. Accept it or don't.
But
want to
then-
make Chinese language.
And J. Ruz wanted to clarify that it was for you, AJ. The question was for you, so I'll ask it again. Do you have the willingness to listen to the angel of the Lord, such as atheists listen to you?
Well, you know, I've kind of explained this before. Like, you can go to a church, a mosque, a temple, and people are there observing each other more than they seem to be in tune with what they're there for. However, if you're into having a dog or a pet that you can take on a walk on a trail, when you're away from noise pollution and you hear like birds chirping and you can kind of listen to yourself, like your thoughts, and be in tune with the earth. I know that sounds so hippie and new agey, but that's where I feel closest to God. And I think once any human being understands what it means to be good or bad, and I think Mark made a great point earlier in regards to what can be good or bad and how it can be, conceived or portrayed. But ultimately, there is a narrative of what we know in 2025 around the world with all this technology, what's okay and what's not okay. So it's like, when you understand these things, I find peace when you say angel of the Lord, when I'm by myself closest to nature, away from this, thing we've created, which we call our society, right? And I think that's why we're here even talking about this stuff, because if we had all the answers, we wouldn't be debating it so intensely every day.
Thank you, AJ. And mechanized ether in with the Big Ten. He is sitting backstage. He has been waiting a while, and he says, if I knew that I would have been knocked off in 20 seconds, I would have spoken over the other speakers right away. Well, Mr. Ether, whatever, welcome to the club. There's like 5 more of you sitting backstage waiting for their turn to talk. It's been a very long night. That backstage and panel has been full all evening. Unfortunately, we can't always just get what we want, and I get to determine who goes up left, right, center. But also, Rude Mudcrab paid to bring Teriak back if you were paying attention, and you were the last person up, so I had to remove you back off. Okay, so that's how we roll
I'll get off in a second here just for other people, because all I really wanted to do was argue about how God could use miracles so people could know stuff, and point out that I worked on this computer code that's going to make everything like infinite memory effectively and speed. Yeah, dude, go look it up. Literally go talk to fucking DeepSeek and talk about using binary switches as having and doubling circuits as well, alternatingly with like a code switching circuit to control the and just ask it what the mathematical improvement is to hard code exponential mathematics into a fucking potato computer. And you'll see that it's like literally equivalent to a supercomputer, and these streams will run completely smooth at maximum fucking pixels and all this bullshit. Doubling and halving mathematics, literally because it's a fucking magnetic switch. You can alternate between binary and fucking whatever, skip the whole shit. I'm literally fixing it right now for free, motherfucker.
Tell you what, yeah.
I'm fixing your shit too, and everyone else's fucking shit that doesn't work. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, fucking peace, retards.
Hey, Salmon Fish, do you know what a GPU is? Oh, shit, he left.
What's up, Mechanized? How you doing, bud?
Schizophrenia for the
All
win.
right.
Jesus.
Schizophrenia.
Cool.
for the
I'm
win.
good. I'm
That
good.
guy's a salmon's an odd one for sure.
Is it a
Never-
signal?
Huh?
I hear a lot of non-believers over here on this panel.
I think I'm
I've had a lot
the
of
only
reason
one.
to believe. I've had plenty of reasons to believe, so I'm going to ask you guys. Take a water droplet on a hard panel and notice that there's a dome. If water is H2O and H2O2 is hydrogen peroxide, what is this factor that causes the water to create a dome shape and not just disperse?
Surface
tension.
Cohesion.
Surface tension, yeah.
God. That's God. God is in the
Yeah,
water.
that's the
droplet.
word of God.
I got it
That's
wrong.
God's command.
Water
That
is
is just one example.
That must
This
be
is
why,
God's command.
things fall down, because God says you will
There
fall
you
down.
have it. There you have it. Our debate over.
Well,
Physics,
sometimes you may have to send yourself over the ledge to see how well you survive. How
Do you
many
bet
of
on
you
so-
went over the ledge to see if you
Have you ever
survived?
been in solitary confinement?
There is a
No.
terminal velocity for humans falling.
It's 120
People have
miles an
survived
hour.
great- Yeah,
So-
people have
so-
survived full falls out of the planes.
So from what I'm gathering from your
Some
point,
people can survive real hardships in this world.
can anybody who doesn't believe in God, that doesn't believe he exists, can you explain cohesion?
Like atomic cohesion?
No, cohesion. Just any cohesion at all.
Yeah, but
Atomic
what does
cohesion,
that mean? Because that could be used in a variety of different
Science can't
contexts
really
that
explain
do not
cohesion.
cross.
Yeah, why-
So,
why
like,
do certain
Why
things
do you keep treating words as if they're univocal?
At a time. My patience
I love your point,
is,
Ether.
is like
Good point.
right here, gentlemen.
And she'll cut us off now too, man. It's just, Sarah don't play no more. She'll cut you off with the edit.
Mm-hmm.
I think the atheist guy that was up, the bald-headed guy, he was saying that in order to know something, you got to believe it first, and if you believe something, doesn't mean you know something. But okay, but you first have to believe it, right? So
I believe
Okay.
I'm a tomato, and I know I'm a tomato.
All right.
I mean, the human body's very similar to
I-
a tomato,
I-
like structure-wise. We're
I
just
studied
balloons
the
of blood.
biology,
Pop
I
us when we
studied the
believe.
chemistry, and they cannot explain why a water droplet creates a dome over itself.
Explain why a water droplet makes a snowflake.
It only makes a dome in a gravitational field. A water droplet in the vacuum of space wouldn't make a dome.
Would it be round?
It
Would
would
it
be
be
round.
round?
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
would be round. Why would it
okay,
not
so-
disperse?
A dome
Why
is
would it
round.
not disperse?
There's
Because
two
of
domes.
cohesion.
There's two domes there, one on top of another.
What is this process of cohesion? Explain it.
It's when like atoms will stick together because they're like. Have you ever picked up a glass of say water, It was sitting on a coaster on a table, and the coaster comes up with the glass. That's because of cohesion between the water molecules on the glass and the water molecules on the coaster. Since they're like atoms, they will want to stick together. This is why, like, water sticks together. Like when a river flows, there's not like gaps because the molecules are all flowing over each other. They're sticking together as a result.
Are you describing like condensation, like in a car when you're defrosting?
No, I'm describing cohesion.
Like glue.
I'm trying to understand it because you're clearly a lot smarter than me in the scientific realm. So I'm like trying to wrap my head around it. But like, you know, are you talking about because the glass, the water isn't essentially.
He's talking about how the water runs down the outside of the glass, makes a puddle when you pick up the coaster. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like the windshield of a car getting wet on the inside, right? Yeah.
The fact that there's water on the glass and water on the coaster is the reason they stick together. The air can't penetrate in because the water acts as a seal. Now, once you turn the glass sideways, it slides off like there's no contact with it because there isn't. It's literally floating on a lens of water.
That was beautifully put, Swatch. Thank you for that.
Seal?
I'm good at that part.
Yeah, what's the seal for?
No, it is.
Okay, why?
Why?
Atomic process.
Cohesion. He just laid it out perfectly.
So that's called circular reasoning.
This is not
You
what
can get
circular
into the-
reasoning is.
Oh,
It's
just
around.
because it is.
Glass and sat them on
That
top of
is-
each other.
That is no. It is because it is circular reasoning.
But I didn't say it is because it is. So you must have misheard what I said.
No, that actually it was Caucasian Sasquatch. But go ahead.
It was me.
And Nico Pluto coming in with the 20. I'm assuming just for me to tell you to fuck off, all of you. I hate all of you. And Nico, if you had directions for that, tag me in the chat and we can come back to it. J Ruse with the Big 10 for love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud. It does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, and it is not easily angered.
Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Hey, 10th man, how are
You having fun?
I'm tired.
You know,
gonna
after
explain
doing
how
this
magnets work? I've been
Everyone-
watching in the chat.
Sarah,
get mad
after
at
doing
us
this
for
for a
not
long time, and watching you do it, and I'm in the chats, and I'm hanging out in the chats, completely understand now why people just stay in the chat. It's
Hey,
no
the
stress.
suspense is killing me, dude. You've been asking how magnets work
I
in
know.
the chat.
I'm leading up to it.
Just
There's
tell
no
us.
stress
No,
in the
just
chat.
Tell us. No,
I
because
want to
you've been
know.
asking,
I
nobody
want to
answered.
know. So I see there's a lot of brain scientists and rocket surgeons up here. So anybody who wants to answer, preferably Kermit the autistic frog there. How do magnets work? Explain it to me. Because all these people want to explain how math and science and I'm a genius. Well, Insane Clown Posse posed a question to me a long time ago that broke all the stuff that all the scientists, and they said, scientists ruining all the mystery and S word. How do magnets work?
When I asked this question to my physics professors, they couldn't explain it to me.
Yeah,
That's right.
Magnets you must have had pretty poor physics professors because it's not hard. We have a whole theory that explains how they work.
Yeah, so magnets work due to the behavior of electrons in certain materials. In simple terms, a magnet is an object that produces a magnetic field which attracts or repels other magnets or magnetic materials like iron.
Has the magnetic
so
field
it's
worked
got to
to
do with the
attract
behavior
everything?
of the electrons. Yeah, it's got to do with
Right,
the
and you
behavior
can
of the
explain that? You
electrons.
just say the behavior of the electrons and then you're smart?
Somebody
told him how it works.
Because I've asked real
scientists.
scientists this, and I've researched this for nigh on 15, 20 years, and no one knows how magnets work.
Someone
you can
told
tell
him
me
how.
you think they work, but you can't actually
it's got to do
explain
with
how it
electrons.
works. So right there, that along with a lot of other stuff gives me humility. And I don't see a whole lot of humility around.
Tens man, my mama
Hey,
said.
hey, you know I'm always humble.
My mama says
magnets that I find in the creek, the little black sand, that it's magnetic and it's in the creek. there's natural magnetics, and then you can make a magnet by wrapping.
We need to make a shirt, Rocky Shepherd. You can make a magnetic.
You can make an iron rod magnetic by
Yep, it's ferromagnetic.
by sending current through it.
Electricity.
Yes,
baby.
that's called induction.
Yeah, but
Rocky might be my favorite comedian on YouTube.
Unintentional one.
So second question, since no one can answer that one. Is fire alive?
I just did.
I could answer.
No, fire's a plasma.
They can answer. They're just not very good at it. But go ahead, 10th man.
Somebody's mic just
no one explained how magnets worked.
No, they didn't. I agree.
They work via
Well, do you want
fields.
do you want a 2-hour lecture about it, or like the
you could
simplified
skip
version of it?
You know what?
You're
I
kidding
will
me. I
open
could
up
ask
my
Google
panel.
AI right now, and it would have a shorter answer than a 2-hour lecture.
I have asked my physics professor to explain to me how gravity works. What is gravity? And they couldn't make a reasonable explanation.
It's probably because
Okay, one sec. Let me flip on 10th man. 10th man. How do people work?
Why?
It's
Why?
literally
What's
what
the
Terry
deal?
said.
people don't
It's due
use
to the
YouTube.
alignment. It's literally what Terry said. It's due to the alignment of tiny magnetic domains within certain materials like iron, where electrons spin in the same direction, creating a net magnetic field with a north and south pole.
And that's what you read. So somebody
What do you
told
say
you.
about your nuts? Look, how do
Well,
magnets work? I feel like I was actually
question.
summoned
Why
for
is
this.
the sunset good?
Guys,
It's the same kind of argument.
You know what they say, 10th, right? How
Hey,
do magnets work? I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed.
Just saying. you getting it? You getting it?
And his voice went out.
Sarah, put me down when the panel's full. It's
You're ugly. Your mama dresses you funny.
Oh shit.
Yes, I agree. To myself.
Don't tell me
yeah.
what to do, 10th man.
Yeah, punch him in the stuff.
Oh, wait, he meant for you to take him down. I just put him down. It's okay.
See, magnets work because God said they do.
I agree.
Prove me wrong.
Yeah, this one time in that song, he talks about a bird trying to eat his cell phone and then the other guy running away. It's a pretty good song. I derailed everything. Hi.
Speaking of the insane clown posse,
Hi, Trippy.
What
Yeah.
is a juggalo?
I was summoned. Well, a juggalo is someone who can eat Connect 4 and shit out something. I forgot the lyrics.
Eat Monopoly.
Eat Monopoly and shit out Connect 4. Thank you.
My type of person.
Yeah.
Oh goodness! I didn't think this was going to ICP.
It's been a while since I listened to any of those songs, to be honest.
The
I like
90s.
Twisted more. I wasn't into them until after the 90s. Like I got both the good and the bad by the time I found out who they were. The good being like mostly skits, you know.
Who put a quarter in your jukebox, bro? What got you up here tonight? Who pulled your
Magnets
string?
comment. Yeah, the Magnets comment. I think Sarah just ditched us.
Oh, I was about to say I didn't notice that she left.
yeah, you know, it
I'm gonna
happens.
poke somebody.
Oh, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
There you got your chance
don't
now, Mel. Let's
believe
do
it.
it.
I do
Madam?
not believe it.
Does that say Pickle Master? Okay.
So, can I ask a question? Were all my chats this whole time that I was typing over on Dusty's coming through over on Sarah's too?
I
The
don't know,
whole
I'm
time?
in StreamYard.
Through the StreamYard. Like if
Yeah,
you type it in
in
the StreamYard
StreamYard.
chat, it will.
Oh, okay. All right. Good.
Yeah.
Good. I didn't want all that nonsense to come out to
That drives
700 people.
engagement on the lower channels. The smaller channels that don't have people in chat, it drives the engagement way up.
I thought it
really
was
does.
spamming for me. I was like, wow, this is the easiest time I've ever had spamming a chat.
Spam in the morning at work. Spam.
Melanie, what's been up with you, Melanie? You're like freaking out today. What's going on?
I'm freaking out.
No, it's just
yeah,
Melanie.
in the chat, you're like McDonald's serving $1 billion a day nonstop. Bah, 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 bah.
Oh, we were talking about what were we talking about? Basically, wait, who was I talking with? That's what I gotta remember.
10th man.
10th man. We were talking about what were we talking about, 10th man?
In the chat?
Yeah, what were we arguing about?
That your husband's an engineer.
No, that was.
And
okay.
I'm.
Holy fuck yeah! I have been going crazy.
Well, we're not going to do last panel again tonight, so.
No,
other than that,
that's not it either.
Mel,
We're arguing about something.
When are you and what's that guy's name? What's that dude's name with the hat that comes on here? Shit, I forgot his name.
Jim
Flow
Bob?
State. Flow State.
Oh.
When are you and Flo going to get married?
Oh shit.
That must be for 10th man.
I'm trying to summon Flo.
Yeah,
oh no,
where
I
did
was just
Flo
taking
go?
digs at you about train stuff.
He got ditched backstage earlier.
Oh, okay.
No,
tends to take-
he left. We're actually we're gonna send a raid over to Flow State. Caucasian, say goodbye quickly.
Goodbye, Caucasian.
Rock E, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
AJ, say goodbye.
Love you, sir. Keep them coming. These debates are fucking awesome. Fuck the haters. You guys are idiots. This is content. Love you guys. Bye.
Bricky, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Curious Contrarian, say goodbye.
Peace. You guys have a good night.
10th man, say goodbye.
Not all that's glitter is gold.
Leo, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Ether, say goodbye.
Bye.
Pickle Master, say goodbye.
Christmas chat, I was going to say, you guys failed. You grifted horribly. You need to start grifting better. Give Sarah your money. She deserves it.
That's
All
right.
Peace out, y'all.
That's right. I like you. Teriak, say goodbye.
Tripicast eat corn a long way.
I do. I enjoy it with Flo. We start at one end and we meet in the middle.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye,
Tripicast.
everybody. Bye.
How are you?
Huh?
How are you?
Oh, I get to stay. Okay. I'm doing
for a
pretty good.
second. Yeah. Anything fun going on around the YouTube streets?
No, just politics stuff. Like that thing with Trump and the whole sharing. Some people in his thing shared some stuff on Signal, and I guess accidentally invited a politician, or not a politician. They accidentally invited some journalist, and the journalist caught them guys talking about attacking Hamas and stuff. But besides that, not too much
Fair
really.
enough. All right.
My cat learned how to fly. It's crazy.
Was this part of a launch effort?
No, I bought him wings for Halloween, and apparently he learned how to use them.
Oh, interesting. Well,
Yeah, put it in Grok.
Okay. I was gonna say, can we say goodbye, Trippy?
Goodbye, Trippy.
And anyone, I don't care who the fuck you are at this point. I'm so tired. I'm so done. And quite frankly, the conversation was too nerdy. It was getting way too fucking nerdy for me. I hope you all enjoyed the debate this evening. It was pretty well calm, cool, and collected. I was excited. They had a very intelligent conversation, but it did become quite circular. Shout out Brick for the big 2. Thanks for being nice. You're welcome. I try my best. Only when people absolutely, positively disrespect me on my own fucking panel is when I don't be nice. So outside of that, we're going to go raid Flo over on the Powder Dusty. So be sure during the raid you send fucking tomatoes when you enter his chat. Outside of that, Thursday night, make sure your notification bell is on. We've got Ken Harborough from Midas Touch. We've got Not So Erudite, Jake Rattlesnake from Rattlesnake TV, and made by Jim Bob, as you all know, who likes to troll our chat and have some fun with you. We'll be debating feminism. Yay, another feminism debate, but it will be fun. I know this group is going to have a lot of contention. It's going to be very hard to keep them reeled in. So I'll stop prattling. Rocky Shepherd with the big 5. Thank you, Rocky.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the Simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.